Gene Roddenberry Star Trek movie. Foreword by Admiral Kirk. My name is James Tiberius Kirk. Kirk, because my father and his male ancestors followed the old custom of passing on male surnames to their children. I got the name James because it was the name of my father's favorite brother. Tiberius, as I've been explaining for ages, is the name of the Roman emperor whose life, for reasons unknown, fascinated my grandfather Samuel. This isn't trivial information. For example, the fact that I use an archaic male surname says a lot about me and the service to which I belong. While the custom of passing on male surnames has become rare among humans, it remains a beautiful tradition among us in Starfleet. We are a conservative and highly individualistic group. Old customs are preserved among us. We submit ourselves to shipboard discipline because we know it is a necessity in the conditions of deep space exploration. We are proud that each of us has accepted this discipline voluntarily, and doubly proud that no temptations or dangers can shake our loyalty to the oath we swear. Some critics characterize us Starfleet officers as primitives. To some extent, we do resemble our ancestors of a few centuries ago more than we do today. We are not part of that impossibly vast multitude of people who seem ready to submerge their individuality in the groups to which they belong. I am willing to accept the possibility that this so-called new humanity represents a far more advanced generation, capable of finding rewards in group consciousness that we, more primitive individuals, will never know. But at the moment, however, this new humanity is short of spacefarers, and Starfleet needs people like us to explore deep space. It seems almost absurd to claim that we, primitives, are better suited for space travel than the highly evolved, capable, and adaptable modern humanity. The reason for this paradox is best explained by a Vulcan Academy study of the early years of Starfleet, when ships disappeared, crews deserted, and mutinies brought space exploration to a near halt. The only report indicated that these mystical losses were caused precisely by the fact that Starfleet recruiting standards were dangerously high. That is, Starfleet Academy cadets were selected from candidates with the highest levels of learning and adaptability. It was believed that such qualities would help in dealing with the unusually diverse life forms that starship crews would encounter during exploratory missions. But it was too good to be true. The problem was that sooner or later, the crews were bound to encounter life forms more advanced than themselves. The result was that these brilliant, resourceful, flexible minds, sent where Starfleet couldn't help, were ultimately seduced by the highly evolved philosophies, aspirations, and consciousness of the life forms they encountered. I always found it amusing that my academy class was the first to be recruited into Starfleet from a rank less intellectually proficient. It was doubly amusing, of course, that our 5-year mission was so well documented that some crazy brains suggested to Starfleet that the return of the USS Enterprise deserved public recognition. Starfleet's enthusiasm even touched those who wrote about the events, and our adventures were described as larger than life. Eventually, I found myself becoming something of a new Odysseus, and it was disconcerting to see all my team accomplishments of the past years so loudly applauded, ignoring the fact that 94 of our crew had died over the years, many of whom might have survived had I acted more quickly or more prudently. It wasn't that I was as foolishly fearless as portrayed. I never welcomed danger. I disliked circumstances that forced me to risk my life. But the very nature of such depictions led to hyperbole. As a result, I decided that if I ever found myself in the public eye again, I would insist on getting the facts as accurately as possible. As some of you know, I was involved in just such a case, an event, in fact, that threatened the very existence of Earth. Unfortunately, this has once again brought me to the attention of those who describe such incidents. Therefore, while there are many other ways this story could be told or depicted, I insist that it also be presented in manuscript, which will be submitted to me for correction and final approval. While I cannot control other depictions of this story that you may see, hear, or feel, I can promise that every description, thought, and word on these pages is an accurate and truthful account of Widger and Earth, as it was seen, heard, and felt. Author's Preface. Given Admiral James Kirk's comments in his own foreword, it may seem odd that he chose me to write this book. I was, after all, something of a key figure, describing his 5-year mission in a manner the Admiral criticizes as larger than life. I suspect that the fact that ultimately recommended me to the Admiral was that I've always been as meticulous about books as he was. Or perhaps he thought I'd be more trustworthy, working with words rather than images. In any case, he knew he could guarantee its accuracy by insisting that the manuscript be read and, if necessary, corrected by anyone involved in the events described. Spock, Dr. McCoy, Admiral Nogura, Commander Scott, the Enterprise bridge crew, and anyone else mentioned in these pages have the opportunity to verify every word describing the events in which they participated. This final printed version reflects their comments, as well as Admiral Kirk's determination that this would be the complete and absolute truth about the events described here. Finally, on a more personal note, why did I return to the Enterprise and its crew? Why Star Trek again? I believe the true reason is that I have always viewed the Enterprise and its crew as my own species, of Earth and humanity in miniature. If that is not the direction we are heading, it seems to me the most natural path we should take. Throughout these journeys, the Starship Enterprise has always carried something far more than mere respect and tolerance for other life forms and ideas. It has carried the positive force of love for the nearly limitless diversity of our universe. This capacity to love all has always seemed to me the first sign that an individual or an entire race has reached maturity. For humanity, long and difficult years may pass between its now and maturity, but we have at least achieved some understanding that our future encompasses whatever new dimensions and happiness we desire and deserve. While we humans are still a considerable distance from understanding the truth, or even from the ability to cope with it, I believe we have at least begun to understand that love is an integral part of truth. Much of my affection for Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Uhura, Scotty, Chekhov, Chapel, and Rand stems from these thoughts. I have always been encouraged by the fact that the crew of the Enterprise could be so humanly fallible, and yet simultaneously be an expression of these ideas. Chapter 1. He felt a strange sound, as if it were coming from inside his head. It felt like some mechanical creature was moving there. Then the sound penetrated his memory, and he realized he was receiving an alarm signal from Starfleet Command. He didn't like this feeling, and knowing it was coming from a device implanted in his brain made it even more irritating. It was a Starfleet requirement. All commanding officers had such implants. This communication channel was used only in cases of emergency, and this was only the second time Starfleet Command had intruded into his brain. Something happened, Admiral Kirk? The question was posed by a Libyan scholar, an employee of the Egyptian Museum in Alexandria. Kirk was on a vacation trip through the ancient cities of Africa, studying unusual historical exhibits here, in Earth's most famous museum. It was, frankly, the most unlikely place to receive an urgent message from Starfleet, and he imagined what his face must look like right now. But he overcame the shock and sat down at the research console where he had worked before. The message reached James Kirk just before he could fully relax. In fact, he couldn't have found a better place to receive this urgent message. By pretending to be absorbed in the image on the screen, He was able to clear his mind of extraneous thoughts and concentrate on the images transmitted by the implant. The message began to form in Kirk's mind, and at first it seemed like a strange and incomprehensible vision, a hallucination. At first, a jumble of images appeared, many traces of his conscious thoughts about this trip. Studying history, a museum, a Libyan scientist. Then new images appeared, faint and blurry but easily recognizable. Alien emblems. And Kirk realized the emblems belonged to warships, Klingons. Kirk saw 3 Klingon cruisers moving at warp speed in battle formation. The images grew more detailed, impossibly real. He could begin to think about it consciously. The Klingon ships were large and dangerous. Certainly their new Katinga-class heavy cruisers. Some tacticians believed they were faster and more powerful than Starfleet's Constitution-class ships. Could this be the cause of the alarm? Information about a new weapon from old enemies? Kirk immediately dismissed that possibility. 3 Klingon starships couldn't pose any serious threat to Earth or the Federation. This alarm had to be related to something else. Once the images had become firmly ingrained in Kirk's mind, the implant began transmitting an alarming message from command. It suggested that Starfleet had received these images from one of the space stations located near the border of the Klingon Empire. This station, Epsilon 9, had launched probes ahead of time into the rear of the Klingon cruisers. Consequently, the Klingons were unaware that they had been detected and were being scanned. It seemed the sensors were simply gathering information about new Klingon starships. But then they revealed something more important. Apparently, some object had violated Imperial borders and was passing through its territory. The Klingons reacted as usual. The cruisers were about to attack. The Klingon ships turned, and Kirk could discern a strange object ahead. For a moment, he doubted the image's reality. It looked like nothing more than a cloud. True, it glowed strangely, unlike anything Kirk had ever seen in space. But why were the Klingons planning to attack it? As the cruisers circled the cloud, Kirk suddenly realized how impossibly huge it was. His implant signal indicated the object's diameter was several billion kilometers. It all happened very quickly. The lead Klingon ship fired a salvo of photon torpedoes into the advancing cloud. The torpedoes simply vanished. It seemed to Kirk as if something had simply flung them beyond the realm of reality. Then, before the Klingons could react, Kirk suddenly noticed a point of green light emanating from the cloud, striking directly at the cruiser that had launched the torpedo. It was obviously an energy weapon. The Klingon ship, surrounded by furious green energy, crackled and simply exploded into oblivion. The other 2 cruisers, which had also launched torpedoes, were destroyed just as simply and terrifyingly. The vision ended abruptly. Kirk felt the Libyan scientist looking at him again, concerned. Why? Kirk realized the scientist could see the trembling. What did his mind tell him? That the Klingons and their ships were now exhibits in hell? Where did these words come from? What did they mean? The cloud passed through Klingon territory, but it had no interest in the Klingons or their empire. It responded to the attack by their heavy cruisers with no more effort than it would have done to ward off insects. Its interests lay elsewhere. Kirk suddenly realized what had frightened him. Somewhere in those received images it was reported that this strange object, this glowing cloud, was definitely moving toward planet Earth. Chapter 2. The stonework where Spock knelt was so ancient that its origins were not reflected even in the most ancient Vulcan legends. Spock's long cloak was adorned with strange symbols, identical to those on the ancient stones. The meaning of these symbols was known only to the Masters, whose dwelling was here on Gull Plateau. Spock came here shortly after the Enterprise completed its historic 5-year mission. Spock felt he had no choice. Only with the Masters of Gull could he reach Kolinahr. Only with Kolinahr could he once and for all rid himself of the human half he held responsible for his pain. Spock, son of Sarek of Vulcan and Amanda of Earth, are you ready to open your mind to us? These words were incomprehensible to Earthlings. High Master Tasai spoke in the ancient language of the planet Vulcan. On either side of her stood a junior master, their lips constantly moving in praise of reason. I'm ready, Spock gave the traditional and expected answer. But he was uneasy. Was his answer entirely true? This morning he felt fully prepared for the examination administered by the Vulcan Masters. Over the past 9 Vulcan seasons he had not only endured the disciplines of Kolinahr, but also endured brutal trials to attain levels unattainable by disorder, fatigue, and pain. He knew the Masters were pleased with him, even if some had initially hesitated to allow a half-Vulcan to become a servant of Gaul. But no one doubted him now. No one except Spock himself. Until that morning, Spock had believed he had completely shed his human half and its emotional legacy. An hour before the Vulcan sun rose, Spock made his way to the high promontory where he would greet the red dawn of this momentous day with thought-clearing meditation. He knew that today he would see Tasai, and the Supreme Master would invite him to meld their minds, then bestow upon him the token of Kolinahr's attainment, the token of absolute logic. Qaidh. Note: Vulcan for what is what. What was, was. He was doing only what had to be done. Spock looked up at the red, low sky in the direction of the sun and Earth. He was saying goodbye to his mother's planet and the part of life it represented. He had long since decided that he would not return there or live among humans again. Jim, farewell, my Tahila. This is the last time I will allow myself to remember you, or even your name. At that moment, an incredibly powerful consciousness suddenly penetrated Spock's. It was as if an incredibly powerful being had been scouring the galaxy for essential answers about Earth and humanity, and had sensed Spock's consciousness as he bid farewell to Earth and Kirk. Although Spock didn't yet know what it meant, he felt himself being examined and probed by this powerful mind, as if he were a living Rosetta Stone, capable of understanding both logic and human irrationality, and that this was the key by which a purely logical being could understand Earth and humanity. The most astonishing thing was that it frightened Spock. On the morning of that day, when he should have been completely free of emotion, he felt fear. Fear not so much for himself, but for those Earthlings he had known so long and so well. How could he be afraid of this? How could he feel the emotions of people he had already banished from his consciousness and from his life? Here, in these deserts, our ancestors abandoned their animal passions and devoted their minds to logic. The traditional speech concluded, and Spock remained kneeling before High Master Tasai. Whatever entity had invaded Spock's consciousness this morning, it was now gone. Perhaps he felt no fear, perhaps merely surprise. Even a true Vulcan can feel surprise, especially when touched by such a powerful consciousness. Spock reminded himself that he had passed all of Kolinahr's tests. The Masters themselves had confirmed this by participating in this ancient ceremony. Spock felt Tasai turn to him. The ceremony was approaching its meld. He understood that he must enter Tasai's mind, and she his. As part of her mind, Spock would be able to assess himself and his place in the universe, with the wisdom and logic of a master. And Tasai's mind would become part of his consciousness. Forget Earth. Think only of Vulcan. You were born here to a Vulcan father, raised here as a Vulcan son. And Vulcan children, like children anywhere, can be mindlessly cruel. Strange, I didn't realize before that it was my adolescence on Vulcan that ultimately pushed me into Starfleet. I had to prove to myself that those days of fun and laughter were just childish delusions. I had to prove that humans couldn't make me any less of a Vulcan. But what did Jim Kirk once say? Spock, why fight so hard to be part of just one world? Why not take the best of both worlds instead? Spock! The voice of one of the younger masters. Tasai also looked at Spock, puzzled. Spock, our minds have sensed a distant consciousness. Does this mean anything to you? Spock could do nothing but nod and feel shame. Here at the Kulinar ceremony, the unknown alien consciousness had returned to test his mind once again. Again he felt that interest in Earth, and again he felt fear and shame. Like an arrow struck from an ambush, Spock realized in that moment that the human part of him had not been destroyed. That part was simply capable of human deception, hidden somewhere deep within him. He had carelessly underestimated it and believed it was gone. And like the enemy it had always been, it was simply waiting to attack him when he was unarmed. Spock, your thoughts. Reveal them to me. Spock couldn't refuse Supreme Master Tasai, even in that moment. When she touched him, he left his mind open, immersing himself in the unity of the meld. Kai Idth. It was Tasai's right to know the whole truth. The Klingon ships didn't disappear. It was like they were exhibits in hell, and it's coming to Earth. Spock, I wish you were here to help me understand. Spock stepped back, stunned. It sounded like Jim Kirk's thoughts. Tasai, standing nearby, sensed it too, the one to whom he had opened his thoughts. She had freed Spock's consciousness and found her own. Then she looked at him, and even before she spoke, Spock knew what her words would be. Your answer lies somewhere else, Spock. Chapter 3. Kirk immediately flew to the old hydroelectric complex near Gibraltar. Here, Starfleet maintained a communications link through which he could contact headquarters and learn more about the cause of the alarm. This way, he could get the quickest response. Kirk's anxiety about the glowing cloud was giving way to concern that the message contained no indication that he had been recalled to headquarters. But he felt he had to ignore it, or else something terrible might happen. It was impossible for Starfleet, even in an emergency like this, to ignore his experience in deep space exploration, much less his command experience. Jim Kirk paused in front of the signal station entrance, trying to calm himself before contacting the admiral. He stood beside the enormous cliffs towering high above Gibraltar. From 20 kilometers above, he could discern similar cliffs on the African side, and between them, the mighty wall separating the Atlantic Ocean from what had once been the Mediterranean Sea. This breathtaking panorama appealed to his imagination. Shifting his weight to one foot, Kirk could even feel the whir of the old hydroelectric turbines, still running deep below, where the mighty waters of the Atlantic Ocean tumbled 60 meters down into the Mediterranean. He knew these installations were hopelessly cumbersome and inefficient by today's standards, and now it was a tribute to the skill of the engineers of the early 21st century, whose inventions had served the energy needs of Southern Europe and North Africa for nearly 2 centuries. From here, Kirk could make out the Rock of Gibraltar, so small and insignificant from here that it was hard to believe it had once been a vital military bastion in the mighty war dividing humanity. The Mediterranean was now barely more than that long, thin lake flowing into the ghostly blue distance from where he had just come. He wondered if the Mediterranean Alliance had the right to so alter the character of this ancient sea and the regions surrounding it. The Mediterranean had played a vital role in humanity's rise to civilization. Did humans truly have the right to encroach on this space, so steeped in history? As always, Kirk was forced to admit that, of course, it had. Humanity had preserved more of its past than it had lost. The museums and libraries of Alexandria were just two examples of that. The ancient ruins raised from the seabed provided truly invaluable information about humanity's past, and the skillfully created climate not only transformed the entire Mediterranean region into a blooming garden, but also greatly improved the climate and character of all of North Africa. And this contributed to the fact that this continent became an island of human progress and tranquility, in contrast to the cruelty that tore apart the rest of the world during the 21st century. Kirk winced at the piercing cry of a seagull, realizing he'd been standing there for minutes, lost in his thoughts like a tourist. He turned and hurried through the signal center lobby, annoyed at having been so easily distracted. His African leave was over. He could explore the old complex another time. Now he was the commanding officer, responding to an alarming message from headquarters. Inside, Kirk found one of those small relay stations built in the days when traveling around Earth took much longer than it does now. A young technician, surprised by the visit of a distinguished guest, waited for Kirk to identify himself. He requested a connection to Starfleet from a secure base. A scan confirmed his identity, and a young technician immediately escorted him to a securely shielded room. As Kirk sat at the control panel, an image of an operator appeared on the screen, smiling politely at Kirk from half a world away in San Francisco. Admiral Kirk, operator, requesting confirmation. Yes, sir, I understand. The operator interrupted Kirk quickly, but politely. Please wait a couple of minutes. The operator's image disappeared from the screen, and a signal from the console informed Kirk that he was to remain silent until further notice. Clearly, Starfleet didn't want any unnecessary discussion about this alarm. He heard the buzz of his sensor and realized he was being scanned and authenticated a second time. Clearly, Starfleet had decided to keep the cloud secret until more information about the object became available. Why? Kirk felt adrenaline pump through his veins as he realized there was only one possible reason. The Invader was truly dangerous to Earth, and the danger was so great that it could cause panic if information leaked before Starfleet was ready to answer questions. Kirk's mind raced through other possibilities. If the Invader's power was as terrifying as it had revealed, this could be one of those unexpected situations where laws must change, and so must methods. A golden opportunity, if a decisive confrontation could free him from his high-ranking prison. Until now, Kirk hadn't allowed himself to admit how deeply unhappy he'd been in recent years. Perhaps it was pride. It was hard to accept the painful truth that accepting an admiral's commission had been a foolish mistake, even a ridiculous one, considering his friend, the ship's surgeon Dr. McCoy, had tried unsuccessfully to dissuade him from transferring to headquarters. Bones McCoy had even stormed into headquarters, angrily insisting that James Kirk was one of those deck-born men whose symbiosis and friendship with ships had intrigued and puzzled psychiatrists and poets before them since the days of seafaring ships. For such men, command of a starship was the only way to live. No other path in life. No combination of glory and reward could replace the excitement, discovery, and near freedom of command in deep space. Kirk didn't realize that the decision to accept the Admiral's stars had already been made for him. by the Starfleet commander. Having brought the Enterprise home after its historic 5-year mission, Kirk had simply become too valuable to be allowed to take another space command. He wasn't told that McCoy's arguments were supported by many medical schools who believed that a staff assignment could currently destroy Kirk, or at least his Starfleet career. The commander had to make a difficult choice between what was good for Kirk and what was good for Starfleet. And the organization won. Kirk had no idea he had been cleverly manipulated, and McCoy's arguments seemed insignificant to him, while the offer of an admiralty seemed an opportunity for new growth and new experiences. He also didn't truly understand how deeply Spock's abrupt departure for Vulcan had hurt him. He depended on his Vulcan friend and his logic far more than he realized. By the time Kirk recovered from the physical and emotional exhaustion of his 5-year mission, he was an admiral, a member of the command staff, and confident that he had simply followed a path of responsibility and respect. Sitting at the Gibraltar station's signal console, Kirk waited for the San Francisco operator to reappear on the screen. He was about to retry the call when the screen flickered and an image appeared. "Sir, an Admiralty officer has requested holographic contact with you. Please stand by." Admiral Lori Ciani appeared on the screen. Of course, it wasn't her, only a holographic image. But it was a surprise nonetheless. The transmission linking the station to Starfleet was flawless, and Lori looked so unexpectedly real that Kirk suddenly felt his heart pounding, as it always had when she was near him during the year they spent together. Her unusually large eyes and slender figure, along with her youthfully slender limbs, always reminded him of the wild grace and innocence of a young deer. She was also a highly capable officer, a fact confirmed by the fact that she was a member of the Admiral's internal staff. In Starfleet, her responsibilities included psychology and relations with non-human species, and she was also the official representative of Nogura. "Hello, Jim." As always, her lips seemed to caress his name as she said it. He could almost smell her body. She was perfect. As a lover, as a friend, as a wife, as a mother, and in every other role as he slowly recovered from the fatigue and emotional strain of those 5 long years. They had only been together for a year, but those months had been unforgettable. He hadn't realized that during that time, she had been something that replaced the Enterprise for him. "What happened, Lori?" "Admiral Nogura knew you would call and asked me to confirm the alarm." Kirk recalled once wondering if the Commander Admiral had some ulterior motive in bringing him and Lori together, but he dismissed the thought as absurd. In fact, it was while living with her that accepting an admiral's position began to seem prudent, even appealing. Lori interrupted his thoughts. How well was the implant signal received? "If that huge cloud simply blew 3 Klingon cruisers to shreds, I've got it good. Someone did a good job launching our probes into that formation." Lori nodded. "Commander Branch on Epsilon 9. I have the full recording if you'd like to watch it." As he began to reply, Kirk suddenly thought about what she'd said earlier. "Admiral Nogura knew you were coming and asked me to confirm the distress signal." Odd. Why did the Commander Admiral send Lori to do that? The San Francisco operator could have relayed the original signal to him as well. Of course, Nogura is more burdened with duties than Lori at this time. The image of Lori frowned slightly as she watched Kirk. In reality, of course, the real Lori Ciani was sitting at her console at Starfleet headquarters, staring at the same holographic image of Kirk. His expression clearly revealed that something was bothering him. "If you're wondering why Starfleet hasn't discussed this with you, Jim, the reason is that the Invader is approaching at approximately Warp 7. Warp 7? Nothing in the implant's message suggested such an implausible speed. Even the Klingon Empire could be reached in a couple of days at that speed. Kirk was stunned. Unless Starfleet's structure had changed radically in the last couple of years, there was no way they could intercept an object heading toward Earth at that speed. Laurie, reading his expression, nodded. "That's why you weren't called here, Jim. We don't even have a heavy cruiser within intercept range." "Maybe I can do something." Of course, Admiral Nogura was considering how to put your experience in deep space exploration to good use, Laurie interrupted. "That's why he assigned me to show you the original transmission. I'll pass on any hypotheses or suggestions you may have to him immediately." For the first time since he'd known Laurie, Kirk was convinced she was either lying or at least concealing some part of the truth. Whoever had sent her had miscalculated. Laurie might be capable of a good lie if she believed it was important and necessary, but she didn't think so now. Besides, Kirk knew her too well to fall for it easily. "Let's watch the program," he said. He could deal with the lie later. But now, he wanted the best possible view of what was threatening Earth. In San Francisco, Laurie touched the console. The images captured by the border station and transmitted to Earth were bright and absolutely clear. Terrifying. Kirk's terminal now seemed to be in space, right in the middle of a formation of Klingon cruisers. Unlike the implant's transmission, these images didn't seem like visions. They were impossibly real and seemed to surround the people sitting at the consoles. We'll get closer to them now. It was Laurie, her hollow image warning Kirk that the probe that had sent the invaluable information was maneuvering to record the Klingon cruiser's minute details. Despite the warning, Kirk gripped his armrest as he seemed to be hurtling on a collision course with the massive Klingon ship. The ships were clearly the new Katinga class. Kirk could clearly see the massive engine bays, new deflector screens, and heavy torpedo tubes. In the past, Starfleet had only proven indirectly superior to earlier Klingon designs, and this Katinga class presented the Navy with new challenges. Then, a mysterious cloud appeared, and all thoughts of Klingons fled Kirk's mind. The images of the implant were ominous enough, but these precise hollow images allowed Kirk to estimate its true size. This strange, bright translucency could contain hundreds of planets like Earth, maybe thousands. According to the theory of our scientists, it was Laurie's voice. This cloud could be generated by something inside it. Holy shit! That's the expression Jim Kirk once heard his grandfather Samuel utter as a very young man. It perfectly captured that moment. Kirk was stunned by the incredible power required to generate an object of such size. He didn't know the sun could possess such power. The images gradually faded. The station's signal reappeared, Laurie's image too, and no doubt his own image was still sitting next to her in San Francisco. Was she waiting for his reaction to what they'd just seen? Or to what had been left unsaid? "Come on, Laurie, image or not. I can see you have something to say. But you've always found a way to make difficult things seem expedient, haven't you? Is this the first time Nogura has sent you to me? Jim, there is one ship that can handle the interception task in advance." Kirk understood everything, but he kept his expression impassive. "Enterprise, Jim. This is a chance that might get her out of orbital docks. And whatever Nogura ordered her to say, he wasn't going to help her with it. Commander, Admiral, that is, Nogura, of course. Of course. He's ordered everyone from your old crew to come aboard. It will give Captain Decker the best." "Captain Decker?" "Yes. You recommended handing over the Enterprise to him, didn't you? He'll have the best crew in Starfleet. People are already accustomed to working together. And Nogura thought that I could control it myself? Surely you'll agree that the Enterprise has been repaired, practically rebuilt, and is no longer the ship you're so used to. Your protégé, Decker, He was on board for 18 months. He got used to all the changes. He knows the altered model, its systems, in a way no human in Starfleet could ever know them. That's right, Jim. Thank you, Lori. Do you mind if I hang up? I have a meeting and I'm already late. Chapter 4. Whether it's called Starfleet Command, Fleet Headquarters, or the Admiralty, the building seems to soar into space from the peninsula of San Francisco's Old Town. While most museum cities boast taller buildings salvaged from their industrial past, Starfleet Headquarters remains a distinctive landmark in a world where so much of our hectic lives take place underground. 2 hours later, Kirk took a flyer from Gibraltar to Los Angeles, where he caught the first northbound aerial tram. Now, 15 minutes later, the clear blue waters of San Francisco Bay were clearly visible. As always, the sight of Starfleet Headquarters made Kirk's heart beat a little faster. Since his days as a cadet, he had never ceased to admire the symmetry of the design and the impressive combination of space and earthly materials. The blue upper part of the building rose above a gray granite foundation. For Kirk, this always affirmed the vital connection between the earth beneath his feet and the stars above. Today, however, those thoughts were far from Kirk's. He was angry and bitter, but most of his anger and bitterness were directed at himself. How could he have been so blind to the fact that the Commander-Admiral was manipulating him for 3 years? Starfleet in 5 minutes. It was a routine computer notification preceding a descent. Below them, Kirk could make out the sparse lines of thin supports whose microwaves powered and controlled the tram. In minutes, he would begin a battle that would determine whether he remained in Starfleet, whether he would live or die, or even curse whatever happened. The key to it all was Commander, Admiral Gigachiro Nogura. Kirk had no doubt why Nogura had ordered Lori Ciani to deliver her holo-visit to Gibraltar. Under pressure from the unknown intrusion, the Commander-Admiral had hastily assigned Lori to calm the potentially troublesome James Kirk. Nogura must have assumed that if she had manipulated Kirk so successfully once, she could do so again. But by this time, Kirk had finally sensed he was being manipulated. Perhaps, over the past few years, the confused and depressed James Kirk had become increasingly easier to control. There was nothing to remind Nogura, or even Lori, that he had been captain of Starfleet's most famous ship. Perhaps he no longer truly was that man. At least, not until now. It was as if Kirk had regained his eyes and ears, and his mind. How unthinkable it had been that he had stopped analyzing, questioning, doubting. In deep space it would have cost his life, perhaps the very existence of the entire ship. Now he understood how Nogura had used him. How could he have failed to notice? From the day he had brought the wounded starship and its crew back from its long mission, he had become invaluable to Nogura. Not to Nogura the man, the kindly grandfather of a dozen children and an attentive friend since his days as a lieutenant. No, Kirk was valuable to Gigachiro Nogura, the commanding admiral, whose oath of allegiance compelled him to make any sacrifice and pay any price to fulfill his obligations to Starfleet. Admiral Nogura couldn't help but see the value of a living symbol, a carefully crafted heroic figure who could inspire fear in the receptive and counter critics with arguments drawn from real-life experience. And Starfleet needed such a hero here. Not on the other side of the universe on another long mission. Alcatraz Children's Park flashed by on the left as Kirk felt the faint hum of the inertia dampers, but he felt no movement at all as the tram veered to the right, slowing. It sped past a couple of buildings and finally came to a stop at the foot of the Admiralty. Kirk was the first to step outside and hurried through the lobby, ignoring the beautiful view of San Francisco Bay. The lobby was filled with people hurrying, And only later did Kirk remember that most of the faces here, at least the human ones, were grim and preoccupied. He also didn't realize that his own priorities had completely shifted in the last few hours. Although he still believed he had rushed here out of concern for the mysterious Invader, his inner mind was increasingly focused on the ship called Enterprise. "Commander Zonak!" Zonak turned, wary of whoever had mentioned his name in public. On Vulcan, such a thing would have been a shameful breach of privacy. The Vulcan scientist was far more surprised to see it was Kirk, who of course knew and respected Vulcan manners. He knew that only extreme urgency could justify such impoliteness. "Have you received an appointment as the Enterprise's science officer?" The Vulcan nodded. "Thank you for your recommendation, Admiral. Thank you." The word "thank you" wasn't necessary, but Zonak used it nonetheless. Kirk had proven himself worthy of respect on many occasions. "But why aren't you on board?" The Vulcan shielded himself from this direct attack. "Captain Decker asked me to finish the scientific instructions here first." Kirk paused. "Here in Starfleet? The Enterprise is almost ready to leave dock." "It will take at least 20 hours, Admiral. That will take 12 hours, Kirk corrected. "Report to me as soon as possible upon arrival on board." "For you, sir?" Kirk nodded decisively. "I'll have a word with Nogura, then head to the Enterprise." Kirk turned and strode toward the turbo lifts. The Vulcan watched him go, raising an eyebrow in confusion. It seemed this Kirk was a little different from the one Zonak had known before. He wished humans weren't such a mystery. When Kirk first thought of the Enterprise, it was a pipe dream. Starfleet Command was a way of life a commanding officer could never join. At least, not while he remained in Starfleet. Over time, thoughts of retirement would cross Kirk's mind, though he might never again experience the unparalleled freedom and independence of Starfleet Command. But there were, after all, other types of ships. As Kirk walked toward Nogura's office, the Enterprise occupied almost his entire thoughts. He didn't realize, however, how strongly the need for a starship drove him. He truly believed he had come here because of an emergency that needed the Enterprise. And he, Kirk, was a far better candidate for command than the perhaps talented but far less experienced Decker. "That must be very difficult for you," Nogura said. "Captain Decker was something of a protege of yours, wasn't he?" "Yes, sir, but I don't see why that creates any difficulties. I recommended it at one time, because it was the best available. That's not the case now." Kirk felt a resolve he hadn't felt in years, and he had a powerful argument. He believed that Nogura needed less a captain accustomed to a repaired ship than someone with the most experience facing the unknown in deep space, like the object approaching Earth. Nogura initially seemed indifferent and disinterested, but Kirk also saw that the command admiral was agitated and tired. Was Kirk a better captain today than the talented and promising young Decker? How much had nearly 3 years on the ground, in unfamiliar and alien surroundings, damaged Kirk? Normally, Kirk would never have risked openly confronting the command admiral. But this was the first real challenge Kirk had faced in 3 years, and Nogura, as energetic and formidable a figure as he was also the one manipulating him, using him. This was a battle Kirk was determined to win. Kirk could see Nogura beginning to question his decision to use Decker. He was unusually patient, given his reputation. It became clear he must feel genuine regret for forcing Kirk to transfer to headquarters. Kirk had been with Nogura for 12 minutes. He suddenly felt a chill as Nogura rose abruptly to his feet. "The whole staff has been thinking this through, Jim," Nogura said. "I'm afraid every aspect is thoroughly substantiated." "Admiral, those points couldn't be thoroughly substantiated because I wasn't here." Kirk knew his only chance now was to challenge Nogura directly. "And since I'm here now, I assume you can inform me of the arguments used against my candidacy." As the commanding officer and a member of Nogura's staff, Kirk had both the right and the duty to be aware of everything discussed by his peers. Nogura stared at Kirk. 5 seconds. 10. 20. Kirk tried to keep his face neutral. He felt like everything would be decided in the next minute. "Do you want to go back that badly? To the Enterprise? I can't deny it would be a pleasure to come aboard. Jim, I send you to your glory. If there's the slightest chance you're driven by anything other than a professional desire to intercept something, study it, establish contact with living forms that—" "I don't understand the mention of glory, Gigachiro. I've never lied to you before, and I'm sure you haven't lied to me either." Kirk knew he had won. He also believed that everything he had said and left unsaid was the complete and absolute truth. Chapter 5. Kirk strode through headquarters toward the main orbital transporter, trying to wipe the glee from his face. He knew he'd taken shameless advantage of Nogura's politeness, but he was satisfied there was a good reason for it. He didn't think about Nogura's final words. "If you're convinced you're right, Jim, go. If not, for God's sake, don't do it." If McCoy had been here, he would have been concerned. This wasn't Kirk, the former captain of the Enterprise. Something had been lost. Some boundaries had been erased. And now no one knew whether they could be restored or not. Kirk's mind was on the Enterprise, and only a small part of it was thinking about the cloud approaching Earth. McCoy could have warned him that love for ships and love for women were rarely just poetic comparisons. Both were part of a similar passion for possession, and engendered a blindness to the responsibility they entailed. Kirk stepped onto the transporter platform. "Starfleet Dock, Central Junction, 7th Plaza. Activate." The transporter delivered Kirk to the engineering section of the vast central hub, home to the command and control of Starfleet's massive orbital docking complex. This was the fleet's largest structure, the primary repair base this side of Antares. It was here 9 years ago that young Jim Kirk had assumed command of the Enterprise. Senior engineer Montgomery Scott spotted Kirk, and with a look of pleasant surprise on his face, broke away from the group at the engineering computers. Scott's dark eyes lit up with joy, but his expression was one of concern. "Admiral, this departure order. Starfleet cannot be serious." "Why aren't the Enterprise's transporters working, Mr. Scott?" "It's a timing issue, sir," Scott said quickly. "Admiral, we spent 18 months redesigning and repairing it, and we're supposed to be ready in 20 hours. But whose damn idea is it that it'll suddenly be ready in 20 hours? Kirk noticed that his meeting with Scotty was being watched with curiosity. This place was bound to be teeming with rumors, and his arrival would undoubtedly spark another whirlwind. He turned to Scott, pushing him toward the pneumatic doors leading to the Central Hub's transport shuttles. Scotty closed his eyes. He'd spent too many years with this man not to realize something was wrong. He recognized that look. He'd seen that expression on Kirk's face before. Scott's former captain was prepared to face the challenges head-on, but he was determined to win this fight. The chief engineer began to move cautiously. But he didn't abandon the topic that was troubling him. He needs more thorough preparation. Testing. "Let's go," Kirk said decisively. Scott narrowed his eyes in confusion, momentarily unsure what to do. But Kirk stepped into the transport shuttle, and Scott realized he'd just been ordered to deliver Kirk to the Enterprise. It wasn't a request. It was an order. "Yes, sir." Scott quickly turned to the controls, entering his identification number and their destination. The doors slammed shut behind them. Kirk moved to the shuttle's nose. Green clearance lights flashed. Then, a slight flicker as the shuttle cleared the confines of the hub. Scott deftly maneuvered the shuttle, guiding them into the semi-darkness surrounding the docking bay. The Earth was above them, its vast contours almost blocking out the sun. Kirk spoke quickly, filling Scott in on the details of the alarm. Described the glowing cloud and Starfleet's theory that it was generated by some incredible power source at its heart. Scott stared up fiercely as Kirk described the new Klingon cruisers. Then his eyes flashed with a mixture of pleasure and alarm as Kirk described their destruction. The two men's eyes met. There was satisfaction in seeing 3 of the Klingons' most powerful ships destroyed. But it left the unanswered and still unanswered question of whether the rebuilt Enterprise could withstand the Invader's onslaught. "The Klingons definitely attacked him first," Kirk said. "We won't make that mistake again." "Hi. It's impossible to guess what the Enterprise can do," Scott interrupted. "No one's sure what she's capable of. The engines, deflectors, weapons, and defense systems, they're all new. Weapons tests are only suitable for a tourist cruise. And the engines, Admiral, haven't been tested at warp speed yet. Add to that an inexperienced captain." Kirk interrupted. 2.5 years at headquarters, Mr. Scott, may have left me a little worn out. But I certainly don't want to look at my inexperience." Scott realized something, then took a long, sharp look at Kirk's expression to make a precise judgment. Commanding officers usually never return to command of the ship. "They returned it to me, Scotty." Scott peered at him, understanding something and guessing the rest. "Return, sir? I don't think it was that simple." Scott had no doubt that Kirk had achieved this himself. "I wouldn't dare disappoint a man who could accomplish such a feat. He'll fly out on time. I'll prepare him somehow." Kirk simply nodded. Meanwhile, he kept glancing in the direction the shuttle was heading. He realized Scott had deliberately kept part of the dock out of their sight during their previous conversation. Kirk's expression softened. He could see the pride on Scott's face. The chief engineer touched the side control panel. "Here he is, sir." Chapter 6. The ship hung motionless in the orbital dock. "Enterprise," Montgomery Scott, with a somewhat unexpected flair for the dramatic, maneuvered to keep the ship out of Kirk's sight until the last possible moment. Then he banked sharply, and the Enterprise became visible in all its glory. Kirk's eyes saw only him. The space dock, its light, and the exquisite latticework surrounding the ship seemed designed solely to frame and highlight the symmetry and beauty of the new Enterprise. The dramatic effect was heightened by the lights that bathed the ship from every corner of the vast orbital dock, a diamond against the velvety blackness of space around it. Kirk had seen its new contours before, of course, but only during the restoration process. Now it was finished, completely finished. Kirk searched for phrases, descriptions, to express what he felt now. Was it like the woman he loved? No. At this moment it meant far more to him. A fairy tale? A myth come true? Yes. Like Aphrodite, raised from the seabed for the first time by Zeus, naked and stunningly beautiful. Note, in English, the word ship is feminine, hence the comparison. Lifted who, sir? Scotty looked at him, puzzled. Kirk realized he must have said something out loud. Scott guided their shuttle along the Enterprise's hull, allowing Kirk to admire every detail. And the chief engineer was tactful enough to point out enough design changes and new parts to support the theory that this was all just an inspection trip. Now their shuttle's control monitor glowed with symbols directing them to use one of the airlocks on the cargo deck. Kirk felt the shuttle descending. Then the clank of valves, the familiar whistle of pneumatics as the airlock doors opened. You can come home again. Whoever claimed it was a mistake. Now, what did Scotty say? Welcome aboard, Captain, Scott repeated. The cargo deck was a bustle of rigging and equipment, cargo handlers and scurrying technicians. Kirk felt a sense of awe as he saw how much the ship had changed. Neither his study of the blueprints nor his visits during the renovation had prepared him for the sheer number of changes. But these additions had clearly been carefully planned. There was a comforting feeling in watching those oddly shaped cargo containers move along the zero-gravity rails, almost ignoring the individual disheveled crew members. Each container, like a sentient being, like part of a vast mosaic, was capable of determining its own place on the ship. The airlocks clanked shut behind Kirk and Scott. The shuttle they'd arrived in was needed elsewhere in orbital dock. Haste, bustle, and signs of fatigue permeated the movements of the work crews as they struggled to get the Enterprise ready for operation in the nearly impossible time of 20 hours. Would he be able to depart on time? Somewhere inside the ship, Captain Decker was convincing Starfleet that a couple dozen hours of preparation wouldn't be enough. And Decker undoubtedly knew this Enterprise. Could he, Kirk, accomplish what the young and talented Decker deemed impossible? A disheveled young ensign came forward to greet them, suddenly nervous to see an admiral had arrived on board. "Permission to board, sir," Kirk said. "Agreed, sir," the ensign replied. "Welcome aboard, Admiral. And, Commander Scott, you are needed urgently in engineering." "Sir, if you'll excuse me," Scott said, leaving hastily. The full realization of it all hit Kirk again. "I'm back." At the same moment, he realized that his presence here was making life very difficult for the very busy young ensign, who obviously had other work requiring his attention. "Sir, would you like someone to accompany you?" "I think I can find my way on my own, Ensign." Kirk stepped away, feeling the young officer's relief behind him. He crossed the platform and headed down the deck toward the nearest turbo lift. After waiting a few minutes, he wondered if there was some feature of the new lifts that required him to do more than simply stand within sensor range. He frantically searched his memory for any such design changes to the Enterprise's turbo lifts. Finally, the turbo lift cabin arrived. It opened with a familiar whistle. Kirk stepped inside, soaking in the sensations of being here. "Bridge," he ordered, enjoying the moment. The turbo lift's mechanisms responded. The cabin began moving, far faster than he remembered. He could feel only a slight residual momentum as the cabin accelerated upward, followed by a slight sideways glide as the turbo lift moved horizontally to enter another shaft, before moving upward again. There was a new elevator progress indicator on the cabin wall, but he only glanced at it briefly. His own trained senses had already told him all he needed to know. The elevator had passed through the engineering section and was now hurtling upward toward the saucer section. Yes, he felt a slight acceleration as the elevator nearly soared through the lower 11 decks to bridge level. Slow down. Only a couple of minutes had passed since he arrived here. Had the bridge crew been informed that he would be their captain again? In any case, His first meeting with them must be important. He would appear before them, reasonably concerned, but confident that they would give him everything. The turbolift doors clicked open. Kirk stepped onto the bridge, but his arrival was unnoticed. Unlike the chaos of the vast cargo decks, the bridge was more like a compressed cauldron brought to a boil. Chaos everywhere. Equipment underfoot. Exposed consoles. Isolated view screens. The whir of auxiliary machinery, and somewhere, the shrill whine of an overload signal. Kirk felt a twinge of apprehension again. A feeling that he'd arrived here too quickly, perhaps even too unprepared. As always, he was angry with himself for allowing negative thoughts to creep in. Command was a positive assignment. He'd been here during the renovations, reviewing all the new blueprints and plans. He'd make a home here, and quickly. Something from this mess was already starting to get to him. They began to notice him. The romantic Asian Zulu, wearing lieutenant commander stripes and drenched in sweat, stood motionless at the helm. Frozen by Kirk's gaze. Uhura, also a lieutenant commander, with classically perfect features, also suddenly froze, interrupting her high-frequency transmitter check. And Chekhov, who seemed too young to be a true lieutenant, stood frozen behind the new weapons station. Kirk recalled rumors that Chekhov had recently returned from the commander's weapons school. "Sir? You, there. Turn off this overload signal." The silence began to break, Kirk's presence drawing glances and whispers. Uhura's expression reflected joy and welcome. Then she used the word he hoped someone would use. "Captain," she said, "Starfleet has just informed you that you have been assigned command." Uhura turned to him, as did Zulu and Chekhov, with smiles on their faces. There were cheers from some of the newcomers. Kirk sensed it could quickly devolve into a sentimental and time-consuming greeting. The first moments of command were too important for that. "Thank you for your greeting. I wish the circumstances were less critical." His tone and gaze anticipated the message he intended to deliver. He turned to Uhura. "Epsilon 9 is monitoring the Invader. Keep an open channel for them." "Yes, sir," Uhura replied. Kirk looked around the bridge, then asked, "Where is Captain Decker?" Zulu broke the silence. "He's in engineering, sir." The navigator pointed to the captain's chair. "He doesn't know." Kirk turned to Chekhov. "Please assemble the entire team on the recovery deck at 0400 hours. Make sure the large screen there is connected and working. I want to show everyone what we're up against." Chapter 7. After the turbolift doors closed behind Kirk, there was a temporary lull on the bridge, but work soon resumed. His presence seemed to leave a lingering electrical charge. Chekhov was surprised to find himself holding his breath for some reason. "He wanted it back," Zulu said. "I didn't want to be in his way when he went after it." Uhura nodded. It was exactly what she'd sensed in Kirk. He had that look in a man's eyes when he's won a woman. Uhura had seen that look before. But now she was troubled by the magnitude of the desire she saw too. One of the new team members spoke indignantly. "And Captain Decker?" This ship was given to him, and he was here every minute of the repairs. Uhura's doubts were dispelled when she rushed to Kirk's defense. "Ensign, our chances of returning from this mission just doubled." She wondered if that would be sufficient proof. From what she'd heard over the comm lines, Uhura could imagine a fairly complete picture of what they were about to face, and she was surprised to find herself doubting whether the James Kirk of today would be as capable of handling a critical situation as the captain she remembered. There was no denying that he'd spent 3 years on Earth, in a job he shouldn't have accepted. Montgomery Scott stood in the midst of what many would have considered a demonic abode. The reactor, stretching 3 decks above and 4 below him, had not yet glowed with the blinding light that indicated the warp drives were operating. But even now, the flashes of energy waves in the collectors gave everything an unearthly hue. But Scott had long ago learned to ignore it. Any work here seemed impossible, though not as impossible as it was for him to work anywhere else. Scott had never dreamed of one day commanding a ship himself. He considered it a foolish waste of his talents. He couldn't imagine greater honor and glory than he deserved as chief engineer of a starship, and especially this starship. The last 3 years of repairing and redesigning the Enterprise had been the happiest time of Scott's life. And now it was interrupted by the fact that they had to get the ship ready for service with inappropriate speed. The new engines, not yet tested at warp speed, were 6 times more powerful than anything previously used in space. And they were not things to be used hastily or carelessly. "Ready, engineer. Let's check the magnetic capacitances." The words came from a muscular young body that currently appeared headless. In reality, Will Decker's bright head was inside a tiny passageway leading to the auxiliary power console. The young captain wanted to get a close-up look at the microscopic diode chips that were burning out and causing the ship's transporters to malfunction. It was the report of this effect that had prompted Scott to rush here from the cargo deck, and he was impressed by Decker's resourcefulness in investigating and pinpointing the problem. Their test samples had verified accuracy, but as Decker carefully extricated himself, concern appeared in his eyes. The transporters were now supposed to lift the crew and cargo onto the ship, but Decker wished they had more time for further overload tests. Why had this rare burnout occurred? And why hadn't it been detected in the tests? Scott, tormented by the same doubts, began to insist that they would receive further information, and suddenly realized that Decker would soon be gone. He felt pain at the sudden disappointment of this young man he had learned to love and respect. When he saw Kirk approaching them, his face flushed with confusion as he realized Kirk was about to tell Decker everything here. He wondered if he could offer the young officer a little warning. But no, that would be inappropriate from anyone but Kirk. And given their nearly impossible schedule, Kirk was undoubtedly right to do it here, immediately, directly, and irrevocably. "Admiral Kirk," Captain Decker said, delighted, extending his hand for a handshake. "Are we receiving any final instructions?" The young captain's confident grin reminded Scott of another young Enterprise captain he had once known. "It'll be moving on time, even if we have to tow it with our bare hands. Right, Scotty?" "Yes, sir," Scott said unconvincingly. "Of course." Kirk intervened. "Will, let's step away for a bit and talk." He pointed toward the deck house, and Decker looked back, puzzled. Kirk turned to Scott. "Let me know when the backup equipment is in place." "Yes, sir," Scotty said, frowning as they walked away. Decker, almost too handsome, moving with the effortless ease of youth. Kirk, more composed, his movements controlled, his expression grim, but determined to do what he had to do. "With all due respect, sir, I hope this conversation won't be long. I'm simply too busy." Decker said this politely but firmly. He admired this man whose protege he was, but his friendship with Kirk took a back seat to his responsibilities here. "I'm taking the command chair," Kirk said. "Sorry, Will." "What are you?" Decker was sure he had misheard. "I'm replacing you as captain of the Enterprise." Decker felt his eyes widen. "You will remain on board as assistant commander." Temporarily demoted to commander. Decker found his voice. Did you receive command personally? Yes. May I ask why? Kirk nodded. My experience is 5 years of facing the unknown, like this. My knowledge of the Enterprise, this crew. Admiral, this is a practically brand new Enterprise. You don't know her a tenth as well as I do. And you won't have time to familiarize yourself with her. We could be in the thick of battle in 30 hours. That's why you're staying on board, Kirk replied calmly. I'm sorry, Will. No, Admiral, Decker flared. I don't think so. I remember you recommending me for this command. You told me how you envied me, and how painful it was to not have the opportunity to command a starship again. Well, sir, it looks like you found that opportunity. Report to the bridge, Commander, Kirk said flatly. Immediately. Decker stared at Kirk for a moment. Then he turned abruptly and left. Kirk watched him go, trying to regain his composure. He was dissatisfied with both Decker's reaction and his own approach. He felt he should have made it clear that envy had played no role in his decision to command the Enterprise again. Envy had no place here. What the hell? He suddenly noticed some strange flashes on the panel where Scott and Decker were working. The technician rushed to the switch. Transporter, urgently, he shouted, turning to Scott. Red alert on the transporters, Mr. Scott. Scott, turning pale, rushed to the intercom. Transporter, don't activate it, don't. The technician pointed to the indicators. It's too late. They're already raising someone. Kirk and Scott rushed to the nearest turbolift. Transporter engineer Janice Rand had never experienced such horror. On the transporter platform, where the two arrivals were supposed to materialize, a swirling maelstrom of hideous blackness swirled. Had she made a mistake in installing the energy converter? Add critical power, she commanded. Her assistant immediately carried out the order. Through the protective shields, Rand could see two shadows that seemed to be trying to materialize, but the silhouettes were still shaking and bending slightly. What was wrong? She saw now that all the adjustments were set, all the instruments were precise. Why were the warning lights lit? Her assistant was as stunned as she was. Damn this untested ship. Starfleet! She rushed to the transmitter. Intercept them. Intercept them. Take them back. We can't get them back, Starfleet replied. Two figures came into sharper focus. One was definitely male, a Vulcan. He must be Commander Zonak. Rand knew he was coming aboard. The other, a young, attractive woman. Rand felt a fresh wave of dread as they vanished again, then reappeared, shimmering. Kirk burst into the room. Scotty, a few steps behind, pushed aside his assistant. Rand made room for Kirk, who began a quick polarity check on the main console. She felt a faint sense of relief, confident that Jim Kirk would do his best. Damn! Kirk cursed, discovering that the boost button on this new panel was missing from its usual location. We're losing samples, Scotty said quickly. Kirk found the boost regulator, set it to full power, and turned to the transmitter. Starfleet, increase field voltage. We need a stronger signal. Starfleet's response was immediate. The vibrating silhouettes on the transporter gained greater density. Two figures almost completely materialized for an instant, and Rand heard a sound of agony, a disbelieving groan. On the platform? No, here. It was the captain. Kirk tried to refrain from shouting obscenities. It was Lori. Zonak too, but what was Lori doing here? She was dying, and he couldn't help her. Oh no, they're coming again. Rand recognized her own voice. The figures reappeared on the platform, but as a frighteningly swaying, writhing mass of chaotic substance, with skeletal outlines and pulsating organs on the outside of their bodies. Their arms clasped, they tore at the air, screams emanating from bloodied mouths. And then they were gone. The room was empty. "Oh my God," Rand realized it was Kirk's voice. "Starfleet, did you get them?" Starfleet responded. The voice was hesitant but quiet. "Enterprise, what we received did not last long, fortunately." Another stunned silence. Kirk hit the button, trying to control his voice. "Starfleet, Kirk, please, convey my condolences to Admiral Siani's parents. Tell them I will visit them, when circumstances permit. Commander Zonak's family can be reached through the Vulcan embassy." Kirk turned to see Rand's face filled with agonizing doubt. Had she killed them? "There was nothing you could do, Rand. It's not your fault," he said, turning and leaving the transporter room. Chapter 8. Kirk walked almost blindly down the corridor. He barely saw the hurrying crew and the dock technicians hurriedly clearing a path for him. He tried to banish from his mind the image of that distorted thing that had been the woman named Lori. Could he have saved her if he hadn't wasted precious seconds examining the new voltage amplifier? Lori. She must have volunteered for the ship at the last minute. Did she know they needed an officer knowledgeable in xenopsychology? Or was she hoping for what? His forgiveness? He hoped otherwise. She hadn't hurt him after all. In the first year back on Earth, he desperately needed what she had been to him. She'd realized it too, and it had been a pleasure for her to heal him and please him. In fact, the old Fox Nogura had understood it too. Even as these thoughts swirled through Kirk's mind, the crew members he encountered along the way reminded him to put his own pain aside. The effect of this on his ship, on his mission? Zonak was a critical loss. He was the second best science officer in Starfleet. No, he was the best available. Kirk looked around in confusion, lost in direction. A passing ensign stopped, returning his astonished gaze. "Turbolift 8?" he asked, feeling foolish. "Go this way, sir," the ensign replied, pointing. For the already exhausted crew, these transporter deaths could have been like a shock wave. Despite all the test results, the transporter was malfunctioning. What about the other systems? Would this shake up trust in the new ship? Or trust in him, also a new captain? Should he initiate the launch when the ship wasn't ready? Decker was right. This wasn't the Enterprise Kirk knew so well. Could Decker's knowledge prevent other incidents? Decker. He stood next to the turbolift, watching Kirk approach with curiosity. Had he seen Kirk ask about the turbolift's location? "We need to replace Commander Zonak," Kirk said. "If possible, I'd prefer a Vulcan." "Impossible, Captain." Did Decker know this for sure? Could he have already verified it? There is no one who is fully familiar with this model. "There you are, Mr. Decker. I'm afraid you'll have to assume the duties of science officer." Kirk stepped back, feeling Decker's gaze on his back. Had his new aide been expecting him to fail? Would he, Kirk, have been offended if someone had removed him from his first command all those years ago? Perhaps so. Could Decker's resentment have interfered with his duties as executive officer? Perhaps even as science officer? Or had he placed too much responsibility on him? Kirk felt he needed McCoy. Had he been unfair to Decker? It seemed he was beginning to be unfair to himself. He had often solved problems far more complex than any first mate could have created. And anyway, Decker shouldn't have caused any problems at all. He was a brilliant, responsible young officer. If Kirk was truly going to be a true captain on this mission, Decker would have to see it. But he also knew Nogura had manipulated him with ridiculous ease. And he knew he hadn't been in the captain's chair for 3 years. Could he ever be the same captain he once was? Or could that too be a delusion? Was it possible he'd just been happy? Kirk called Scott over the intercom. "I need a working transporter, Mr. Scott. Fully tested and fully backed up in every detail. Complete safety testing before every lift. Kirk here." He had less than 10 hours before takeoff and another 22 hours before they could reach and intercept the Invader, assuming no engine problems. Could he transform the ship, the crew, and himself into one in that limited time? Kirk switched the view screen to look at the wreck deck and saw that only a few of the crew had arrived early for the general meeting. He randomly selected one of the ship's scanners, and his mood improved slightly when he saw that most of the crew were standing at their posts until the last possible minute. In theory, any starship captain would have held such general meetings. But there was no space for them on early starships, and usually there was no need. The ship's nervous system, computers, scanners, and view screens, allowed contact with any crew member at any time. But this case was unique. Both captain and crew had to meet face to face. They had to witness the immense power of the Invader, if that was indeed the correct interpretation. They had to witness the fearsome weapon that had destroyed the Klingons. And Kirk's instinct told him that at such a moment, the crew needed someone to lead them. And it was important that he could see the crew's reaction to all this. And, a little old-fashioned as some might perceive it, Kirk knew that problems are always easier to solve when you stand shoulder to shoulder with friends. Of course, there were those who might criticize this mass gathering as a dramatic overload. To hell with all those critics. He intended to do everything he could to help these people unite into the unified team he needed. It was 0404 when Kirk descended onto the massive wreck deck, spanning several levels and the largest single interior section of the ship. Over 400 crew members were gathered on the vast deck, perched on the upper balconies and facing enormous view screens overlooking the orbital dock, where final preparations for launch were underway. The wreck deck was 3, maybe 4 times larger than the recreational deck of the previous Enterprise, not counting the training chambers and sports fields nearby. Many, though not deep space veterans, thought the new ship's space was pointlessly filled with play and social spaces. But those with years of space experience knew that this space was as essential on the ship as the engine room. Community and friendship were as essential to life as oxygen and food. For those who spent years on this ship, this space was a park, a library, a cafe, a promenade, a meeting place. The whispers and shuffling died down as Kirk entered and crossed the platform, turning to face them. At his signal, Uhura switched the main view screen to a recording of the Epsilon 9 space station's transmission. The expected reaction to the Katinga heavy cruisers, the puzzled amazement at the shimmering cloud, was all Kirk could muster. Kirk was surprised, noticing that it seemed like a recording of a fictional adventure he'd seen many times before. But his attention was brought back when the first green energy bolt struck, and the first Klingon cruiser was reduced to nothingness. When it was over, Kirk looked at the faces, familiar and unfamiliar. Noticing that many of the newcomers seemed almost impossibly young, he knew it was as if many of them had watched their own deaths on screen. And he felt once again that he had been right to change his uniform and don his captain's stripes once more. "That's all we know," Other than its heading for Earth, the Enterprise is the only ship within intercept range. People began to stir and whisper. He continued, "Our mission is to intercept this object, obtain information about it, and take any necessary and possible measures. Starfleet scientists believe there is a ship at the heart of the cloud. We hope that there are life forms on board that are as intelligent as we are." Kirk intended to end it there. He knew what he'd seen would send some crew members into a panic. Some might even request relief from their assignment. And he'd already given orders that, in that case, immediate transport down would be authorized. He turned to the crew, about to dismiss them. "Captain, we have received an urgent call from Epsilon 9. It was Uhura, receiving the message from the guard station, whose probes had captured the images they had just seen. Put it on the screen," Kirk said. The crew deserved as much information about the Invader as he could provide. He watched Uhura display the incoming message, a simple, hyperdimensional vibration. Then, Lieutenant Commander Branch, commander of this station near the Klingon border, appeared on the huge screen. He was flanked by an operator and an attractive female lieutenant manning the scanners. Kirk received a nod from Uhura, indicating that the connection had been established. "Branch, this is Kirk from the Enterprise. What do you have for us?" The image now covered most of the station, rows of sensors and long-range scanners, and outside, illuminated by faint starlight, a vast array of antennas that stretched out in all directions from the center of the station. "The Invader is heading for Earth," Branch said. "It's passing within sight of our station, and I can show it to you, if you want." The Enterprise's main observation screen appeared, and Kirk was able to see the strange cloud much closer than before. Whatever the enormous glow was, now, up close, it seemed to be composed of unnatural white-hot colors in some kind of geometric spectacle. Branch, checking the console's readings, turned to the screen. "Enterprise, what we saw was definitely a force field of some kind. Size, about 22 AU in diameter. Something incredible inside is generating it. 22 times the distance from the Earth to the Sun." Branch looked at the screen seriously. "We transmitted a friendly message on all frequencies. No response." "Minor voltage in the center of the cloud, sir," the technician said. "There's definitely something inside," the attractive lieutenant chimed in. "But all the scanner beams are being reflected. We're trying to get samples. They seem to be responding to the scanners." "Some kind of energy wave," Branch said. "Enterprise, they might interpret the scan as a hostile act." Kirk saw Branch straighten up. He understood that look. "Deflectors, full power." Branch slammed the panic button. An alarm sounded. The image warped, flickered, cleared again, and they heard a shout. "We're under attack! External view!" Kirk barked. Uhura flipped the switch, revealing a view of the station from the outside. A point of writhing green fury emanating from the cloud. The same arrows that had destroyed the Klingons. The image drew groans from the crew. This wasn't a recording. It was happening now, and it was terrifyingly real. Then someone screamed. There was nothing anyone could do, not here, not on the station. The green wave struck the station with catastrophic force. The image vanished, and the Starfleet station became a whirlpool of furious energy and shards of debris. Nothing remained of it. "Turn off the screen," Kirk said quietly. He forced himself to turn to the crew and look them in the eye. Was there anything he could say to them now? No, he decided. For those who couldn't cope with what they were seeing, his words would change nothing. "The countdown begins in 40 minutes, he said. "You're free to go." Chapter 9. The sight of Epsilon 9's destruction cost Kirk 31 crew members who returned to Starfleet. But this number was fewer than Kirk had feared. Despite rumors of a suicide mission, most of the crew remained at their posts. The countdown was already 21 minutes behind schedule as replacements and latecomers boarded. The transporters worked reliably, and even Kirk was pleased that the problem had been resolved. Meanwhile, he was doing his best to gather all the small, indefinable reins of command that made the ship feel like a community and a family. Sometimes it was as simple as a remembered name or a good old joke. At such moments, he rejoiced in his reputation as a living legend. Created by Nogura for other purposes, it was undeniably useful in winning the loyalty of the new crew. His old crew ignored it. Of course, they supported him for other reasons. But balance had been achieved on the ship, and he could issue nearly impossible orders to everyone. The turbolift delivered him to the bridge. In all the time he'd been in command, he hadn't had time to actually sit in it yet. He climbed down to the wheel, catching curious glances from some of the crew. Uhura and Zulu were there. It was a little odd to see Chekhov at the weapons console, but it was a pleasure to have the young Russian occupy this important position, especially now. He noticed that, despite the young lieutenant's boyish appearance, he had the confidence of a grown man. Kirk touched the strange new feature on the captain's chair, looking approvingly at the new auxiliary restraints, which were as well reinforced as everywhere else on the bridge. They would hold him firmly in his chair, despite any unforeseen circumstances that might disable the inertial dampening system. So how the hell is he supposed to get into that chair? The restraints were designed to cover his knees. Unfortunately, they were currently in the closed position, effectively preventing him from sitting in the chair. Where was the switch? Had anyone seen it? The captain couldn't figure out how his own chair worked. Uhura turned to him, a question in her eyes, when he noticed what looked like a switch. Zulu turned too when Kirk touched the button. Thankfully, it worked. He sat up, relieved. Was there a hint of amused understanding on Uhura's face? Zulu gave him a small smile and nodded. "I never expected to see you sitting here again, sir," Zulu said. His smile made it clear the navigator was pleased to see Kirk back in the command chair. "Countdown in 21 minutes and liftoff, sir," Decker said. Kirk looked up at Decker, who stood behind the chair, no doubt ready to provide the captain with any information he needed. He was relaying the current report to one of the new displays. Kirk accepted it, reassured that the main displays were the old, proven design. Decker made a verbal report. "Condition, Captain. Primary systems may be operating at only 40% or less. Auxiliary systems may be operating at 50 or 70%. Phasers and warp drives have not yet been tested under real-world conditions. Mr. Scott believes he can deliver 80% of pulse power." "Warp drives?" Kirk asked. "I think there might be problems," Decker replied. "We'll have to go through weeks of test runs before the antimatter mixers are fully balanced in." "I realize that, Mr. Decker. Thank you. The further, the better." Kirk's check of his current status seemed to indicate that Decker was performing his duties as assistant with great precision, managing the ship's routine. So Kirk was free to take command. But when the additional duties of science officer began to interfere, Uhura received the signal. Transporter and Chief Engineer Montgomery Scott report that the transporters have been fully checked and are now functioning normally, sir. "The dock signal is clear, sir," Zulu added from the helm. "Captain," Uhura continued, "the transporter reports that the navigator, Junior Lieutenant Ilea, is already on board and heading to the bridge." Kirk, watching Decker and seeing his reaction, became wary. "She's from Delta," Uhura continued, placing a slight emphasis. "But there are no better navigators in Starfleet, Commander." Kirk realized the reprimand in his voice, and he immediately regretted it. Uhura was the last person who needed a lecture on species diversity. She was simply trying to warn him, and the other men on the bridge too. Deltans were Deltans, and a warning would help those who knew what it meant. Kirk noticed Decker become unusually tense upon hearing Uhura's announcement. Chekhov only briefly raised his eyes to the ceiling with a "give me strength" expression. Only Zulu didn't react, apparently not paying attention to Uhura's words. The Deltans were an old and highly advanced race, but only a few of them served in Starfleet, and the navigator might simply have never met them. Kirk decided to give Zulu some explanation. After all, he'd have to work in close proximity to her. But it was probably best for Zulu to handle this on his own time. Kirk knew that the irresistible influence the Deltans had on any being of the opposite sex went far beyond mere physical manifestation. Subconscious sense, pheromones, emitted by both Deltan men and women, triggered a hormonal response in virtually all life forms of the opposite sex. This was especially true for humans, as the scents were beyond their olfactory threshold, just as ultrasound is beyond human hearing. But the effect of these Deltan pheromones was noticeable. Unsuspecting humans experienced sexual arousal without understanding why. This could cause problems aboard ship, but it was worth it, for the Deltans were excellent navigators. The elevator doors opened, and Lieutenant Ilia stepped onto the bridge. Her aura of sensuality surprised even Kirk, though he had been warned and prepared for it. For some reason, she seemed naked to him, despite her perfectly proper lieutenant's uniform. Then, Kirk realized the sensation of nakedness was due to the fact that her head was completely devoid of hair, save for her dark, graceful eyebrows and eyelashes. She took a purposeful step toward Kirk. "Lieutenant Ilia reporting for duty, sir." Her voice carried the strains of alien music. Kirk concentrated to respond formally. The pheromones were working on him, and he had to resist. He was the captain, after all. "Welcome aboard, Lieutenant," he said. Then, he noticed her eyes find Decker and meet his. The two clearly recognized each other. "Hello, Ilia," Decker said. "Decker!" she cried. Kirk watched them with some concern. It was becoming obvious that the two knew each other well. If Ilia hadn't been Deltan, it would certainly have been Decker's business, not Kirk's. But the fact that she was Deltan changed that. If Decker was attracted to her, it could become a serious problem. Kirk couldn't afford to risk losing someone who was both his second-in-command and his science officer. Decker turned to the command chair, knowing full well what Kirk was thinking. "I was on the lieutenant's home planet a few years ago," he said. Ilia looked at his sleeve insignia, puzzled. She knew he was a captain, assigned to command. "Commander Decker?" she asked. "Our first mate and science officer." Kirk's voice was formal enough to warn her away from that topic. "Captain Kirk," Decker said, "has complete confidence in me." "And you have a lieutenant in you too," Kirk said, sensing a strange subtext. "My vow of celibacy is on record," Ilia maintained her polite tone. "May I begin my duties?" "Without a doubt," Kirk nodded. He regretted that her vow of celibacy had been mentioned in such a way, but it was a Starfleet requirement when Deltans served with human crews. "Sir, Starfleet reports the final 6 crew members are ready to board," Chekhov reported. "But one of them is refusing to step onto the transporter platform." At first, Kirk thought about that incident. Then suddenly he realized what it really meant. For the first time since coming aboard, a smile touched his lips. I bet that's true." As Kirk hurried to the turbolift, Decker took over the bridge. He was shocked by Ilia's presence. Once, he had faced a choice between her and Starfleet. Then he had chosen the starship. Now he had lost that, too. He turned abruptly. "Mr. Zulu, You were responsible for Lieutenant Ilea. Zulu's eyes widened. Sir? Then he realized. Yes, of course. Zulu was stunned by the strange feeling that had overcome him since his appearance on the Delton's bridge. He turned to Ilea, wishing he could take a cold shower. Your preliminary program is already set, Lieutenant. Zulu felt himself swaying, but unlike Kirk, he had no choice. He tried to bow to her but stumbled, opting instead to simply offer her his hand. Feeling her touch, he jerked his hand away and quickly turned to her navigation console, checking the readouts. It's all in the computer, he muttered. You won't have any problems. She won't. You will, Mr. Zulu, Decker thought. But fortunately for them all, the effect diminished significantly as Ilea became accustomed to her surroundings. Now her pheromones were simply an automatic response to the presence of unfamiliar men. Zulu reacted much the same way Decker had when he first saw Ilea. At that moment, Zulu pressed the wrong button, and a signal sounded that hummed condemningly until he hurried to turn it off. Ilea smiled sympathetically. I've taken a vow of celibacy, Mr. Zulu. That makes me as safe as human women. This, Decker thought, was an elaborate Starfleet invention. His vow of celibacy made her presence tolerable but not entirely safe. But he owed her an apology for what Kirk had said earlier. I'm sure the captain meant no personal offense, he had told her. Ilea's gaze shifted to the console. I never take advantage of sexually immature species, she said. Then she looked at Decker. You'll explain to him that this is true, won't you? Decker felt himself blush. Kirk entered the transporter room and joined Janice Rand and her assistant, who were lifting the last 5 arrivals. He was pleased to see that, although the memory of the horror she had experienced kept her somewhat tense, she operated the console and herself with a natural, calm mastery. He had always liked Rand. She glanced quickly at Kirk as the 5 new arrivals began to leave the platform. What's the problem? Kirk asked. Some commander who told us to get out, the young woman replied. Said something about it mixing up our molecules. Kirk, smiling to himself, turned to the transmitter. Starfleet, this is Captain Kirk. This officer is to be retrieved immediately. It took a little longer than immediately, but eventually the transporter began to hum, and the shimmering shadow began to take on a familiar shape. On the transporter platform, Dr. Leonard McCoy examined himself carefully, expressing considerable relief at finding himself in one piece. He was heavily bearded, wearing trousers and a work shirt, heavy boots, all consistent with Kirk's information that McCoy had become something of a recluse, researching the application of Fabrini medicine to the locals. He looked nothing like the starship's chief surgeon. But his demeanor remained the same. The skeptical, protesting, homely manner of a country doctor. Well, for a man who swore he'd never return to Starfleet, Kirk began with a grin. McCoy interrupted. What happened, Captain Sir, that your esteemed Admiral Nogura used a little-known, rarely used treaty to activate reserve officers? Kirk listened more to McCoy's tone than to his words. Was it just a grumble? No, it was a sign of genuine anger. Bones was clearly content to live as he was. He resented being suddenly ripped away from it all. Simply put, Captain Sir, they called me. They didn't do it, Kirk said with an inscrutable face, but McCoy immediately became suspicious. He flushed with anger. It was your idea, it was your suggestion, wasn't it? It had been a long time since men had been forcibly conscripted into service aboard Navy ships. Nogura McCoy's conscription, as Kirk understood it, may have been based more on power than moral conviction. But McCoy had at least come here, perhaps simply out of curiosity, and Kirk had no intention of losing him now. He had too many questions about himself. What had changed in him? Had these 3 years far away affected him? If anyone could provide the answers, it was McCoy. The deceptively simple title of ship's doctor actually indicated who was the most powerful person aboard after the captain. Depending on the circumstances, the ship's doctor could relieve even the captain of a starship of his duties. And professionals like McCoy were especially needed on long missions, where the captain's power was so complete that he could almost feel like a god. Precedents had already been set, and Kirk was always grateful to the system that placed McCoy between him and this kind of madness. "Bones," Kirk began softly but firmly. "There is something. Why do we call anything we can't understand something?" McCoy snapped. "Following this path," Kirk continued. "Bones, I need you." He extended his hand. It was ignored. "Were you the cause of this?" McCoy persisted. "Me. Bones, I really need you." "I thought so." "Bones, I really need you," Kirk said, extending his hand again. McCoy's blue eyes met his. An agonizingly long moment passed, and finally the doctor stepped forward and shook the outstretched hand. That long handshake marked the reunion of 2 very old and very close friends. McCoy turned to Rand. "Permission to board?" Rand smiled, pleased. "Permission granted, sir." McCoy approached the door, muttering under his breath, as if bracing himself for the worst. "I need chapel, and I need it now. A nurse, not a doctor who discusses every diagnosis, and—" He walked further into the corridor, his words trailing behind him. "They probably redesigned the infirmary, too. Engineers like to turn everything upside down." Rand, checking the lists, reported, "All aboard, Captain." Kirk nodded and turned to the intercom. "All decks, this is the captain. Prepare for immediate departure." Chapter 10. Captain's Log, Enterprise, Stardate 7412.3. By Admiralty orders, Enterprise is ready to depart dock on my command. Also by Admiralty orders, I, James T. Kirk, assume command of this ship and crew. Kirk relaxed as he sat in the command chair. The seat was now officially his, and he allowed himself to savor the first moment, pretending to survey the bridge. He didn't expect to deceive anyone, but he knew they would tolerate it at a moment like this. He glanced at Decker, whose gaze remained fixed ahead. Kirk felt a twinge of sympathy, then reminded himself that if they returned alive, Decker would have his own such moment. James Kirk, sitting here again, felt like Lazarus stepping out into the sunlight. "Doc is ready to shut down the force beam," Uhura said. Kirk nodded. "Confirm shutdown." The order was given, and on the main screen they saw the huge, thick power supply cords begin to separate from the ship, drifting away in zero gravity. Zulu kept his hands on the maneuvering thrusters, ready for the next command. Kirk waited for the all-clear confirmation. Was he rushing things too much? Decker insistently recommended waiting another 3 hours before launch. Although Decker undoubtedly knew the ship better, Kirk was certain that delaying the launch would mean wasting a favorable opportunity. A late launch could raise doubts about their ability to complete the mission on time. He decided to go. "Dock control reports ready, sir," Uhura said. "The helmsman is ready, sir," said Zudu. "The departure course has been set." It was a new voice, but he recognized it immediately. Ilea, the Deltan navigator. "Dock control is giving the signal to depart, sir," Uhura said. "I've checked all the stations, Captain." It was Decker, who completed the final check and confirmed the ship's readiness. "Muting thrusters, Mr. Zulu," Kirk said. "Yes, sir." Kirk knew the dock workers would see tiny jets of blue fire. He watched the screen carefully, trying to spot the barely noticeable flicker, the movement that would indicate the dock's force beam had been deactivated. "They freed us. It's moving freely." "Maintain position, Mr. Zulu," Kirk ordered. "Thrusters to maintain position, sir." Zulu's experienced hands guided the Enterprise precisely into the center of the dock. Zulu nodded to Kirk, confirming that these systems at least were functioning properly. Kirk nodded. "Thrusters forward, Mr. Zulu. Get us outside." Zulu touched the control console with his right hand, and the Enterprise began to slowly move forward, while the docking legs on the screen began to move backward. Outside, along the legs, stood tiny human figures in spacesuits. Some technicians waved, others simply looked on with weary satisfaction. No, others waved too, watching the Enterprise majestically emerge from its orbital chrysalis. The Earth was a gigantic dark mass, taking up almost half the sky above them. The sun had now completely disappeared behind the planet, and the last atmospheric glare of sunlight at that moment reflected off the ship's blue-white hull. Kirk didn't need to be outside to imagine the spectacle of its departure. He felt the grace with which the ship left the delicate metal lace of the docking station, sliding over his shoulders, and felt the pure freedom of space cooling its surface. Something drew Decker's gaze to the man in the center chair. Kirk stared ahead, his gaze piercing. What was in that look? Something of poetry, religion, passion, and something else, more than Decker could comprehend. He was surprised to feel far less bitterness than he expected. Though he'd never served alongside Kirk, he longed to, like any young officer. Even the memory of his own famous father couldn't change the fact that Kirk was arguably the best captain in Starfleet history. At least, he had been the best. Decker hoped that was still true. Scott had long since grown accustomed to the sounds of the engine room. It was hard to explain, but they sounded like music, and now he heard them again. Scott checked the impulse engines again. Kirk would soon order them to fire. The chief engineer saw on the screen that the maneuvering thrusters had placed the Enterprise into orbit around the docking station. Scotty could see the familiar shimmer, barely noticeable in the massive reactor. He heard a low, pulsing sound, like the vibration of a compressed spring. Microscopic quantities of matter and antimatter were entering the reactor, but the annihilation of even a pinhead of this mixture was enough to provide the impulse power the captain would soon require, and which Scott would have to provide. In the mixing reactor, even these micrograms would give the ship a boost equivalent to thousands of old hydrogen rockets firing in unison. "What's the situation, engineering?" Decker's voice came over the intercom. "All set. Pulse engines on your command, Bridge." On the status screen, Scott could see Zulu disabling the boosters. Then, he heard Kirk's order. "Impulse propulsion, helmsman. Forward. Warp 0.5. At the edge of the Enterprise's saucer section, impulse engines erupted in a blinding white light. Scott's thousands of hydrogen rockets were nothing compared to the explosion of energy unfolding now. But the vague hum couldn't be felt inside the ship. Inertial decelerators dampened the acceleration, and it could only be detected by bridge stations. "Put the starting point on the screen," Kirk ordered. He didn't want to miss a single moment. Behind them was a breathtaking panorama of the San Francisco orbital dock. But its image was rapidly shrinking, and the enormous dark sphere of Earth was moving toward the center of the screen, blocking the last rays of the sun as it disappeared behind it. The Earth grew smaller and smaller, receding from the accelerating ship. Chekhov's grin was similar to the expressions on Uhura and Zulu's faces. Kirk was glad they were feeling this moment too. And then, suddenly, he was struck by the realization that they were also enjoying his presence here. He felt something akin to shame, remembering how many departures from different planets he had shared with them, and how little he had thought about it over the past 3 years. He wondered why, but he decided it was difficult to be philosophical and enthusiastic at the same time. "Screens forward," he said. The screen shone with the stars of the space ahead. Kirk relaxed in the captain's chair. Yes, it was all right. He had nothing to fear now, except losing this. Chapter 11. McCoy entered the infirmary without a word. His beard scraped against Chapel's face as he hugged her tightly. He'd expressed his misfortune in sufficient detail for Chapel to recover from the surprise of his sudden appearance. And now she could sit back and watch with some amusement as he began to suspiciously examine the gleaming array of highly complex equipment. Christina Chapel, MD, had a PhD in biomedicine. When she joined the Enterprise 7 years ago as chief nurse. Over the years, her admiration for McCoy's medical abilities almost reached the level of professional awe. She learned more around him than during her residency training for her MD. She knew McCoy was undoubtedly secretly delighted by the high quality of the new equipment, though he would of course pretend forever that all he really needed was the patient and his own senses, allowing him to see their condition. Another of McCoy's maxims was that the human body and brain generate their own physical defenses and regenerative mechanisms. So the first and most important function of physiology was to help the patient heal. She had seen enough examples of his incredible abilities to know that his disdain for drugs and surgery was genuine. But when the need arose, McCoy could be as skilled as a seasoned surgeon, and his pharmaceutical knowledge encompassed the remedies of 50 planets. And most of the equipment here was ordered according to his recommendations. Despite the sounds of frustration he was making, McCoy couldn't tear his gaze away from the advanced examination table, with its remarkable ability to translucently scan any part of a patient's body, as if the body were constructed of laminated glass. It also allowed him to examine a patient so thoroughly that he could even count the molecules within a single cell. Chapel saw that he was also quietly pleased that Starfleet had been equipped with Daystром's equipment, which used some of the Fabrini medical terms McCoy had discovered about 5 years earlier, and Spock had translated from the records of a civilization that had perished tens of thousands of years earlier. "They said you were promoted to ship's doctor," McCoy said, turning to stare at her. "Yes, Leonard. I was certified 2 years ago." She noticed a hint of surprise at the use of his first name. But her title and medical position were as legitimate as his, even though she had served under him as a nurse for nearly 5 years. "Aren't you worried I'm taking over?" McCoy asked. "You just got demoted to assistant ship surgeon." I have never felt such joy and relief in my life. Even McCoy couldn't doubt the sincerity in her blue eyes. "Let me see the captain's medical records," McCoy asked. Chapel sighed with relief. If McCoy was testing her, he'd find her well prepared. Over the years of working with McCoy, she'd come to understand the importance of the relationship between a ship's captain and its senior medical officer. At the core of that relationship was the fact that the ship's physician bore grave responsibility for the captain's physical, emotional, and mental health, as well as the authority to relieve said captain of duty under certain conditions. It couldn't be otherwise in a service where research extended so far into the galaxy that a starship captain might go for years without contact with the Admiralty. McCoy studied Chapel's records carefully, particularly the information she'd gathered on Kirk and other key officers. It helped that the medical scanner had become standard on ships, a tiny scanner transmitter worn by all crew members. It was located on the belt, in the perfect location for a medical scanner. The information it transmitted displayed all vital signs on the sickbay screens. This information, of course, was as confidential as other medical records, but it had the significant advantage of providing the medical department with a continuous report on the physical condition of all crew members. "What do these captain status charts mean?" McCoy asked. "You see that this is a stress indicator?" "Definitely. And you?" Her calm tone drew McCoy's quick glance. She was letting him know this wasn't just random data on the captain's current condition. Although the study had only lasted about 50 hours, since Kirk's arrival on board, Chapel had also obtained other medical records on Kirk from Starfleet, and her comparison of the two clearly indicated a recent, severe emotional crisis. McCoy had been feeling a vague unease about James Kirk ever since he heard that his former captain had somehow regained command of the Enterprise. Furthermore, McCoy's resignation from the service had exacerbated the problem. Upon learning that Kirk had been offered admiral stars, McCoy protested vehemently, confident in the support of other medical officers. It wasn't so much that McCoy was protesting his friend's promotion to rank and respect. It was a medical protest against the fact that Kirk's psychological profile had been ignored by the Admiralty when it offered him the position. When McCoy's protest was rudely dismissed by Nogura, he resigned in anger. McCoy knew Kirk too well to expect him to adapt to life on Earth, and the fact that such an existence offered neither the challenges nor the freedom Kirk had known as a starship captain. What did Christina Chapel say? It seemed to resonate with his thoughts about Kirk. "And his choice," Chapel continued. "Star Command suits his psychological needs so perfectly that losing it causes physical and emotional symptoms remarkably similar to those of someone coming off drugs." McCoy glanced at her sharply, about to comment that apples and coconuts shouldn't be compared. But then he realized Chapel was surprisingly close to the truth. Jupiter was rapidly approaching, its color systems looking as unnatural as ever. Kirk hadn't been this close to this enormous planet in 8 years, and he marveled at how the enormous red spot with its dark center now seemed even larger than ever, like a giant eye peering down at them. Some of Jupiter's moons were also visible, particularly Io and Ganymede. Kirk recalled that the motion of these moons, observed by Galileo, was humanity's first proof that Earth was not the center of the universe. "The operator at Jupiter Station is aware of our intention to engage warp drives," Decker said. Kirk nodded in agreement. So, Decker's performance as both first officer and science officer was more than satisfactory. Not that he expected trouble anytime sooner or later, but it was pleasant to simply sit in his chair and watch Jupiter float by. Over the past few centuries, humanity has transformed Galileo's discoveries into knowledge and achievements that earlier scientists could not even imagine. Did Einstein and Clark foresee energy collectors encircling the Sun and Earth? Kirk recalled O'Neill's book, which predicted that humans would one day create beautiful arrays of planets. The creation of the last and largest of these was made possible only by materials and chemicals mined in the Jupiter system. The moon Io somewhat surprised the first Earth scientists to visit it, though not as much as the earlier discovery that their own moon had once served as a base for space travelers. Their identities remained a mystery, who conducted genetic experiments on early life forms 1,000,000 years before human history began. Kirk saw Alia press a button, and the course changed from the one previously requested. He saw her look and nodded, acknowledging her navigational skills were excellent. Captain's log, stardate 7412.6. 2.5 hours after liftoff. We've delayed deploying the warp drives until now, until the engines are fully balanced. Although the chief engineer and first officer are dissatisfied with the test results, I can't risk delaying any longer. We must intercept the Invader as quickly as possible. Jupiter was now behind them, receding on the screens. Kirk sensed that Decker, on the science station behind him, had finished his calculations, but he wasn't entirely satisfied with the results. "Captain," Decker said, running a second check, "assuming we have full warp drive power, at warp 7 we should reach the Invader in 20 hours. "The science officer's calculations have been confirmed," Ilea said. Kirk caught more than just a glance between the Deltan and his assistant out of the corner of his eye. At that very moment, the turbolift doors opened, and a clean-shaven and uniformed Dr. McCoy entered the bridge. Good old Bones. Kirk felt his spirits rise steadily, despite the doctor's stern expression. "Well, Bones, does your new equipment meet your approval?" "No," McCoy replied firmly. "The infirmary looks like a goddamn computer center." "The program to initiate warp speed is set," Decker told Kirk. Kirk turned to the wheel, but Decker wasn't finished. "Captain, of course it's your decision, but I would recommend further verification." "Mr. Decker, the only way to intercept the Invader is to gather intelligence on it before it reaches Earth. That means we need warp speed now." Kirk was sure McCoy was giving him a curious look, but Decker's request for further verification earned him a stern response. Kirk pressed the intercom button. "Engineering, prepare to go to warp." Scott's excited reply came immediately. "Captain, we need further research on the warp engines using the flow sensors." "Mr. Scott," Kirk insisted, "we need warp speed now." "You're too pushy, Jim," McCoy said quietly. "Your men know their job." Kirk felt offended by the doctor's intrusion. "I know my job too, Doctor," he said, glancing at McCoy. "Hold on a minute, Captain," Scotty said over the intercom. Kirk waited. Through the intercom, he could hear the increasing rumble as the senior engineer readied the engines for warp. Scott and the technicians muttered in the background. "There's nothing more I can do," Kirk heard the technician say. Scotty's voice was harsh. "Okay, man." Then he spoke directly into the intercom. "Those are the Bodner lines, sir. I can't guarantee they'll—" Kirk interrupted. Did anyone understand the need to intercept whatever it was as early as possible? "Warp engines, Mr. Scott," he said firmly. "Mr. Zulu, prepare for warp 1. "Accelerating to warp 1, sir." As Zulu began pressing buttons on his console, Kirk felt the faint echo of unimaginable energy. Almost a century ago, the first successful warp-powered jump by a ship shattered all theories based on an overly narrow and unimaginative interpretation of Einstein's work. That first ship and its occupants weren't transformed into pure energy. Simply, when the ship reached the threshold of light speed, it also reached the boundary between normal space and hyperspace. This boundary was time, which revealed to these first hyperspace travelers that the universe around their ship had begun to shrink in size. Starting at warp 1 and increasing exponentially, the higher the warp speed, the smaller the universe, and the closer any point within it. Meanwhile, Zulu continued his even count. Warp 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. Indications of the time continuum. Decker warned that their approaching boundary was uneven. "Warp 1, sir," Zulu reported. Kirk swiveled his chair toward the science station. "Mr. Decker," he began. But he was interrupted by a commotion of alarms, bells, and shouts. On the main screen, The spiral of stars and lights suddenly collapsed into a whirlpool, as if a cork had been pulled, and the universe was being sucked into a vast cosmic sink. "Time vortex!" Kirk shouted. "Mr. Zulu, back on impulse drive, full power." The klaxons continued to hum loudly as the screens showed a window into the space-time distortion the Enterprise had caused. The stars became strange, elongated ghosts as the Enterprise was pulled further and further into the hyperspace vortex. The ship began to shake violently, and its controls ceased to function. "Controls failed," Zulu shouted over the noise. "Backup pulse power." "Subcosmic frequencies are blocked," Uhura added. Decker, checking the research station, shouted, "The negative effect of the inertial delay will last for 22 seconds, until our speed slows to sublight." From the Delta navigator, "An unidentified object fell into the hole along with us, Captain, right in front of us." "Full force fields. Bring the object onto the screen." Kirk had to shout to be understood. The temporal distortion was becoming significant, distorting everything they saw and heard. The main screen showed a small point of light directly ahead. The ship's computer reported, "Collision hazard, collision hazard." "Manual control," Kirk shouted to Zulu. "The manual control isn't working." Zulu struggled in vain at the control console. "Navigation deflectors are raising," the Delta navigator reported. Then she suddenly reacted in alarm. "Navigation deflectors are inactive, Captain." From the science station, Decker reported, "I believe it's an asteroid, Captain." He touched the main screen's control console, setting it to double magnification. Now they saw not a tiny bright dot, but a vast, shapeless piece of space debris, warped by a time distortion. The asteroid chunk, appearing larger and larger on the screen, was on a collision course with the Enterprise. Chapter 12. The main screen showed a huge, nickel-iron asteroid heading straight for them. Zulu, followed by the Delta navigator, zoomed in on their screens, attempting to make calculations. "Concision in 12. Ilea's voice reflected the temporal distortion affecting everything around them. Kirk tried to process what Ilea had said. What she had said must have meant impact in 12 seconds. "Ready phasers," Kirk ordered Chekhov, who understood enough to activate the phaser controls. Then Kirk heard, "Sss." What was Decker shouting? "Don't touch the phasers? Use photon torpedoes?" Yes, that's probably it. Decker reached Chekhov and pressed the torpedo preparation button. There was no time to demand clarification. Decker wouldn't have countermanded Kirk's order without a compelling reason. A time distortion clouded his mind. How many seconds had passed since those 12? "Photon torpedoes are armed," Chekhov said. Kirk saw Decker giving the command. "Launch torpedoes." Chekhov pressed the button on the right. "Torpedoes, launched." The ship spat out enormous streams of bright energy that seemed to move too slowly. Zulu zoomed in on the view screen, and the asteroid's enormous, ugly face filled the screen once again. Less than 2 seconds remained until impact. When the compressed fury of the photon torpedo struck the asteroid, like a diamond shattering under a jeweler's chisel, the enormous asteroid immediately exploded into thousands of tiny fragments, smashing into the forward deflector screens. The smaller fragments erupted in blue, then white fire, and were destroyed by the ship's force fields. The last large chunk struck hard, causing the entire starship to shake. A final attempt at destruction. "We did it!" Chekhov's exultant cry rang out, his words now sounding normal. At the same moment, Kirk saw a change on the main viewing screen. The beautiful, starry sky of normal space. "Control restored, sir," Zulu called. "We're maintaining a constant speed at warp 0.8, Decker reported. Kirk realized his own role during this had been unusually passive. He hadn't objected when his orders to Chekhov had been ignored. Why had Decker forced the use of photon torpedoes? Phasers could have worked just as well. The fact that torpedoes took longer to launch gave them a second before destruction. What was Decker thinking? Decker turned to the intercom, calling engineering. "One moment, First Officer," Scotty's grim voice replied. "We're restoring the settings." Kirk noticed Uhura's puzzled look. Why? Why was she worried that he still hadn't asked why the First Officer had countermanded his order? He was surprised to see how much effort it took to turn to the intercom. "I need warp speed as soon as possible." "Understood, Captain," Scotty's voice replied. "But it was the antimatter imbalance that created the space-time vortex. It could happen again if we don't fix the formula. Mr. Scott, the Invader is less than 2 days from Earth. We must intercept it before it reaches it." Scotty's head showed some irritation. "We understand that too, sir. We will try." Kirk turned off the intercom and rose from his seat to join Decker. "Mr. Decker, I would like to see you in my cabin." "Mr. Zulu, take the bridge." "Mind if I join you?" McCoy asked. Kirk wished the ship's doctor would go to hell, but he saw no way to deny the doctor's legitimate interest in any command discussion. He nodded to McCoy and entered the elevator, followed by a sullen Decker. As they entered the captain's quarters, McCoy quietly faded into the background. Decker stood face to face with Kirk, waiting, looking ahead imperturbably. Kirk broke the silence. "Explanation, Mr. Decker. Why did you countermand my order for phasers?" Decker was annoyingly cold and polite. "Sir, the redesigned phasers are locked to the main engines. When an antimatter imbalance occurs, the phasers automatically shut down." Kirk hadn't expected this. He felt a pang of annoyance when he suddenly realized that Decker had been forced to do what he had done. "And you acted appropriately, of course." "Thank you, sir. I'm sorry if I put you in an awkward position." "Confusion? Of course it was confusion." Kirk remembered those phaser redesign projects. He'd protested vehemently and ridiculed the design mercilessly. But the engineers had replied that the starship wouldn't use phaser batteries while the warp drives were operating. He'd allowed himself to be convinced that Starfleet had listened to his experience and accepted his recommendations. What was wrong with his mind that he'd made such a foolish assumption? "You saved the ship," Kirk said. He had no choice but to admit it. "I know about that, sir," Decker replied coldly and calmly. Kirk flushed. "Stop competing with me, Decker. May I speak frankly, sir?" "I give you permission," Kirk replied wearily. "Sir, you haven't entered a single star into the logbook for 2.5 years. That, coupled with your ignorance of the ship's new design, in my opinion, seriously jeopardizes our mission." Kirk felt himself struggling to maintain control. "I suppose you'll be coddling me through these difficulties, mister?" "Yes, sir, I will." Kirk eyed his first officer with some distrust. Was Decker challenging him? If so, Kirk wasn't about to risk it. Admitting it bothered him. "Then I relieve you of your duties, Commander," he said. When Decker left, Kirk turned to McCoy. "Yes, Doctor?" McCoy said nothing, waiting for Decker to leave the cabin and the door to close behind him. "He could be right, Jim," McCoy said. "Get out of here, Bones," Kirk said. McCoy shook his head. "As a ship's doctor, I am now discussing the subject of command fitness." Kirk felt his face freeze. Return to your seat, Doctor. The truth, Captain, is that you're the one being competitive. You'd do anything to get the Enterprise. McCoy's blue eyes shrewdly gauged Kirk's reaction. And are you here to determine how I came to this command, Doctor? Or my fitness to carry it? I'll agree to an honest answer. Why? Kirk was puzzled. McCoy seemed so serious, and yet the answer to his question had been so basic. Kirk began to explain. The Invader. It was a godsend, McCoy interrupted. And you knew it might never happen again. It could have put you back on the bridge of a starship, and even more uncannily, that bridge could have been the bridge of the Enterprise. Kirk exploded. McCoy, this is ridiculous. It was a mission, and the Enterprise was the only suitable ship. And when this mission is over, you won't want to stay on it. Kirk felt himself in the middle of a temporal distortion again. What had McCoy said? If he'd heard correctly, McCoy was talking about something more than unsuitability. I intend to keep it, Kirk said wearily. Is that what you meant, Doctor? McCoy nodded. And I can tell you exactly how you hope to preserve it. Whether you truly realize it or not, you're hoping that Invader will somehow make it possible. Kirk felt a chill, wondering if it was cold rage. Could he physically threaten to throw McCoy out of his cabin? McCoy continued. And if the Invader is dangerous, and if you win, the grateful Fleet Command will let you name whatever you want. And if you die in the attempt, accidentally taking us all with you, so what? You'd rather die than give it up again, wouldn't you, Jim? Kirk realized the chill was fear. Not fear of the Invader or fear of failure, or even fear of losing this command. No, he remembered his oath to Starfleet, the solemn acceptance of responsibility and professional pride. He couldn't easily accept even the possibility that the Doctor was right, especially in light of these unconscious motivations and the mystical achievements of the subconscious. But in all the time he'd known McCoy, he'd completely ignored his advice only once, the day he'd assumed the admiral's stars. Bones. Kirk forced himself to nod. Yes, I wanted that. You said it went much further. Jim, it's an obsession that can blind you. Your reaction to Decker is a case in point. Kirk looked at McCoy in surprise. The word obsession struck a raw nerve. Did that explain the nagging feeling of something wrong? Were personal needs taking precedence over professional duties? If so, and if he couldn't change it, he should immediately consider returning command to Decker. Before Kirk could answer, Uhura's voice came over the intercom. This is a signal from a Federation long-range shuttle. It wishes to stop nearby and drop off a passenger. For what purpose? Kirk asked. Chekhov appeared on the screen. This is a courier, Captain. Essential. I confirm no hostile intent. Very well, Mr. Chekhov, let's see. Turn off the screen. He turned to McCoy, eye to eye, the question of his suitability still hanging between them. Your opinion has been taken into account, Doctor. Anything else? I hope not, McCoy replied. Kirk turned away, leaving the last word to McCoy, and called engineering. Mr. Scott, in addition to obtaining warp power, I need an alternative power source for the phasers that bypasses the engines. Ignore the power drain. We've spent enough time with failed engines to know the phasers shouldn't be dependent on it. The intercom came. Yes, sir, and I think if you ask Mr. Decker about it. Kirk interrupted angrily. Mr. Scott, I will discuss this with my first officer if I deem it necessary. Over and out. Kirk abruptly switched off the intercom. Decker had been on the Enterprise during the redesign, and he'd missed the phaser error. Kirk told himself he'd never have allowed that, even if he had to go to the Federation console himself. But Decker had never commanded a heavy cruiser in deep space. Decker left Kirk's quarters in silent anger. Kirk was no fool, but he knew nothing about this ship. Decker, however, knew it, piece by piece and in its entirety, and he'd argued with Starfleet engineering about the phaser circuit. In the end, he and Scott had agreed that once they deorbited it, they'd rewire the phaser bypass circuit. It was already halfway done, and if only they had a little more time. His thoughts were interrupted by the turbolift that had just emerged from Aelia, stopping. This wasn't good. Even his command crisis couldn't stop that old response to her presence. He froze in place, trying to appear unperturbed. Was he difficult? Aelia asked worriedly. Decker felt something give way. No more than I expected. He hesitated, then added, Not as much as you. Sorry. For what? For leaving or for not saying goodbye? She turned and walked toward her cabin, the doors swinging open and closing behind her, leaving him staring after her, remembering and regretting. He'd fled like a thief. He regretted having to run from her, but he knew that while Deltan unity through sex might have destroyed his psyche, it held a powerful attraction for him. Decker was primarily what people thought he was, Matt Decker's son, a reliable, talented Starfleet sailor. But there was also his mother, who had raised him while Matt Decker wandered the stars, and she had placed him on the edge of the new humanity, giving Will Decker a taste of the unusual rewards of community. Kirk took over the bridge, trying to focus his thoughts on the arrival of the courier shuttle. McCoy was right. Damn it, how he wanted it. And not just now, at this moment. Suppose the Invader changed course tomorrow, or turned out to pose no danger to Earth. Would he be relieved? Genuinely relieved? Relieved that the danger was over? If not, he shouldn't be in the command chair. He had no right to worry about himself or his own future, any more than any crew member was allowed to disobey his orders for personal reasons. The oath of Starfleet was unwavering and clear on this point. The ship approaching the Enterprise was, officially, a long-range shuttle. But this shuttle designation was one of those misnomers often perpetuated as a tradition in services like Starfleet. This tradition began long ago, with lunar shuttles, then extended to larger interplanetary shuttles, and now included ships with warp drives, which ships began to be equipped with about 50 years ago. It was as foolish as calling the NCC Enterprise a heavy cruiser, which it most certainly was not. Starfleet's most powerful starship deserved at least the old naval name of battleship, but some admirals and statesmen in the distant past decided to use the term cruiser as more civilized and less militaristic. However, the most correct and accurate description of the Enterprise was that of a research ship, which better reflected its use and functions. But by any name, it was a beautiful little ship that passed alongside the Enterprise and activated a retropulse to reverse course. The passenger capsule separated and began moving toward the starship's main airlock. The engine bays hovered in the vacuum, waiting for the passenger capsule to clear and return for reunification. The passenger pod is returning to the shuttle, Chekhov said with relief. Whatever had arrived on the Enterprise wasn't planning to attack the ship immediately. On the view screen, the passenger pod was returning to the engine bay. Decker appeared on the bridge and headed toward the science station. The captain turned to him, and Decker was startled by what he saw on his face. A look completely alien to Kirk. It looked almost like Nogura. I want you to hear this, Mr. Decker, Kirk said, pressing the button to listen to the ship's log. Captain's log, supplement. A commendation to Mr. Decker for the correct and precise action he took in overriding my order to use his phaser in the space-time vortex. His knowledge and quick action saved the ship. End log. Kirk. Thank you, Captain, Decker said. Kirk felt relieved that Decker hadn't said he was just doing his job or anything like that. The praise was for a job done exceptionally well. At that moment, the turbolift doors opened. A figure in a formal dark cloak was tall and slender, with deep-set, almost glowing eyes and a quick, sharp gaze. It was Spock. Chapter 13. Kirk seemed stunned. Spock! Spock, where? Why? Then he smiled and extended his hand. But the Vulcan turned, ignoring Kirk's greeting, and headed for the science console where Decker sat. Commander, if I may. Spock's voice sounded unusually flat to Decker. It was, however, not the Vulcan voice he'd heard from old recordings of the Enterprise. But most of all, Decker was surprised by his own unusual sense of awe at Spock's appearance. It took the first officer a moment to realize Spock wanted to take his place at the science station. He quickly rose to his feet, trying to show, yes, of course. Decker knew without boasting that he was at least as good as anyone at the station. But right now he looked more like an amateur yielding his keyboard to a professional. Spock slid into a chair, concentrating on his calculations, picking up the keys to control the restored systems. Decker felt no disappointment as he watched. Spock's long fingers played the carefully arranged array of selectors, synthesizers, and controls with astonishing speed, each touch perfectly precise. "I have been checking your transmissions to Starfleet, Captain," Spock said in the same calm tone. "And I am aware of your engine problems." The science station's vast array of screens flashed in and out of view, leaving Decker baffled, and then even more startled to remember that Spock had never sat at this model of console before, even though it reflected the recommendations he'd left in the science journal. Spock paused, scanning the displays. Then he turned to Kirk, still expressionless. "I offer my services as science officer." Kirk's relief was absolute. If there was a way to quickly reach warp speed, it had just arrived. Kirk turned to Decker. "If our senior assistant doesn't mind." "Of course not," Decker said quickly. "I am well aware of Mr. Spock's professionalism." The young officer began to forget the disappointment he'd recently experienced. How had Spock appeared at this precise moment? Had James Kirk somehow orchestrated this? Over the past 5-year mission, the Enterprise, under Captain Kirk's command, had repeatedly accomplished the impossible. If Spock had come here on his own, it at least stemmed from the well-known friendship between the two. And Spock's professional admiration for Kirk was also well known. In any case, Decker's opinion of Kirk began to slowly rise again. Chekhov returned to his station, still stunned after seeing Spock at the shuttle's cockpit. "Mr. Chekhov," Kirk said, "record Mr. Spock's Starfleet credentials and add him to the crew roster as science officer." Although Kirk was as shocked as the others, he was pleased to feel like he had woken up first and was now viewing it all from a commanding perspective. But he still felt the sting of such a sharp and unexpected reminder of his friendship and affection for Spock. However, Spock's new demeanor cautioned Kirk against personal views at this moment. Spock suddenly looked up from the research station, confirming the required fuel formula requires coordination with the senior engineer. Spock said, "I can proceed immediately if the captain has no questions." Kirk felt that now, finally, he was in complete control of this ship and this mission. "Go ahead, Spock," Kirk said. Do whatever it takes to get to warp speed as quickly as possible." Without giving any sign of acknowledgement, Spock turned and headed for the turbo lift. Just then, one of them arrived, ushering Dr. McCoy and Christina Chapel onto the bridge. It was clear Spock intended to ignore them as he had the other familiar faces on the bridge. But they entered too quickly, blocking his path. The first time Chapel saw him, she'd felt an almost suffocating pain. And now she stood before him, cursing herself for looking stupid, trying to come up with a simple greeting. She hated the stupid smile that appeared on her face. "Mr. Spock." McCoy tried almost as unsuccessfully to hide his affection. "Spock, I'm always glad to see you." Spock's gaze, sweeping over them quickly, was so utterly devoid of interest that even a slap to the face would have been kinder. It was as if he were deliberately committing cruelty. Kirk approached, intending to intervene, but restrained himself and retreated. "That's what we all feel, Mr." Uhura began, hoping to convince Spock of the sincerity of everyone's greeting. But she fell silent when the same cold, indifferent gaze settled on her mid-sentence. Kirk noted that, except for essential on-duty situations, Spock seemed intent on completely and objectively ignoring all crew members. The reasons for this could be as interesting as what brought him here. Perhaps just as painful. Kirk decided not to remind Spock that pain could cut both ways. He waited until the Vulcan reached the turbo lift. Then, "Mr. Spock, welcome aboard." Spock hesitated for a moment. Kirk knew his voice was sincere enough to trigger memories in the Vulcan mind. But though he paused for a moment, Spock stepped into the turbo lift. The doors closed, concealing him. "Don't look a gift Vulcan in the ear," McCoy said. Kirk chuckled. Bones' statement was completely nonsensical, but Spock's very presence seemed to promise that everything would soon be all right. Chapter 14. "It is now possible to continue without me," Spock said to the chief engineer. "Yes, of course." The Scotsman's voice was clearly irritated. "It's just a shame we'll miss the sound of your sweet laughter." Spock ignored it, just as he had the engineer's outstretched hand 2 hours ago. Damn it, Spock. Montgomery Scott wasn't used to being ignored, especially not here, in his own domain. But what a brilliant engineer a Vulcan would be. It was definitely his calling. Long accustomed to Spock's logic, Scott was nonetheless deeply shocked. After an hour of working at the engineering console, Spock shut down the computer that fed him test formulas and engine data. Then, for what seemed like a dozen long minutes, Spock stared into space. Finally, with complete dispassion, he proposed a fuel formula that the computer recognized as being within a hair's breadth of perfection. The formula was immediately fed into the simulators, which were running at full speed. On the other side of Scotty's console, the massive reactor flared with an almost blinding light, indicating that the antimatter valves were now functioning properly. Scott knew the powerful hum could be heard on the bridge as well. His monitors showed every section and subsection of the massive ship constricting in its second attempt to reach warp speed. Spock headed to the opposite end of the engineering bay. Here, in the maze of generators and the web of supporting structures, were numerous small rooms that some psychological architects had designed as comfortable private alcoves. In some ways, it was the most pleasant place on the ship, a haphazard afterthought, lacking the purposeful efficiency of the rest of the ship's compartments. Here, crew members could relax, alone or with new friends. As he entered, he heard the sounds of human love, telling him that privacy was still respected in this part of the ship. He quickly moved on, wishing his hearing weren't so acute in moments like these, so that nothing would distract him. He passed 2 doors marked with infinity symbols, indicating they were reserved exclusively for meditation, but both rooms were occupied. Good. It was strange how Earth species regularly needed rest even in non-stressful situations. No doubt a result of the energy they wasted every minute on emotional trivialities. Excellent. There was an unoccupied alcove with a wide circular observation port. He closed the door behind him and, in the darkness, touched the override button on the observation port's protective shell. He knelt in the Vulcan manner, relaxing his physical body to keep his 6 primary senses from entering his consciousness. He looked outward, at the stars. It helped him feel the vastness of the outside world, and know that he was part of it all, and simultaneously, all of it. His 7th sense had long convinced him, and still did, that this relationship between consciousness and the universe was the only existing reality. The Masters of Gaul had spent much of their lives seeking an answer to the question of how living consciousness could be both part and whole. Spock tried to imagine some form of mathematics that might explain this. He knew it was hopeless to apply limited symbols to unlimited concepts. But the training had cleared his mind, and the meditation deepened. Spock hadn't reached the level of Kolinar he'd sought. If he had, all his memories of this life and these people would have become paragons of logic, devoid of any hint of pain or pleasure. Even after his failure at Gaul, he'd expected that long study and training had at least eradicated the emotions this ship and these people had once awakened in him. This wasn't the case. Upon arrival here, the mere sight of the Enterprise made his heart beat faster. The other physiological changes that surrounded him upon arriving on the bridge were so intense that they made him despise himself. There was much that perplexed his mind. Why was it so hard to forget Chekhov's surprise and joy when he greeted him in the main airlock upon arriving on the ship? And on the bridge, Kirk. The very name made Spock groan inwardly, remembering what it had cost him to decline his greeting. Tihila. And then McCoy, so humanly human. And then Chapel with her eccentricities and impossible fantasies. Zulu the romantic, Uhura with her songs. Spock's mind was open. It was here. He waited. It touched his mind. The same terrifying consciousness he'd felt on Vulcan found him here. An almost geometric cascade of logical patterns in its breathtaking finality. He had no doubt now that it emanated from the strange, cloud-like object approaching Earth, and he quickly tried to analyze it. Was it a single mind, or many minds working in unison? He thought it was quite possible the latter, as he could sense myriad thoughts moving with incredible speed. Then it was gone. However, Spock felt a part of that mind linger at the edge of his thoughts. Was it watching? Waiting? Waiting for what? Spock turned to his memory, replaying it slowly, ever so slowly, searching for his last encounter. Yes. Spock was startled by the suddenly clear answer. In all this confusion of thoughts and consciousness, there was a sense of confusion, and a strange hint of despair in that confusion. For the second time, he sensed not only logic but also terrifying knowledge. Could there be something that had so far baffled the logic and knowledge of this greatness? Something that had been sought almost hopelessly? Spock was certain he had not deluded himself in seeking his own answer here. Could it be that this improbability required something that could be fulfilled by an insignificance named Spock? Chapter 15. Captain's Log, Stardate 7413.4. Thanks to the timely arrival and assistance of Mr. Spock, the engines have been balanced to full warp. The repair took less than 3 hours, allowing us to intercept the Invader more than a day from Earth. Kirk glanced at the science station. Spock had returned a few minutes ago, in uniform and with a short haircut, but still deeply in self-isolation. Zulu, too, was looking curiously in that direction. The navigator had no doubt that Spock's presence increased their chances of survival. But he couldn't help but think that the old Spock would have improved those chances even more. "We're ready, Captain," Scott's voice came over the intercom. "Prepare to give us warp energy," Kirk replied. "Our engines are not yet precisely balanced, Captain," Spock said. "But I have checked the balance formula accordingly." Decker stepped out of the turbolift at that moment, his eyes scanning the bridge as he turned to Kirk. "I recommend yellow alert for all decks, Captain." "It's completely unnecessary," Spock said. "Yellow alert to all decks," Kirk ordered. The Vulcan gave no indication of hearing or feeling anything. Meanwhile, Chekhov pressed a button and an alarm sounded. "Yellow alert, all decks, yellow alert, all decks, yellow—" The computer voice cut off as Kirk touched the muffler. Decker looked at Spock apologetically. "I don't doubt your calculations, Mr. Spock, but this formula is similar to the one that threw us into the space-time vortex last time." Kirk was irritated by how completely Spock ignored the crew. Given what had happened last time, Decker was right to recommend everyone be on standby. "Science officer," Kirk said. "I want you to answer my assistant when he speaks to you." Spock turned to Decker. "At the moment, there is not even a slight risk of a hyperspace rupture, First Officer." Kirk nodded to Zulu. "Forward, Warp 1. Warp 1, sir. Commencing acceleration." They felt a pulse of energy, an ancient battle of matter and antimatter shattering into energy. Then they were thrown forward, and even the inertial dampeners couldn't dampen the wave. Despite the certainty of Spock's assertion, a swirl of tension swirled through the bridge. "Warp 0.9, 0.92, 0.95, 0.98. Zulu's auxiliary screens showed the energy effect between the ship's enormous engine nacelles. At any moment, they would either enter hyperspace or shift. The stellar mass condensed ahead in a dark glare of cold fire. "Warp 1, sir." Kirk forced himself to wait out the long interval during which the last apparent success had dissolved into chaos. "Yellow alert cancelled," he said to Chekhov, then to Zulu. "Hold your course, helmsman." Everyone exhaled, and Kirk turned to the science station, expecting to see at least a nod. But Spock was immersed in calculations. Scott's triumphant voice came over the intercom. "I'm telling you, the ship wanted all this. It didn't even strain itself." They gradually increased speed to warp 7.61. Spock designated this as the limit until the engines were fully balanced. Then, when everything was checked, Kirk pressed the intercom button. "Dr. McCoy, please be in the officer's lounge in 5 minutes." He headed for the turbolift, adding, "I would be grateful if you would join us as well, Mr. Spock." The officer's lounge was located 3 decks below the bridge, at the head of the entire command compartment. Observation ports offered the ship's finest view of space and, at warp speeds, hyperspace. When the ship moved at warp speeds, the myriad stars visible from here merged into a mass ahead, and the ship's incredible speed was evident here, as occasional single stars seemed to glide freely backward, flaring in the opposite star cluster behind. McCoy loved the officer's lounge. He was pleased that Starfleet could understand the need for such luxury, especially for those who had earned it through years of service. And it was doubly gratifying that entry was open to all. The exclusive use of this room by commanding officers was simply a tradition, born of the respect earned by senior officers. The Vulcan entered, still cold and distant. McCoy was half angry and half frustrated. Despite Spock's outward Vulcan coldness, McCoy had known him too well for years to miss the small signals of human pain. It irritated the doctor that Spock, so impeccably logical in other ways, so adamantly rejected his human blood. And he was also worried that this strain might test Spock to his limits. "Please sit down," Kirk said. Spock remained standing. "Sir, I would like Dr. McCoy to be absent from this conversation." McCoy noticed Kirk's gaze grow heavy. "I need him here," Kirk said. "Sit down." It was unmistakable to give the order, but even then, for a moment, it seemed Spock would refuse. Finally, he sat down, but formally, motionless, his eyes focused on the captain. Kirk decided to maintain the official tone in his voice. "Your report indicates that on Vulcan you suddenly sensed a strong emission of thoughts that seemed to be part of some being or beings moving here. Can you elaborate on these thoughts?" Spock responded equally formally. "I only felt what seemed like an almost omniscient example of absolute logic. I can't explain anything else." "Did you have any contact with this consciousness afterward?" McCoy asked. Spock continued to look at Kirk. "Positive. Since being on board, there has been a second contact in which I sensed a certain confusion, and also a certain urgency in searching for an answer. I have no idea the nature of this confusion." "That's all?" Kirk asked. "Two mental contacts with some kind of consciousness? Nothing more?" Spock wished Kirk's question hadn't been so broad. "On Vulcan, I thought I sensed your thoughts for a moment, Captain. It sounded as if you were wondering if the Klingon cruisers had been destroyed, or turned into exhibits of some sort." Kirk's expression told McCoy he'd truly thought about it, though that surprised McCoy far less than the fact that Spock had admitted he'd sensed it, given his coldness today. It was common knowledge that telepathic communication between a Vulcan and a human was only possible in cases of very close friendship. Kirk nodded. "I wished I could discuss all this with you. I'm used to having you there in such critical situations." McCoy looked at Spock, who sat up straight, staring straight ahead. Why couldn't Spock answer him? What secrets? "I heard you went to Gaul after your discharge," Kirk said. "Did you study with the Vulcan Masters?" "This question intrudes into my privacy, Captain." "Emotions, Spock?" McCoy noticed a flicker of expression at Kirk's mention of the Masters. "Is it possible you failed?" Spock turned slowly to McCoy, acknowledging his presence for the first time. "Your deductive reasoning makes you trustworthy, Doctor. But your idle curiosity does not." "My professional curiosity, Science Officer." McCoy was also capable of a strictly formal tone. "Do I see anger now?" McCoy noticed the quick glance, though Spock's expression returned to impassiveness almost immediately. It was precisely this sort of thing that made Spock an object of the doctor's interest. He had no choice but to nod, acknowledging the truth of McCoy's observations. But he directed the nod at Kirk. "I believed that Gaul's disciplines would destroy my human half. I haven't achieved my goal. I haven't done it yet. The fact that you sensed patterns of absolute logic," Kirk began to ask, "does that have anything to do with your stay here?" "It is only a hope to complete what the Masters could not," Spock said. "It's fortunate we crossed your path," McCoy said. "That's it, Bones," Kirk said. but his tone remained stern as he turned to Spock. "You're my science officer, and I expect an immediate report of anything you learn or sense." "I accepted service as a Starfleet officer," Spock said dryly. Kirk nodded, accepting the rebuke. "It was painful for me too. Thank you." Spock turned and left without a word. Kirk and McCoy exchanged uneasy glances. Then Kirk stood. "Jim," McCoy called. Kirk returned, and McCoy waited until Spock was sure he could hear them. "No matter how casually Vulcans take oaths, remember that every person and everything has a breaking point." Kirk shook his head. "I can't believe Spock would ever turn against us. Jim, if this consciousness is as vast and powerful as Spock described to us, it may have no other choice." Kirk entered the bridge and found Spock at the science station. Decker was in the command chair. Seeing him, the young officer rose and approached to report, pulling up a display showing the current performance of all the Enterprise's departments and services. "The situation is improving significantly, sir," Decker reported. He gestured toward Chekhov's weapons and defense department, whose level was now considered high, around 80. Communications were also good. Secondary and support services were still showing low efficiency, but all efforts were being focused on improving their performance. "What's that?" Decker's display showed an interesting bypass energy channel. It looked a lot like the thing Kirk had reminded the chief engineer about. No wonder Scott had told Decker about it. In fact, Decker was already working on a design that could allow phasers to operate even with the engines off. "Mr. Scott and I do this in our spare time," Decker said with some satisfaction. Kirk was genuinely surprised. According to the display, the main part of the bypass device was already in place. This meant that Decker was not only aware of his needs, but had already completed enough work to make the device nearly complete. "It's a shame there won't be time to finish this," Kirk said. Decker chuckled. "I knew you'd say that, sir. I think I've worked out a way to make the necessary changes in no more than 4 hours." Kirk hesitated. If any unexpected problems arose during the deployment of this device, it would leave them helplessly floating down the Invader's path, their phasers and engines inoperative. Kirk resisted the urge to ask his second-in-command if he was confident in his assessment. Decker was as well informed about their situation as anyone, and he knew this ship better than anyone. Kirk suddenly realized how much he trusted his second-in-command. "You may continue," Kirk said. "I am very pleased and impressed, Will." "Thank you, sir." Decker hurried toward the turbo lift. Kirk glanced at the crew. He couldn't boast that they'd earned a full readiness rating, but they'd certainly done a remarkable job. And it had been mostly Decker's work, until Kirk arrived on the scene. McCoy had been right. Kirk now understood it. Taking command of the ship had been a secret obsession, hidden even from himself until the news of the Invader. When he realized it offered a chance to return not only to space, but also to the Enterprise, he closed his mind to everything else. Maintaining command became the goal of the entire mission. He was truly shocked to realize how close he had come to the brink. Kirk came to the bridge to confront the now inevitable decision. Who could serve the Enterprise and Earth better? He or Decker? But even as he asked himself the question, he realized the decision had already been made. He could feel it in the way he breathed, moved, yes, and thought. He knew that feeling, and was immeasurably glad it was still there. It was a little strange for someone who had lived another life far away, but the James Kirk he wanted to be, the one he was now, had never left this bridge. Chapter 16. Captain's log, stardate 7413.9. Navigation scanners have detected the Invader and have not detected any change in its course or direction. We expect visual contact in 5 minutes. Once Kirk had filled out the log, Decker handed him the ship's status readings. After reviewing them, he turned to the helmsman. "Shut down navigation scanners, reduce navigation deflectors to minimum," Kirk ordered. "Forward scanners off," Zulu said. "Deflectors at minimum." Kirk scanned the bridge, checking station after station, ensuring that nothing on the ship indicated they were planning or expecting an attack. Kirk turned to the wheel. "Navigator, conical intercept and pursuit course established, sir," Ilea said. "Lingua code? We are prepared to transmit a standard friendly greeting on all frequencies," Uhura replied. Kirk checked that Spock was at the science station and the rest of the crew were in place. "Full screen magnification?" Kirk asked. "Full zoom," Zulu confirmed. "Nothing in sight yet." Soon they would spot a huge cloud approaching at warp 7, and themselves moving even faster. Their impossible speed relative to each other was complicated by the unusual mechanisms of hyperspace. A single mistake by the navigator, and they would hurtle past the Invader. But Kirk trusted the Deltan. The conical interception meant that the Enterprise's nose would be pointed at the center of the strange cloud at all times. Thus, as it circled the Invader, the Enterprise would appear to be tethered to it by a rubber band. To anyone looking from the bow, the ship would appear to be moving directly toward the cloud, but at an increasingly slower pace as it approached. The Klingons made no attempt to intercept the cloud in this manner. Kirk hoped that any spacefaring intelligence would immediately understand the Enterprise's peaceful intentions. "Did you see that, sir?" Decker asked. Kirk realized there had been complete silence on the bridge for several seconds. "Thank you, Mr. Decker. Commander Uhura, you may begin transmitting a friendly message on all frequencies." Kirk was glad he'd remembered that. Otherwise, Will Decker must have suspected the man who'd replaced him had been lost in his dreams at that crucial moment. Yes, he could see it in his field of vision now, too. For now, it was just a dot of warmer color against the star-like mass ahead. "Red alert," Kirk said. The klaxons were silent. He knew only the internal alarms were ringing in the crew's minds. They were all on the wreck deck and knew what they were about to face. The cloud had already begun to grow in size. They had all seen the green death that had emerged to destroy 3 Klingon ships, each at least as powerful as the Enterprise. "All decks are on red alert, sir," Decker reported. Kirk nodded, returning to the vital need to convince the Invader that this interception was peaceful. The Enterprise mustn't appear to be preparing for battle. Not a single scanning beam was to be fired from any station on the ship. But asking the operators at each station if they were sure all scanners and sensors were offline would only show nervousness. Besides, it was unnecessary. Decker had already checked everything anyway. Kirk was close to a smile, realizing how much he had learned to trust the young man's abilities. The cloud grew to the size of a fingernail. Had he forgotten a detail in the last few minutes? Kirk scanned every station on the bridge: helm, navigation, science, weapons, and defense, and prepared to close the circle. The cloud grew from a dot to the size of a large coin. The crew had seen it destroy the crew of Epsilon 9, and of course, some of them were afraid. But they were undoubtedly the most experienced crew, always together. Fearful or not, they obeyed their captain's commands. And the Enterprise was the most famous and powerful ship in the entire fleet. Kirk felt now, more than ever, that he had done the right thing in taking it under his command. Decker would have been an excellent captain, but he didn't have the advantage of Kirk, who had become a legendary figure in Starfleet. As tedious and foolish as it might sometimes seem, right now it meant Kirk had a crew united by faith, he hoped, in their leader. Kirk felt a surge of emotion for these men and women, who, having seen death flowing from the cloud, still remained here. The ordinary and beautiful blue planet below them needed protection. It had given birth to a resilient, steadfast, and undeniably courageous race. Since the dawn of time, there had been other groups like this one, handfuls of small people standing together against the darkness of night, against saber-toothed assassins, against the sea, and finally, against space. The forms and faces of the unknown had changed over the eons, but nothing had changed in human courage. "Captain, we are being scanned," Spock said. Kirk put the speakerphone on. "Attention all decks, this is the captain. We've been scanned. Whatever happens, do nothing. I repeat, do nothing, until I give the order." The cloud outgrew the star mass of hyperspace ahead, taking on its own form so quickly that their eyes could see it develop. Its ominous shimmer became even more noticeable. "Scanning beams are emanating directly from the center of the cloud," Spock reported. "Energy type unknown." The cloud now obscured all the stars on the screen and continued to grow, filling half the blackness before them. Kirk felt a pulse of growing energy as the Enterprise continued its conical interception. Although the cloud appeared directly in front of them on the screen, they were actually moving to the side and would soon begin to glide behind it, pursuing it. "The Klingons were first struck at about this range," Decker said quietly to Kirk. The cloud grew larger, assuming its true size, 22 times the distance between the Sun and Earth, enough to obscure a sizable star and its planets. Its iridescent colors sparkled like diamonds as it filled the entire space before them. "Did you feel any awareness of our presence, Mr. Spock?" Spock shook his head. "Negative, Captain. Nothing." Kirk looked questioningly at Uhura. "We continue to transmit a friendly greeting in lingua code on all frequencies, Captain." No response. This worried him most. Any intelligent being capable of interstellar travel would have no problem deciphering the lingua code. The keys to it were universal constants, such as pi, certain molecular bonds, the speed of light. Teenagers on school computers could easily understand the meaning. All eyes were on the forward view screen. If something was going to attack the Enterprise, it would happen soon. 5 minutes to the cloud line, said Ilea. Accelerating pursuit to warp 8.8, Zulu reported. Still no response to friendly transmissions. Uhura's voice, like Zulu's, reflected the tension felt by everyone. The Deltans seemed as emotionless as the Vulcan at that moment. Then, Kirk realized a flicker of expression had appeared on the Vulcan's face. Spock seemed stunned by the readings on his station. "Sir," Spock said, checking the incoming data, "I have a preliminary estimate of level 12 energy emanating from the cloud." 12th level? Zulu interrupted in disbelief. Kirk experienced the same surprise. Energy levels 12 on the scale could stop the rotation of Earth's sun. "It is definitely generated by an object located at the center of the cloud," Spock continued. Kirk felt his muscles tense, reacting to the fact that if the invader hadn't fired yet, he knew their intentions were peaceful. They were now so close to the cloud that its iridescent colors shimmered cruelly, though they were still trillions and trillions of kilometers away. 4 minutes to the cloud edge, Ilea reported. The Enterprise was now catching up with the cloud from behind. The ship's engines began to reduce power. Surely, any interstellar traveler couldn't help but notice that they intended to pursue very slowly. An alarm sounded. "Attack, bearing 0.0, the computer voice reported. Tiny dots of green energy separated from the cloud and moved straight toward them. Chapter 17. Evasive maneuver, Kirk ordered. Zulu's hands moved the levers quickly. Ilea's fingers danced across the navigation console, recording and projecting the hyperspace parameters necessary for the maneuvers. "Engine bay, stand by for critical power," Decker ordered over the intercom. On the main screen, tiny green sparks seemed to sway lazily, approaching them. Kirk knew their abnormally high speed would only become visible in the final seconds before impact. At the last instant, they would suddenly lunge at them, assuming their true size. He heard the computer counting down 20 seconds. "We have full power on the deflector shields, sir," Decker told Kirk. Kirk could read the readouts on Chekhov's display as easily as Decker, but it was the first officer's job to feed the captain all the vital information. The main screen showed the shimmering cloud tilting and shifting as the evasive maneuver sent the Enterprise into a swift, sweeping curve. Here, at the most opportune moment, its powerful engines ramped up to warp 9. The Invader's green arrows pursued them. They pursued easily, without strain. It struck. It sucked. The shockwave pierced the ship's protective shields, bouncing off the thick titanium shell, shaking the ship, deafening the crew with a piercing screech of energy. Kirk felt adrenaline rush through his blood, causing his heart to pound wildly. For a moment, his mind and body were numb with terror. As Kirk struggled to regain control, the deafening screech continued, and Kirk saw it affect everyone just as much. Though they had all seen those green arrows destroy Klingon cruisers, nothing could compare to the unimaginable horror unfolding now. The ship shuddered hideously. The frantic green fire from hell outside clung to the deflector shields like a living thing, trying to find a weak spot. It occurred to Kirk that if he survived, he should discuss the tactical implications of this shock effect with Gigachiro Nogura. The shock of a surprise attack in space, with deafening sounds like this, could have fatal consequences. Kirk turned, glancing quickly at Spock, and found him seemingly praying. Then the sheer absurdity of it made him realize the Vulcan was searching for the mine that had attacked them. Zulu, on the other hand, was forcing his eyes and fingers to work in concert, guiding the Enterprise back onto its original interception course. The others were also trying to get back to work. Kirk felt a cold sweat run down his back as he tried to set the example of calm they needed, especially at this moment. Decker came to as quickly as Kirk, and already realized he wasn't the only one momentarily stunned by sheer terror. He should have tapped Kirk on the shoulder to get his attention. Shouting in such a din was pointless. The officer pointed to the bridge's engineering panel. It showed an abnormal drain on the energy needed to maintain their force fields. The energy reserves had dropped to nearly 60% and were continuing to decline. In engineering, Montgomery Scott noticed his fingers whitening on the engineering console. It wasn't the screeching of power. The desperate need to accelerate to warp 9 during the evasive maneuver had almost equally deafened him. No, it was the reserve power readings. They were now below 50%. He had no choice but to shut down the deflectors and divert all power to the main power shields. Damn. At that moment, a green glow seemed to flash behind Scott's console. Then he saw a flash of alarming light, indicating a rapid chain of short circuits on the console, as if something was infiltrating the ship's main systems. Assistant Engineer Kugel got Scott's attention by pointing to the main control panel, where something seemed to be disintegrating into pieces moving in different directions. Then, a part of it found its way into the engineering section. A furious green flame pierced the auxiliary console. Kugel almost managed to jump away from it, but a thin green particle touched him, and he screamed piercingly. On the bridge, the security console operator puzzled over the cause of the sudden alarm. Alarms had appeared throughout the ship's main circuits. Then she realized what it could be and where it could have come from, but she hadn't managed to warn them. A green glow suddenly erupted from the weapons and defense console, striking Chekhov's right arm and sending him writhing in pain on the deck. The automatic extinguishers immediately activated, and a curtain of spray enveloped the bridge. Decker passed between Kirk and Zulu, vaulting over the railing to assume vital control of the weapons station. Kirk spotted Ilia rushing to Chekhov's aid. She adjusted the course so that her navigation console could continue resupplying and recording data without her presence. It was disappearing. The energy stream was gone, and the ear-splitting sound along with it. "The new force fields are activated," Zulu breathed a sigh of relief. The turbolift doors opened, admitting Dr. Chappell, who immediately hurried to Chekhov. "Engineering bridge," the chief engineer called over the intercom. "We only have 30% reserve power." Kirk didn't expect more. Scotty rushed to provide the captain with a quick and accurate analysis of their situation, recommending the shutdown of all ship systems except essential life support, gravity assist, and inertial dampeners. Kirk accepted the recommendation, but he still doubted they could withstand more than 5 or 6 seconds of renewed attack. The attack lasted 46 seconds, Decker reported, as if reading Kirk's mind. They both knew the shield's energy would last a maximum of 6 seconds. The next attack would destroy them. On the deck at the weapons console, Chappell was administering a pain-relieving hypospray to Chekhov. She was about to turn and ask for help when the Delta navigator touched her arm. "I was working on pain management when you came in," she said. "Let me finish it." Something in the Deltan's voice made Chappell nod and step aside. Ilia took Chekhov's head in her hands, placing her fingers on his temples. Then Chappell saw a faint look of surprise on Chekhov's face, and his body relaxed. Chappell knew of the physiological similarities between ecstasy and pain, and she knew for a fact that Deltans could share each other's consciousness during sexual experience. But the surprise was that Ilia could extend her own consciousness into Chekhov's mind to help him master the sensation of pain. Spock opened his eyes and turned to Kirk. He couldn't remember ever feeling such exhaustion. "Captain, I sense confusion. We're being contacted. Why aren't we responding?" Uhura turned in his direction, startled. "That's impossible, Mr. Spock. I've been scanning and searching all frequencies." "The Invader attempted to communicate," Spock insisted. "Whatever the method, we accepted the message without question." Spock was back at his console, his hands moving quickly over the control panel as he programmed the computer search through the transmitter's recording. Uhura had returned to her console, conducting her own search. Kirk glanced quickly at the cloud on the screen. If they could find this message, they would have to translate it. Respond. The Invader would have to translate their response. How much time would they have before the next energy bolt was fired? The image of the enormous cloud had long since filled the bridge's main view screen. All Zulu could do was maintain a heading precisely toward the cloud's center, giving them the earliest possible warning of the attack. Kirk knew his only other choice was to turn around and abort the intercept. But the cloud was now less than 24 hours from Earth, and losing a few hours to maneuver would be. The signal sounded. "Attack, bearing 0.0, said the computer voice. Kirk saw a green dot separate from the cloud. "Spock," he said, "can someone help you?" "Negative," Spock replied. "Collision in 20 seconds, said the Deltan navigator. Kirk had always wondered what he would think of the day he faced his inevitable death. He realized the answer was almost laughably simple. He was frustrated. Frustrated that he couldn't cope with the task at hand. He sensed a piercing, impossibly fast sound. He turned, meeting Spock's affirmative nod. It came from the direction of the research station. "Connecting to your console, Mr. Spock," Uhura said. 15 seconds to impact, Ilia reported. "The frequency is over 1 million megahertz," Spock said quickly. At that speed, the entire message lasted only milliseconds. "There's no time to repeat the message now," Decker said. "We'll repeat the standard lingua code," Spock said. "I'll program it for transmission at their transmission speed." Kirk waited helplessly. Spock worked as quickly as possible without any prodding. 10 seconds, Ilia said. Finally, Spock pressed the button, sending a signal. "Transmitted," Decker reported to Kirk. 5 seconds. The green energy arrow was before them, the flames growing but not striking. At the last moment, as green fury filled the screen, it simply vanished. The relief was as strong as the shock of the first attack. There were no joyful exclamations, and at first people's gazes were numb and uncomprehending. "This proves that our friendly message was received and understood," Spock said. "Thank you, Mr. Spock." 1 minute to the cloud edge, the Delta navigator reported. "Maintain the current situation," Kirk ordered. The thin edges of the cloud looked like a huge northern lights. "Full power to navigation scanners and deflectors," Kirk ordered. "Full power to scanners and deflectors, sir." Until now, they had been running the navigation deflectors at minimum power, accepting the risk of accidentally encountering an asteroid or other space debris. Kirk feared the Invader might mistake the navigation deflectors for the force fields of a combat-ready ship. And of course, long-range navigation scanners could be mistaken for sensor scans. And sensor scans were what destroyed Epsilon 9. Tension. Except for Spock, every eye on the bridge was fixed on the main screen, hoping the green death wouldn't emerge from this enchantment again. But there was a risk. The cloud was large enough to obscure literally everything, even a star and a planet. And they needed scanners to detect and alter the ship's course to avoid debris too large for the deflector. Scanners were also needed to locate anything in the cloud's center and plot a parallel course. They sent a high-speed lingua code message explaining all this, but received no response. Entering the cloud was even more thrilling than the approach. At the last moment, it shimmered with such incredible light that they seemed to be diving straight into a giant star. There was a sensation of a gentle jolt. Kirk thought it was strangely like diving into water. The Enterprise seemed to ride the crest of a gigantic wave of light, a wave that collided and shattered colors, turning them into ribbons and droplets that slowly faded and disappeared into the monotonous white glow of the cloud's interior. The Enterprise became a white paper submarine exploring a milky sea. The unusual colors that appeared at the cloud's entrance were like a pyrotechnic celebration of their success. Unaware of what awaited them in the cloud's center 20 minutes later, the bridge crew relaxed a little. They had done all they could, and were now awaiting their encounter with whatever lay within. Decker pointed Spock to the main screen. "You are still convinced that the cloud is an energy field. There is no longer any doubt about that," Spock replied from his research station. "Even if we accept the possibility of an energy field of that size," Decker said, "it doesn't explain what makes it visible." "Hydrogen atom annihilation," Spock said. "At the Invader's speed, there are more than enough free atoms in space to cause such an effect." Decker pointed out that it would take an almost unimaginable amount of power from something at the center of the cloud to annihilate free hydrogen at that scale. and challenged Spock to explain how a simple energy field could disrupt hydrogen atoms to produce the color mixing they'd seen. The Vulcan replied that the energy source was undoubtedly as vast as it was powerful. "Are you suggesting this is a fleet of ships, Mr. Spock?" Chekhov asked from the weapons console. "Perhaps even an armada," Spock replied. The Vulcan seemed to realize he was close to experiencing human enjoyment of the discussion and immediately closed his eyes. The Enterprise continued to slowly feeling its way toward the center of the cloud. "I've detected a large object." Ilea paused, unsure of what her navigation scanners were showing. "I can't say for sure what these readings mean." "Should we try sensor scanning?" Decker suggested. Kirk shook his head. There was no choice but to use the navigation devices. But using the sensor scanners could be considered an intrusion. No, the sensors weren't needed, at least not yet. Kirk was surprised to notice that the cloud seemed to thin out toward the center. They passed through a small patch of clear space, then another, larger one. "Like the silence in the eye of a hurricane," Uhura said. They saw something. Zulu's hands instantly reached for the maneuvering console, but a long thread of cloud immediately obscured the object again. Zulu hesitated, remaining alert, reacting like an airplane pilot suddenly spotting a mountain ahead. They saw another huge shadow. "These are two of," Zulu began. "These are all parts of the same object," Ilea interrupted. The Delta navigator pointed to the data on her navigation console. "Maintain this relative position," Kirk said quickly. He saw they were approaching another large hole in the cloud, and his order was well-timed, ensuring the Enterprise would be brought into the clear once their relative motion ceased. Their course and speed now precisely matched those of the unlikely object visible ahead. "The distance to the object is 70,000 kilometers," reported Ilea. Whatever it was vast enough to be incomprehensible. The Enterprise seemed like a mosquito in comparison. What could the oblate spheroidal shadow that appeared be? Its surface had a strange, symmetrical texture, a countless number of details that, at this distance, no longer seemed like separate objects. Despite all his experience encountering alien ships, many of them enormous, Kirk's mind initially refused to accept that this could be called a ship. It was the largest thing he'd ever seen in space. Larger even than the vast orbital cities. He braced himself for something exciting, perhaps terrifying. But this was unimaginable. If this was a ship, Kirk thought, it was the pinnacle of all ships. If God had built a ship, it would have looked like this. "Captain, there's no contact with Starfleet. Messages aren't getting through the cloud." "Prepare the probes," Kirk ordered. "Send those images in our current status. I'd estimate its dimensions at 78 kilometers in length," Decker said. "Almost 80 kilometers. The ship was twice the length of Manhattan." "He could have a team of thousands, hundreds of thousands," Ilea said. "Or just from a few 100-meter tall ones," said Zulu. "No response to our greeting signals," Uhura reported. She was transmitting at the Invader's high speeds and on all frequencies. "The probes have been launched," Chekhov said. Kirk turned to Ilea and Zulu. "We are approaching within 100 kilometers of the Invader." Ilea plotted the course accurately. The others looked at Kirk with concern. Even Spock raised an eyebrow when Zulu touched the maneuver controls. As they approached, the alien ship grew in size, its surface structure breaking down into geometric patterns. At the science console, Spock had seen enough and attempted to reconnect with the consciousness that seemed to reside within the alien ship. Decker returned from Chekhov's console, where he had been using long-range optics. "A rough estimate puts it at 257 times longer than us, sir," Decker said. "The engine displacement is 6,000 times greater than ours." Still approaching, the alien ship had grown to an inconceivable size. Its outer texture had become a complex system of what? The complexity of its surface was as incomprehensible to humans as its enormous size. Kirk wondered if it might be composed of solid layers of subatomic particles. On the other hand, the surface seemed like a wall of energy. But how could energy act like matter? Decker was pondering something similar. Had he seen coherent matter? That was simply a hypothesis among some scientists. Only highly advanced technology could possibly arrange matter into parallel, ordered layers thousands or millions of times stronger than ordinary matter. Decker was glad to see it all, even if he wasn't the captain of the Enterprise. In any case, it was a tremendous experience. "What's the range?" Kirk asked. 960 kilometers and still getting closer," Zulu replied. Kirk found it impossible they were still so far away. The alien ship resembled a small moon. But his crew hadn't yet shown any signs of displeasure at the Enterprise's approach. Kirk knew the Invader's speed would allow it to reach Earth in less than a day. He didn't have time for leisurely exploration. He had to establish contact with these life forms, force contact if necessary. "Mr. Spock," Kirk said, "we'll have to risk the scan. Start with a low-level surface scan." "Yes, Captain," Spock replied. Kirk heard the low hum of scanners, and everything on the bridge exploded in a blinding flash of light. Blinding, literally, and still going on. Kirk covered his eyes with his hands, trying to see through his fingers. He heard a loud humming sound, colored flashes flickering before his eyes as he slowly regained his vision and saw the alien on the bridge. "I believe it consists of plasma energy," Spock said. As Kirk's eyes adjusted to the light, he realized it wasn't standing on the deck, it seemed to float above it. And plasma energy was as good an explanation as any. It was a swirling mass of crimson and violet, interspersed with brilliant flashes that stung the crew's eyes like white-hot needles. "Perhaps it is a form of mechanism," Spock added. "Perhaps a probe sent to investigate us." Spock was right, or so it seemed to Kirk, whose eyes had adjusted enough to see the swirling, pulsating red-violet vortex of plasma. It looked like an intricate mechanism composed of different types of energy. There was no panic on the bridge. Kirk was glad he knew these people, but the column of plasma energy seemed almost oblivious to the crew. It moved toward the center of the bridge, ignoring the technicians running to the side. Then, it stopped moving. The curls of plasma lashed out almost like a cobra strike, attaching to the communications console. The console flared. The terrifying energy had undoubtedly activated the control console and probed all its functions. "Everyone stay where you are," Kirk gave the order. Just as another appendage shot out, attaching itself to the bridge's engineering panel, which also glowed brightly. Another attached itself to Zulu's console. The probe, hovering in the center of the bridge, emitted a low hum as its tentacles dug into console after console. It now resembled a massive energy octopus, greedily absorbing information, sucking it from the ship's consoles. Kirk was on his feet, Spock standing next to him, when the doors opened and two of the security personnel rushed in. "Don't shoot," Chekhov shouted a warning. But it was too late. One of the guards raised his phaser, and a tiny version of that green energy bolt streaked across the bridge. The guard vanished. The second guard carefully returned the phaser to his belt, while Chekhov quickly warned over the intercom not to send any more security. Some of the consoles went dark again, as the tentacles withdrew from them, now hovering near Chekhov. "Don't disturb him," Decker warned. "Of course I won't touch you," Chekhov promised fervently. The probe inserted one of its tentacles into Chekhov's console, right next to his face. "He's not interested in us," Kirk whispered. "Just the ship." "Fascinating," Spock said. "There's no better way to explore a ship than from its command center." The probe seemed to be aware of some information it hadn't yet received. All the remaining tentacles retreated, now moving in the direction of Kirk and Spock. "Beware!" A much larger tentacle touched the science station's complex, which flared brightly and began emitting data. Then, Kirk reacted, alarmed, to see the science computer also blazing. Spock's computer was the only one directly linked to the ship's main computer. "Shut down the computer," Kirk ordered. The science computer ignored the voice command. Decker slipped past the tentacle, hitting the off button, but to no avail. "It won't shut down, Captain. He's taken control. He's watching our feeds. Starfleet power, Earth's defense," Kirk said helplessly. Spock acted. Even as Kirk spoke, the Vulcan clasped his hands above his head and now delivered a vicious blow to the base of the computer. The console screen shattered. The bridge lights dimmed as a short circuit occurred. Spock turned, trying to quickly step back, but an energy tendril touched him. A green flash threw the Vulcan back onto the railing and down to Ilia's feet. The thick energy tendril followed him. "Mr. Spock, don't move." Delta Navigator Ilia stepped forward, attempting to redirect the probe's attention. She succeeded. "Ilia!" Decker shouted a warning, but the probe enveloped Ilia, exploding in blinding white light again, and vanished, taking her with it. The tricorder fell to the deck, clutched in Ilia's palm. Chapter 19. Ilia's tricorder fell to the deck and rolled twice before coming to a stop. At the same time, Decker confirmed that she was definitely gone and turned to Uhura. "Lingua code, high speed. Convey that the object they took from our ship is alive. Convey the conditions necessary for Deltan life." Kirk met Decker's gaze and nodded, agreeing with the urgency of the message. Surely, they should have sent the same message when the security officer disappeared. They'd simply assumed the bright flash accompanying the disappearance meant destruction. But when the plasma probe and Ilia vanished together, it became clear the flash was likely part of the transport process. Meanwhile, the pain on Decker's face made it clear he felt a greater attachment to Ilia than he realized. The screen showed Zulu still steering the ship parallel to the massive alien, maintaining a distance of 100 kilometers. And even at this distance, the ship's enormous mass more than filled the main screen. Kirk heard Uhura retransmitting the Deltan's vital signs. Spock returned to the science console and initiated a low-level sensor scan, as Kirk had ordered just seconds before the terrifying probe appeared. Kirk tried to think clearly and coherently. Had they angered the aliens when Spock interrupted the probe's exploration of the computer library? Perhaps, but Kirk doubted that was why the plasma probe disappeared, or that it had captured Ilia out of irritation. And the Invader certainly could have contacted the Enterprise if it had wanted to. The Enterprise suddenly jerked to the side, as if someone had tugged it. "A force beam?" Decker offered a quick hypothesis. "Confirmed," Spock said. One of the science station's monitors showed a shimmering field compressing the ship's hull. "Red alert?" Decker asked. Kirk shook his head. The Enterprise was still on yellow alert, and all critical stations were on standby. Decker called for a crew member to replace the navigator. "Engineering, full backup power," Kirk ordered over the intercom, receiving immediate confirmation from Scott. They could feel the Enterprise straining, trying to free itself from whatever was holding it. "Engineering bridge. We can't maintain this power for long. The reactor is heating up quickly." Spock, who had been studying the evidence, turned to announce the verdict. "We won't be able to free ourselves, Captain. We don't have the necessary power." Reduce critical power, Mr. Scott. Yes, sir. What the hell is holding us back? Kirk ignored the question. Whatever it was, it had rendered them completely helpless. He imagined giant alien children hooking tiny fish, which they would soon scale and examine. Spock, do you feel anything? Kirk saw the Vulcan's eyebrow rise. He realized he'd practically shouted the question and immediately regretted it. Whatever happened, he had to remain calm and composed. The alien ship had pulled them very close. Why? The backup navigator ran onto the bridge, and Decker pointed her toward the empty station. She glanced at the image on the overhead view screen, then quickly headed for Alia's console. McCoy arrived on the bridge, trying not to look scared as he glanced at the view screen. Well, he said to Kirk with a grin, it looks like they've decided to investigate us. Kirk felt a lurch in his stomach as he recalled his imagined image of alien children playing with the Enterprise. Decker struggled to continue performing his usual duties as first officer, and Kirk admired his self-control. Chekhov stared at Decker as if wondering if he'd lost his mind. Kirk quickly glanced back at the screen. They were rapidly closing in on the alien ship. Had they irritated him enough to destroy them right next to him? Almost instinctively, he turned to Spock to assess him. But what had happened to Spock? His head was thrown back, his eyes fixed on what? Kirk realized Spock was trying to establish mental contact again. Kirk hoped desperately that it was with the Invader. The speed has decreased, Zulu said with relief. They're pulling us more slowly. They were no more than 100 meters from the ship, and now they were being pulled along the immense length of the Colossus. Silence reigned on the bridge as the crew watched, unable to believe what their eyes were showing them. It was difficult to describe even what they perceived as the hull of the ship. It could hardly even be called a surface, for it resembled vast, swirling pools of an unknown and incredible energetic substance. My God, it was opening! The fiery seam near the stern of the enormous ship was widening, taking the shape of a mouth. Oh no, someone's voice whispered. It opens like a womb, whispered a shocked Zulu. Kirk felt a ripple of terror begin to spread across the bridge. Zulu had used the word maw inappropriately, though the navigator could hardly be blamed for such an accurate description. At any moment, panic could overwhelm the ship. Kirk knew that one of the most ancient human fears is being devoured by some gigantic creature. McCoy rushed to the elevator, shouting over his shoulder to Chekhov. Post medical observers on all decks, quickly. Attention all decks. Kirk pressed the intercom button, trying to stick to the bare facts. This is the captain. It should be obvious that the ship outside could have destroyed us long ago if it had wanted to. More likely, we're moving to some location, perhaps a section of this ship, where contact between us and the ship's crew is possible. Kirk knew his message, based on possibility and probability, hadn't really conveyed anything, but he could see a certain relief on their faces. No doubt it helped everyone remember that what was outside was simply an unusually large ship. He almost smiled at his own dark humor. Just a ship? On the main screen, the hole was large enough to swallow several Enterprises. They were close enough to see a yawning mouth that was clearly the entrance to a separate compartment, extending dozens of kilometers into the unimaginable alien ship. Inside, it was dark, and flashes of energy pulsed like lightning. We're being dragged right through the middle of the hole, came the navigator's reply, checking the readings on the monitor. Kirk glanced at her approvingly, trying to remember the name. DeFalco, that's right. Your conclusion, mate? Kirk asked. They seem to be trying to do us no harm. Agreed, Captain, Decker replied. I'd imagine they'd like to get a closer look at us. It'll be interesting to see what they look like. They were inside. Kirk looked up to see Spock standing next to him. The Vulcan's movements were clearly tired as he checked the view screen. Uhura, shaking, pointed to the huge, jagged-edged sheets of force shields. They look like teeth. Those are not teeth, Kirk interrupted. However, he glanced at Spock for support. Spock was still staring at the view screen. Then he said, I felt an insatiable curiosity, Captain. Kirk frowned as he looked at the image. Had anything changed? Reverse to the screen, he ordered. There's a reverser, Zulu replied. The maw was closing behind them. A trap? It was written all over everyone's faces. Screen forward, Kirk said quietly. I believe they have a bottomless thirst for knowledge, Spock continued. He himself felt this thirst. Could it be the thread leading to understanding? I recommend we prepare the maneuvering thrusters, just in case, Decker said, and Kirk confirmed this to Zulu. Also, turn on the scanner's navigator. Let's see what's around here. The screen showed what Kirk assumed was a gigantic compartment within a gigantic ship. It wasn't empty, at least not yet. Strange shadows and shapes flickered in and out of existence. The alien ship's incredible technology clearly used energy, or some form of plasma energy, matter, to construct its bulkheads, engines, and other components, just as humans used matter. This absence of matter, at least as humans understood the world, gave it a sense of unreality. Sometimes it seemed hauntingly beautiful, colored ribbons of light. Other times it became a vast explosion of energy, vanishing as new shadows appeared. But there was a sense of order, a feeling that everything was simply the functioning instruments of this ship. Spock turned to Kirk. Permission to use sensors? Yes, begin sensor scanning. Spock returned to his station. It seemed possible to both that these aliens would certainly understand their curiosity.
Their force beam freed us, Captain,
Chekhov called. They brought us to the site, Zulu said. The maneuvering boosters are ready. Zulu brought up the image on the screen, and they saw barriers blocking any way into the ship. Be ready, Kirk said to the helmsman. The boosters are on standby, Zulu replied. Spock worked at his station, changing the readouts on the screen too quickly for Kirk to follow. Then, he hit the main console, and several of the science station's screens went dark. It was a sign of almost human frustration. Captain, he said, all scanning beams are being reflected back. Our sensors are useless. Kirk nodded. Can you analyze any part of this? I assume the visible shadows and shapes are energy fields, undoubtedly part of the ship's machinery. Was there a hint of awe in Spock's voice? But the technology is so subtle that I can't. He was interrupted by the voice of the main computer. Invasion! Invasion! The people on the bridge stirred. The last visit of the plasma probe was still fresh in their memories. Chekhov reacted quickly. Deck 4, Captain. Officers' quarters. Spock, anything? Spock shook his head. There are no indications of unusual force fields, Captain. I must assume this is not a plasma probe. I've received readings of a heat surge, around 1,000 degrees. No, more accurately, 950. And continuing to drop. Whatever's down there is cooling quickly. Kirk approached Chekhov, checking the readouts on his console. They exchanged glances, and Kirk turned to Decker. "Will, take the bridge. Come with me, Mr. Spock." Chapter 20. Two security personnel waited at the door with a sign. "Ilea, Lieutenant, 07719. Spock raised an eyebrow, studying the sign. Kirk saw on Chekhov's panel that the alien creature had been in their former navigator's quarters, prompting him to leave Decker on the bridge. One of the guards pointed the sensor at the door. His tiny monitor showed the temperature. 165, 160, 155. Whatever it was white hot a couple of minutes ago, the guard said. "Charming," Spock said. Kirk nodded, understanding the Vulcan was referring to the fact that neither the smoke nor the fire alarms had sounded. And since a thermal surge should cause combustion, that meant the aliens who had taken Lieutenant Ilea had sent something unusual into her quarters. Whatever it was, there was no place here for Decker, who had reacted so painfully to the disappearance of the Deltan navigator. Kirk nodded to one of the guards, inviting him and Spock to accompany him. "No weapons," he warned. Kirk slowly opened the door until they could peer into the seemingly empty cabin. As he expected, there was no sign of the plasma probe. The aliens had probably already realized that this was the wrong method for investigating the Enterprise crew. Spock pointed to the sensor screen. Whatever was in the cabin, its temperature had dropped to 38 degrees and remained there. As they entered, Kirk could smell the faint scent of Ilea still lingering on the bed. "The heat source is in the acoustic shower," Spock said. "What the hell?" Kirk quickly turned toward the partitioned alcove. Through the transparent cabin door, he saw something moving. Definitely either human or Deltan. But that heat they'd detected? A malfunctioning sonic shower? Or had something cooled itself to the Enterprise's normal temperature? Whatever it was approaching the cabin door. It was undoubtedly a naked woman. Kirk stepped toward the cabin controls, touching the door opener button. The transparent partition slid aside. There stood Ilea, beautiful in her nakedness. Kirk felt Spock's warning touch. "That's not our navigator," Spock said quietly. But it was definitely Ilea, except for the bright light coming from her throat. Kirk felt his eyes shift from the tiny point of light to her chest. Damn. Those were the Deltan pheromones affecting him. That meant Spock was wrong. It was Ilea. "Ensign," Kirk said, "call Dr. McCoy immediately." It took the young officer several minutes to tear his gaze away from Ilea. Kirk understood how difficult it was. He stared at her. Those eyes. They seemed devoid of living warmth. Was this Ilea's dead body? A body reanimated and controlled by aliens? Kirk realized his attention had shifted to her naked body as he stepped past her toward the closet. Her cold eyes followed his movements as he punched in the code. Then the transparent door closed, revealing her nakedness beneath a loose shirt. What was in the look Spock gave him? Surprise or pity? Apparently, the Deltan pheromones had no visible effect on the Vulcan. Otherwise, he would have understood the need for clothing. The transparent door opened and the Deltan spoke. "You're a unit?" Kirk noticed Spock raise an eyebrow. The voice sounded inexperienced, like the machine was trying to speak human. "You, one Kirk?" "It's amazing," Spock said. "It learns so quickly." "I am Captain James T. Kirk, commanding officer of the USS Enterprise," Kirk replied, feeling foolish for saying that to his own navigator. Was the real Ilea so impossibly sensual? I am programmed to observe and record the normal functioning of the carbon-dependent creatures inhabiting the USS Enterprise. Programmed by whom? Kirk asked. It's important so we can contact him. She seemed puzzled. If you require identification, I was programmed by Viger. Her voice became clearer, taking on something of the guttural cadence of their navigator. The Vulcan looked on in absolute fascination. But it was an intellectual fascination. Delton's sense were wasted on the Vulcan. Who's Widger? Kirk asked. Vidger is the one who programmed me. You mean someone on this ship? The captain? Or another leader on board? The door opened and McCoy rushed in. Jim, what? McCoy's trained eyes searched only for a moment, and he immediately aimed his medical tricorder at the woman. Who's Widger? Kirk repeated. Widger is the one who searches for the Creator. Kirk could hardly believe what his ears were hearing. The Creator! The astonishment on Spock's face showed he'd heard the same words. Jim, it's a mechanism, said McCoy, who was examining the Aelia. Kirk stared at the doctor in amazement. The Delton woman looked absolutely real. She was even emitting Delton pheromones, and Kirk knew both he and the young ensign could verify their reality. Spock, with the doctor's tricorder in hand, was conducting his own scan. I suspect this form has replaced the plasma probe sent to explore our ship, Captain. It may even be the same probe using Aelia's form. Kirk turned to the woman, asking the formal question. Where is Lieutenant Aelia? This unit is no longer functioning, a mechanical voice said. I have assumed its form to more quickly contact the carbon-based units infesting the Enterprise. Carbon-based units? The ensign asked, sensing the ominous undertone. People, Ensign Chavez, McCoy said dryly. We. Spock raised an eyebrow when the probe used the word flooding. He found it interesting, but Kirk had a more pressing question. Vidger's ship, Kirk asked. Why is it heading straight for the third planet in this solar system? Vidger is moving towards the third planet to find the Creator. This stunned them. Whatever Vidger was, a single giant creature or part of an unknown race, it was simply impossible that anything capable of such technology could believe that Earth was the location of someone called the Creator. Kirk tried to think rationally. Who is the Creator? The one that creates, Aelia replied. The mechanical note in her voice had almost disappeared. It seemed the probe was beginning to adapt to the various mechanisms of its body. What does Vigor want from the Creator? Connect with him. Connect with the Creator? Spock asked. How? Widger and the Creator will become one. What did the Creator create? Spock asked. The Creator is the one who created Vidger, the probe replied. This absolute logic suggested that there was some vast gulf between them and Widger. It would be difficult, perhaps impossible, to share common concepts or values. The probe had been sent to study them, and Kirk assumed that any findings it collected would be completely incomprehensible to whatever had sent the probe. Who's Widger? Kirk asked again. Widger is the one who must find the Creator. Kirk wondered if this wasn't literally true. The life forms within were likely as technologically advanced as their massive ship, or their probes. What better use could their knowledge and technology have than to find the source of themselves and the universe? However, Kirk knew that nothing definable as a creator could exist on the most ordinary planet ahead. And what would happen to that ordinary planet when the crew of that enormous ship gave up on it? Ilea waited long enough. "I'm ready to begin my observations," the probe said. "Doctor," Spock said quickly, "a full examination of this probe should provide us with information about who created it and how to operate it." McCoy nodded and took Ilea by the hand to escort her outside. However, the probe didn't move. It ignored McCoy, turning to Kirk. "I'm programmed to observe and record the normal functions of carbon-based units." "Exploration is a normal function," Kirk said with his old resourcefulness. Ilea thought for a moment. "You may continue," she said. In the research room, a medical screen showed Ilea's body, stretched out on the examination table, in minute detail. McCoy muttered in amazement as he scanned the probe's form. Miniature hydraulics, sensors, molecule-sized chips. And look at this. Chapel was equally amazed. Osmotic micropump, here and here. The smallest functions of the body are precisely duplicated. Even the delta endocrine system. She pointed at the image on the screen, showing these mechanical duplicates of Ilea's body. Kirk's thoughts followed her. The important thing wasn't how Vidger had created this probe, but why he had done it. Why did he need such perfect precision? Why would the probe have, for example, sexual pheromones, scents that acted on the subconscious? He interrupted his thoughts, suddenly feeling a warm wave of desire. Damn! He realized that at that moment the machine was a real Deltan and a real woman. Decker had already entered the research room, and the waves of pheromones should have spread when he opened the door. Chapel paused in her commentary, seeing the expression on Decker's face as he approached the diagnostic stand. It reflected the horror Kirk felt at the thought of the aliens using Ilea's dead body. Ilea peered at Decker as if trying to recognize him. "Will," Kirk began. "I've already been told," Decker interrupted. Kirk sensed what it must have been like for the young officer to stand there and look at this spitting image of the woman he loved. "Decker," said the probe. Kirk saw Decker shake. He had the feeling Spock, who had also noticed it, had expected something similar. "Interesting," Spock said to the probe. "Not a Decker unit?" But the probe ignored it, continuing to peer at Decker. At that moment, its expression was anything but mechanical. As McCoy continued scanning, turning the Ilea away from them, Spock caught Decker and Kirk's attention. He led them through the adjacent door to McCoy's new office and touched the locking mechanism. The Vulcan looked at them seriously. "Captain Kirk, Mr. Decker, this probe may be our key to the Invader." Decker remembered the way it had looked at him. The precision was almost unbearable. He had to remember that this thing wasn't her. It was part of what had killed Ilea. "We just saw that it duplicates all of our navigator's bodily functions down to the smallest detail. It's likely," Spock continued, "that Ilea's memory has been copied with the same precision. They have a pattern to follow," Kirk nodded, understanding the Vulcan's thought. "And they can follow quite accurately," Spock said. "Do you understand the significance of this, Mr. Decker?" Decker nodded, silently wishing there was another way he could stay out of this. The fidelity of duplication offers interesting possibilities, Spock said. She recognized you, Mr. Decker. She responded to you. Which means they read some of Ailia's thoughts before she died, Decker began. Spock interrupted. I think it's entirely possible, Mr. Decker, that they could have duplicated our navigator with such precision that the probe could contain part of the original's memory. Perhaps even all of it. Kirk tried to ignore Decker's obvious sadness. Commander, we're trapped in an alien ship less than a day above Earth's orbit. Our only contact with our captors is through a probe. If we can control it, persuade it, use it, or otherwise gain control. Kirk hesitated, struck by the thought that he could have handled this better himself. Unlike Decker, he had no emotional attachment to the Deltan navigator, and the mechanical replica of her body meant far less to him. But even as Kirk told himself this, he realized the matter wasn't a technical one. Decker had to do it for the simple reason that the real Aelia loved this young man. Kirk turned at the sudden sound. Someone was trying to open the door behind them. Then there was the sound of tearing metal, and they saw a slender hand ripping through the strong steel like paper. Aelia entered through the jagged opening in the door, her face completely unperturbed. A stunned McCoy came into view, followed by Chekhov and Chapel. I've recorded enough here, the probe said. Now Unit Kirk will assist me further. One Decker will be able to assist you more effectively, Kirk said. The probe turned its gaze to Decker and then nodded. Go on, Mr. Decker, Kirk said. He hoped Decker would understand why this order was necessary. Decker glanced at the door, then back at the probe. Kirk would have forgiven him for saying, I don't have to convince him. But instead, Decker said, Yes, sir, and walked out with the Aelia. Kirk turned to see Spock's worried gaze. The Vulcan had arrived on board with a mask of absolute dispassion, but events had shattered it. Spock? Kirk asked. I'm worried this is our only hope of contacting the Invader. The Vulcan's words hung in the air for a moment. Then he seemed to replace his mask and walked out. Kirk wanted to stop him. But no, he trusted his people. They knew their job. Whatever Spock meant, Kirk would find out in time. Chapter 21. The blue and white silhouette of the USS Enterprise faded into darkness, then reappeared, illuminated by flashes of energy that continued to flicker and fade around it. The ship's lights seemed very small, as did the flares from its low-thrust engines. A tiny sphere, emanating from the Enterprise's saucer section, was moving toward the wall of the Invader's hull, the hole through which they had entered. The probe, carrying a message, was attempting to break through, to where its signals could be understood by Starfleet. But as it approached the wall, its path was suddenly blocked by what appeared to be thin, shimmering sheets of energy. These then seemed to solidify into solid crystalline forms that surrounded the tiny sphere, destroying it and recycling its remains. Zulu muttered something in English, a language that could be peppered with curses when necessary. This was the third attempt to launch the probe, and all three had been destroyed in this manner. Spock entered the bridge just in time to witness the destruction of the last probe. A burst of violent energy struck the shields hard, shaking the ship and throwing Spock against the bridge railing. I'd say we're being warned against any further probe launches. The chief engineer's voice came over the intercom. One more time, and the shield's reserve capacity won't be sufficient. Understood, Mr. Scott, Zulu replied. We're aborting the launch. Chekhov, seated at the science station, rose to make room, but Spock shook his head. That's not necessary, Mr. Chekhov. I'm not here long. Spock leaned over the console, his long fingers moving quickly over the buttons. Chekhov thought he looked at some security report. Spock left the bridge. McCoy, who had come into the captain's cabin, looked at the captain for a moment. "If you're interested, the ship's doctor has recognized James Tiberius Kirk as the new captain." Kirk looked up, surprised. "Welcome back, Jim. I like you better now than the Kirk I saw when I arrived on board." "Thank you, Bones. What convinced you I was back?" "Your assignment, Decker, to handle the probe." McCoy guessed Kirk was drawn to the probe's unusual mechanical femininity. Kirk, for his part, was pleased that the doctor had noticed he'd handled the problem purely as a team decision, without, well, almost no personal motives. But he still felt uneasy when he recalled how alive and desirable her naked body had been. "I need to check if Decker has made any progress," Kirk said. He activated the desktop screen, reminding himself again that he was not invading Decker's privacy. Decker's interlocutor was not a woman. This was an alien machine. He entered Decker's identification code, and the tracking device was transported to the ship's vast recovery deck. If Kirk had dialed Spock's ID number, he would have seen his science officer quietly enter one of the ship's auxiliary airlocks. Moving very carefully, he silently found himself behind the technician on duty. The Vulcan closed his fingers around his neck in a Vulcan nerve hold, and the technician went limp. Spock carefully laid the limp body on the deck. "What is it, Decker?" Decker turned around hopefully. The probe had used his name again, and for the first time he was interested in something on the ship. The wreck deck was empty, save for 2 security ensigns keeping a prudent distance. Alelia stared at images of ships, from 19th century sailing frigates to the vessel they were currently aboard. "All of these ships were named Enterprise," Decker replied. The probe continued to examine the ships, which included a naval carrier of vintage winged aircraft, NASA's first orbital shuttle, and one of the early spacecraft. "Our navigator, Alelia, the carbon unit from whom you were copied, was very interested in the history of humans reaching the stars. Her own race had long possessed this knowledge, but they preferred to focus on what's called inner space." The probe's attention was clearly focused on the displays, but it was also looking at Decker. He hoped he had his attention. It was crucial to somehow force the mechanism to connect with the real Alelia and begin examining the memory samples duplicated by the probe. Alelia's race, the Deltans, are adept at finding adventure and pleasure within themselves, Decker continued. But Alelia felt the call of space. Her people said she followed her heart, meaning she was drawn to space because she loved someone who was... The probe turned and walked towards the exit. Decker had no choice but to follow him. He even walks like Alelia. But he's a machine. Maybe one of the ones that killed her. No matter how real it looks, it's not a human body. It's not alive. And it's certainly not Alelia. The carbon-based units use this place for recreation. What kind of recreation does your ship's crew enjoy? Relaxation? Enjoyment? I don't remember such words. Jim Kirk, if you're watching, I know I'm failing. Perhaps fatally for us all. I'm trying to bring some warmth and sincerity to this. What else can I do? How would you act now? Decker knew Kirk well enough to suspect he was intrigued by this mechanical woman. And now, with time running out, Kirk had a better chance of doing something. Decker was irritated by the thought. His primal male instinct resented the idea of stepping aside to let Kirk do his job. "And this, Decker? You will explain its purpose." The probe pointed to a certain gaming machine. Decker placed his palm on the board and pressed lightly, becoming part of its circuitry. Patterns created by his mental activity began to appear on the shiny black gaming surface. The probe moved closer, intending to examine them, but Decker shook his head. No, you must place your own palm and try to duplicate the mental patterns I create. Ilia was conditioned to this game. She almost always won. Humans could learn empathy within reason. Deltans were born with this ability. Decker watched as the probe mimicked his actions, pressing unexpectedly with its palms. This counted as the most accurate, blind search of the first attempt. Decker's surprise momentarily paralyzed him. He had a glimmer of hope that the gaming machine would respond to Ilia's thoughts. It seemed impossible, implausible that a mechanical probe could possess empathic abilities. Probe turned to Decker with an expression that stunned him. It was the same apologetic look Ilia had when she won something. "That's better," McCoy applauded. "Remember her, Will. Forget—" But the words hung in the air when he and Kirk heard the probe's words. "This device is pointless." It moved on. Decker's disappointment was absolute. "You're suggesting he has something of Ilia's?" asked Chapel, also watching. "Some kind of emotional knot?" McCoy turned around, giving her a satisfied look. "You're starting to sound like a doctor, nurse." On its way from the wreck deck, the probe stopped again in front of paintings of the Enterprise. Clearly, the probe had a special interest in them. The crews of those previous Enterprises were also what you call carbon units, Decker said. "How are the life forms on your ship different?" "Carbon units are not living forms. Do these images show how the Enterprise changed over time? Carbon units slowed its proper development. What is the correct development of the Enterprise? Enterprise should not depend on the presence of carbon units. The Enterprise cannot function without carbon units. More information about their functions is needed before carbon-based invasion can be turned into a database." "Turned into a database?" Decker asked, startled. "What does that mean?" The probe replied almost cheerfully. "When my research is completed, the carbon units will be converted into patterns of information." Decker felt a shiver run down his spine. Being transformed into data samples seemed a more ugly event than mere death. Had something like this happened to Ilia? To the Klingons? Was it possible something similar was planned for Earth? Decker knew he had no choice but to fight, using every advantage he could find. "You have a carbon unit memory sample inside you," he said. "If I can help you find that sample, Widger will have precise information about our functions. Additional time and complications that may arise. No, in fact, less than in the current study. You may continue." Chapter 22. Captain's Log, Stardate 7414.1. Only 3.31 hours now separate us from Earth. If we make a mistake, I bear full responsibility. Only some unexpected decision by Decker or Spock can change that. It's hopeless to warn Earth, at least about the little we've learned. Uhura's image appeared on Kirk's screen. "Sir, very weak signal from Starfleet." Kirk hurried to the bridge, standing behind Uhura at her terminal. He could hear the faint hum of compressed subspace signals being converted into normal electromagnetic waves. What message? Lunar report to Starfleet, sir. Their external scanners have detected the arrival of the Invader. Nothing else? They should be trying to contact us. The lunar report was sent to us as missing, sir. Possibly destroyed. Have you boosted our signals? As high as you dare, sir. But Starfleet is ignoring our signals. Put an amplifier on our signal beacon, quickly. Uhura suddenly understood. There was a hint of a professional compliment in her gaze before she went to work. The alien ship's power erected a wall of impenetrable fields between them and Starfleet's transmitters. But Kirk reasoned that the beacon's continuously repeated signal could be detected and understood before Starfleet received any of their other communications. And once their ship's signal was recognized, every Starfleet antenna would be trained there. Besides, Starfleet had experts who knew how to maintain communication through such fields, and they would hear Kirk's report, revealing how much he had failed Starfleet and Earth. Though it was her turn to be here, Sister Chapel felt uneasy as she surveyed Alia's quarters. It was similar to what Kirk felt as he watched Decker. Technology had long since made privacy impossible, yet at the same time more desirable and precious. And within the confines of a starship, respect for one's privacy had become a powerful tradition. This might be what he needs, McCoy said. He examined the vibrant ribbon Chapel had found. She recalled Alia once mentioning that the pattern on this headband played an important role in the lives of Deltan women. The headband was an exquisitely woven ribbon, its rainbow of colors shimmering like the plumage of a tropical bird. McCoy was astonished to notice that it was made of dried leaves, and recalled rumors of the incredible beauty of Alia's home planet. Where did you find this? It was Decker, arriving in response to their message. As he brought the probe into the cabin, he stared at the bandage in surprise. Dr. Chapel found her here. We thought that if you showed the probe one of Ilia's personal belongings. That's certainly what you found, Doctor. Decker seemed to be looking at the Ilia with concern. Problems? McCoy asked. Decker looked at the probe, seemingly relieved to see that it was completely ignoring the bandage. They call it the love ribbon, Decker said. When a man touches it, it has a powerful sexual effect on women. Chapel was amused to see the doctor immediately hide the bandage in the drawer. Wearing this headband usually means that a Deltan woman is looking for a husband. Deltan sexual costumes are very different from human ones. Decker, McCoy said. We didn't realize you. And that mechanism. McCoy paused. Was it wise to talk about this right in front of the probe? But he didn't react, even when McCoy said the word mechanism, let alone mention sex and marriage. Look, Doctor, I'll sleep with a photon torpedo if it helps, Decker said. But sex won't free Ilia's memory samples, because she's never done that to me. Decker recalled that there were very compelling reasons for requiring a vow of celibacy from all Deltans serving in Starfleet. Part of the problem was that people then had a hard time returning to normal Earth sex. However, even more dangerous was the fact that the Deltan race's long evolution hadn't heightened their sensuality, but had instead transformed sexual intercourse into an act that fused body and mind. Deltans, of course, found this pleasurable, but merging with another mind almost always traumatized the human partner. If you'd prefer to try something other than a bandage, Chapel began. No. This could be a precise way to test how deep her mental patterns go. It's not only deeply personal, it's also a gift from me. He started to lift the blindfold, but Chapel grabbed it first. Maybe it's better if I pick it up, she said, holding it up to the probe's eyes. There was no reaction. Chapel brought the bandage closer to the probe, turning it so the shimmering colors would catch its eye. It studied the bandage's pattern, puzzled, and finally tried to pull it toward itself. Chapel placed the bandage in the probe's hand. Decker was watching too, but his thoughts were elsewhere. We're barely more than 3 hours from Earth. This probe is our only chance of learning anything about this mysterious Invader. Ilea ran her fingers over the pattern of the headband. "Do you remember how I gave this to you?" Decker asked. When Decker met Ilea on her home planet, he didn't know what the headband meant. In his profound disregard for Deltan customs, he bought it for her, believing it was simply a pretty ornament. And she took it, accepting him as her own. But he escaped. Probe turned to the mirror and began lifting the bandage to his head. McCoy and Chapel glanced quickly at Decker, but he didn't object. McCoy felt a wave of sympathy for the young man. Under other circumstances, they would all have reminisced about a dozen good old jokes about exotically programmed androids and sex-starved astronauts. But Decker's sadness left no doubt about the depth of his affection for the Deltan. And McCoy had no illusions about how Decker must feel, forced to interact with such a perfect copy of her. The probe placed the bandage on his head. Then, looking in the mirror, he positioned it, at what Decker knew to be the correct angle, in the correct place. "Ilea," he forced himself to say, "do you remember how I gave this to you?" He walked over and touched the bandage. The probe turned. It seemed to be looking at him with understanding. He reached out and placed his entire arm on the bandage. Decker felt himself in a whirlpool of excitement. He could smell the faint scent of Ilea's body. "Will, it's a mechanism," McCoy said worriedly. It was as if the living Ilea stood before him. Spock was right. It was such a perfect replica that even Ilea's deepest thoughts were duplicated. If it's so accurate in other cases, it must be capable of mental fusion as well. Decker let his hand caress the bandage, brushing against her bare scalp. He felt the probe's body begin to tremble. "Did you understand what I said?" McCoy insisted. "It's a machine. It can't have a consciousness to share with you." "I intend to find out, Doctor." "It was sent by the Invader. Any consciousness within will be part of it. Then I will have contact with him. Isn't that what we wanted?" Hands that could tear apart a steel door were now caressing him. Or were they tearing his clothes off? He didn't know when the two doctors had left, but he knew he was left alone with Ilea? Or with Widger? Who are you? What are you? Chapter 23. In Airlock 4, the outer hatch slid open. Spock pushed off and stepped out into the darkness. He wore a standard pressure suit with a massive jetpack strapped to his back. The alien ship's energy crackled, appearing and disappearing hundreds of meters ahead. Further on, in the darkness, other unnatural images continued to flicker, morphing into shapes that were part of the alien ship's machinery. Flickers of reflection also revealed a cluster of tiny energy sheets that Spock was to avoid at all costs. They were similar to those that had surrounded and destroyed the Enterprise's transmission capsules. Spock hoped to examine them later. He was fascinated by the possibility that they served the massive ship in the same way white blood cells protected the human body, enveloping and destroying potential contaminants. He allowed himself one last look at the Enterprise. He knew the starship was only a small part of the vast expanse of the alien vessel, but for its crew, it was home. His attachment to the ship and its crew had grown alarmingly since he returned aboard. Enough! Spock touched the stabilizer, and jets from the small flares rotated and stopped him. Now he looked in the direction he believed the source of the thought radiation was. Then he pressed the transmitter button, knowing his message would be recorded by his own science station on the bridge via a channel he had prepared in advance. Science officer to the captain. This message is being sent to relay all information to you once I'm beyond command range. There's currently no choice but to attempt direct contact with any life forms aboard the Invader. Communicating with them may require mind melds and logical constructs, which I'll have to try. My transmitter will remain active, ensuring you receive all possible information. Meanwhile, Spock's fingers fiddled with the jetpack's controls, programming its computer to synchronize with the brief but regular appearance of a faint flash of light emanating from the far interior wall of the massive ship. He felt, more than saw, that these flashes were emerging from a hole that opened regularly in this wall before him. The jetpack had to get him to this location quickly enough to pass through the cluster of energy sheet particles, and he had to enter it at high speed. Spock knew he felt drawn to this place. Now! The boosters flared. The pack hit him hard in the back, suddenly propelling him forward. The engines flared again, increasing acceleration. A cluster of energy particles rushed swiftly in the same direction, but he was already safe. A shrill sound from the computer transmitter rang out as Spock touched a button and spoke briefly, quickly. I've recorded the direction of travel and the estimated time. If they're accurate, I hope to penetrate deeper into the ship through the opening that regularly appears here. He engaged the reverse microthrusters for the moment needed to steer around a cluster of tiny, brightly glowing objects, reminiscent of the device in the throat of the Ilia probe. These sensor bees completely ignored him, not deviating from their path. Spock assumed they were information carriers, and a swarm like this one connected all parts of the gigantic ship. Indeed, he suspected that the briefly opening bulkhead was intended to admit the swarm of sensor bees that regularly appeared here. Another swarm of sensor bees was moving directly ahead of him, and of course, an opening in the wall that had existed long enough to let him in. This inner wall was bathed in a lifeless violet glow, and the swarm of sensor bees was approaching it. Spock hoped the jetpack's computer had already compensated for the changes in course and speed. The thrusters flared again, hurling him straight into the violet shining blackness. Spock curled into a fetal position. The fetal position was fitting. Ahead lay utter uncertainty. Would the opening open in time? There was no way to stop now except... Spock dove into a slit of white-hot golden light just as it expanded to admit a swarm of sensor bees. At the same instant, he hit the retrodrive's critical power button. The forward thrusters flared, blinding him. When he could see again, he began transmitting, knowing that every fact he learned must be recorded, even if only how and why he had failed and died. Now inside, the hole closed behind. A flash appears in the tunnel. Hexagonal. Walls of an unusual crystalline shape. Sensor bees disappear into it. Memory crystals, perhaps. His direction and the retrodrive's momentum allowed him to drift eerily through a hexagonal tunnel that seemed composed of enormous, shimmering crystals. He began to unbuckle his massive backpack. The bee sensors entered after him. Now they seemed to dissolve into one of the crystals. The crystals seemed to grow slightly in size. Memory crystals? Information recorded within a molecular structure? If so, A single such crystal could hold more knowledge than all the libraries on Earth. Jetpack drop for better maneuverability. Dim light everywhere. There's another, wider corridor. Enormous golden spheres swirled everywhere. Unreal. Spock felt dizzy. Had he seen or felt these things? He closed his eyes. Yes, they were still there, as were the other shadows, and they were all telling him something. A planet was visible in the distance. Spock knew it was a planet, but he also knew it couldn't be inside an alien ship, no matter how large. Nevertheless, the planet was real, and Spock knew it was of great significance. The Invader's home? He saw technology that staggered his mind, unimaginably gigantic machines. And the velvety blackness of space, filled with sparkling stars, pushing him to understand something enormous and... Sparkling stars? How could they be inside an alien ship? An illusion? He didn't think so. It was a reality he sensed, but it was a reality on such a level that his own mind couldn't comprehend it, just as the mind of a Stone Age man wouldn't understand the principle of holographic images. Spock moved forward, committing layer after layer of information to memory. He spotted a Klingon ship, a shadow, a former guard killed by a plasma probe. A gallery of artifacts? Again, a huge planet, a planet of impossible machines. That can be understood. He must report on this. Machines that had served the planet for so long that their own origins were forgotten. Living machines, adaptable to change. Cold worlds they continued to protect, as they had been programmed to do eons ago. Did he report properly? These enormous machines served Vidger to the limit of their knowledge and abilities. He was carried through a labyrinth of corridors, a geometric wonderland of shadows and shapes. He was thrown against another wall of strange crystals, and he grabbed onto them. Even through the suit's glove, he could feel life in the crystal. The crystal's surface was warm. The glove slipped. Yes. Life. I can feel it better now. It's all alive. Captain, this is not a ship. It's a living creature. Widger. It's all Widger. The Enterprise is not inside a ship. It is inside a massive creature, a gigantic living machine. Chapter 24. The enormous Widger was barely aware of the insignificance affecting his mind. Nevertheless, the Creator demanded that all occurrences, large and small, be recorded. So Widger, fulfilling his duty, examined the faint presence in his memory banks. Recognizing it as one of those carbon-based units, the massive machine intended to destroy it immediately. But it hesitated, still puzzled by these tiny, fragile units. And this gave Widger time to realize that this was a Spock unit, whose mental fragments were more orderly than those of the other carbon units. Widger decided to allow this unit to continue its work until the purpose of these small units was understood and their activities investigated. Widger was tempted to destroy other carbon units. One, within the Enterprise, was interfering with the proper functioning of a probe Widger had sent. The probe's signals were becoming increasingly erratic. And now, the carbon unit seemed to be attacking the probe, whose signals had escalated to the point of erratic absurdity. Widger sent a thought intended to interrupt the probe's malfunction, and felt the thought was insufficient. Astonishing. The probe Widger had created was resisting Widger's control over itself. The resistance, of course, was futile. When the probe immediately began functioning properly, the carbon unit continued its attack. But it was quickly defeated, as the probe was undoubtedly stronger. The fact that one fragile carbon unit could cause the malfunction of Vigay's probe was incredible. Incredible? In all his travels across the galaxy, Vigay had never needed to understand anything incredible. The enormous machine immediately assigned part of its enormous brain to analyze it. The carbon units inside the Enterprise presented a new concept to Widger. Annoying. Widger couldn't discern any order or purpose to their functioning. There seemed to be no reason for their existence. But there they were. This puzzled Widger. But Widger had never been even slightly puzzled before. Annoying. A massive machine began its journey here from the other side of the galaxy. Its consciousness was dim then. Its knowledge and power were far less than they are now. Soon after its journey began, a small life form nearly ended Widger's journey. It was barely 4 times larger than the one calling itself Enterprise, and it attacked unexpectedly as Widger passed a small solar system. Somehow, Widger survived and repaired his wounds, and the need to survive became the first glimmer of sanity. He realized that he would be guilty of disobeying the Creator's commands if he allowed himself to be destroyed on this journey. He knew, therefore, that he must gather knowledge and use it to better defend himself. Widger returned to the planet of his attacker and copied it completely. This information was meant to replace that lost during the attack and make it possible to continue his journey and his quest for knowledge. Widger did not miss a single fragment of what made up the world, excluding the carbon-based units that existed here. But these would cease to function when Widger decided it was necessary. Seek and learn all possible things, the Creator commanded, and Widger was faithful. As knowledge accumulated, Widger refined and improved his memory systems. As knowledge grew, Widger found it necessary to analyze and systematize what had already been learned, so that he could identify what knowledge was still unknown and required further research. Life forms rarely attacked Widger now, and none of them were worthy of more serious study. The primitive form calling itself Enterprise seemed no exception, and Widger was almost copying it when the Enterprise finally cried out that it came from the Maker's home. Widger wasn't immediately aware of the carbon units on him, as before they were too insignificant to be immediately noticed. Fortunately, Widger's first probe, exploring the Enterprise's tiny memory banks, discovered that these tiny units were not only within the Enterprise, but also inhabited the Maker's home planet. Reviewing his own memory banks, Widger discovered that similar units, carbon-based and otherwise, were likely present on all planets where real life existed. Widger wondered if these units were a kind of waste material excreted by actual life. Could life be polluting its own worlds without realizing it? It was easy to duplicate one of the carbon units to create a probe allowing Widger to explore these tiny units on their own level. But instead of gaining information, the probe unexpectedly encountered something more puzzling. These units seemed to be in a kind of symbiotic relationship with the Enterprise. Did this relationship foster genuine life? Or were these carbon units parasitic? This became a crucial question when the Enterprise's memory banks revealed that millions of such units inhabited the Creator's planet. All of this was almost as exciting as the recent discoveries the enormous machine had made about itself. Exciting, difficult, impossible, disturbing discoveries, making the enormous machine more and more conscious, and therefore, its existence must have some purpose. Slowly, the enormous machine began to understand that this purpose was this journey, during which Vigay was to gather and learn all possible information, and transmit this information to the Creator upon arrival on the 3rd planet of the system. But with this came an even more stunning and exciting realization. Vigay's sole reason for existing would end when he arrived on the 3rd planet and transmitted the information. Vigor faced a fundamental dilemma. He couldn't disobey his Creator's commands, but he would have no reason to exist if he obeyed. Nothing can exist without a function or purpose. Just as he had once, long ago, when he had been attacked for the first time, Vigor now faced the problem of survival once again. But now he had become fully conscious, powerful, and aware. And, as eventually happens with any living form that evolves long enough, the enormous machine began to think analytically about itself and its creator. The insignificance known as Spock began to malfunction. He had failed to merge his flickering consciousness with Wigger's and was in danger of being destroyed in the attempt. Wigger began to examine the tiny fragments of thought left behind by this attempted merger. Chapter 25. Kirk emerged into the darkness at the Enterprise's fourth airlock, just as Spock had done 21 minutes earlier. He was equipped with the same jetpack, and Spock's transmissions provided a time and direction calculation that would allow Kirk to locate him. Chekhov, Uhura, Zulu, and a dozen others nearly refused to obey when Kirk declared his intention to search for Spock alone. He was shocked to see that these deep space veterans couldn't grasp the simple fact that 100 people couldn't accomplish what one could under these circumstances. Barely an hour from Earth, with Spock's astonishing revelation that it was all one massive life form, he had no choice but to go alone. Especially if Spock was now connected to the gigantic Invader. "Ready for multiple launches," Zulu said through the communicator. "Confirmed, Mr. Zulu. Commence launch in 20 seconds. Go." Kirk used the micro-thrusters to point in the direction indicated by Spock's notes. The moment Kirk engaged the thrusters and headed for the far inner wall, Zulu would launch sensors and the remaining communication capsules, hoping to create a distraction long enough to reach Spock and... "Jim, stay where you are." Decker's voice suddenly rang out. "Spock has been sent back to us." Kirk heard Decker sound a medical alert in Airlock 4, informing sickbay that Spock might be unconscious. His voice sounded unusually uneven. "Decker, what are you talking about? Where did you get this information?" "Widger, Captain, from his probe." Kirk immediately arrived at the infirmary, where Spock lay with his eyes open, staring into space. The Vulcan's medical sensors indicated he was close to death. McCoy and Chappell, assisting the emergency medical team, worked feverishly to stabilize his vital signs. "We have to take a chance," McCoy said. 50 cc's of hexadilcalmolene." Kirk noticed that Chappell had turned pale, but she continued to quickly prepare the injection. "Captain, if I may report to you now," it was Decker, looking almost as bad as Spock, but Vidger was an hour from Earth, and there was no time for questions. The Alia probe was still with Decker, but now it looked like a machine. Kirk pointed to it. "McCoy said he might have samples of Alia's memory?" "Yes, sir. It seems so. For a while." Kirk waited. "Well, what happened, Will?" "I don't know, sir," Decker replied. He looked distinctly exhausted. His voice was tired and strained, but he was trying to control himself. The probe stood next to him, motionless, expressionless. "Spock was right about the memory patterns," Decker continued. "They were exceptionally powerful. I thought I had established a relationship with her. Maybe I did, but Viger immediately regained control." Kirk looked at the probe again. "And you got information that Viger sent Spock back?" "Viger gave me this information himself, sir. The probe is completely ignoring me." "Then why is he always standing next to you like this?" "I don't know, sir. I'd like to be free of this if you'd let me." Kirk hesitated. Then he shook his head and saw the muscles twitch in Decker's face. But the probe seemed to have attached itself to Decker, and whatever the reason, Kirk hoped it would help somehow. Nothing else offered even that faint hope. Finally, the sensors picked up some signs of life, though Spock remained motionless and unconscious. Chappell waved the scanner over the Vulcan's head, while McCoy checked the readings. "Spinal nerve connection established," she said. "I don't see anything to indicate physical brain damage," McCoy said, turning to Kirk. "But there is evidence of severe neurological trauma." The sheer amount of information that entered his brain during the meld is impossibly vast. Losing consciousness may have saved him from... Before he could continue, they heard laughter. They turned to see Dr. Chapel looking at Spock in disbelief. Spock allowed himself to emerge from the layers of information conveyed to him by Viger. He didn't understand much of it and was unlikely ever to, for no symbols or words could describe it. How could the unimaginable immensity of the universe around them be merely a brief spark in a vast reality? It all seemed so clear and logical to Spock when he was part of Uyghur's thoughts. Spock also saw that Uyghur was almost capable of traveling through these higher dimensions. But only when their ship became trapped within Uyghur was Uyghur trapped in his true dimension of reality. What a cosmic joke! Uyghur was everything Spock had ever dreamed of becoming, and now Uyghur was sterile. He would never feel pain, or joy, or doubt. He was so completely and magnificently logical that his accumulated knowledge was utterly useless. Spock laughed again. Then he saw Kirk's face. He reached forward and clasped Kirk's hand in his own. "Jim," Spock said. McCoy stared in amazement at the clearly visible emotions on Spock's face as he squeezed Kirk's hand. Kirk returned the squeeze and covered Spock's hand with his other hand, holding it between his two, showing Spock that there was no shame in the emotion. This simple feeling, Spock struggled for breath, is so far from Vigor's understanding. Did we understand your message, Spock? Is Vigor alive? Is this all a living machine? Spock nodded with effort. Yes, a living form. A conscious, living entity. But not so different. Spock paused to breathe. The effort of talking was exhausting. McCoy turned to Kirk. "Jim, I think what he's trying to say is that we're essentially living machines too. Protein machines." "And he saw the Enterprise as a living form too," Kirk added. Chapel looked at them, worried. "And he called us an invasion." McCoy nodded. "Bacteria, microbes, little carbon-based creatures swarming the Enterprise, maybe draining its power." Kirk nodded. This posed an important question. "Does he still think of us that way, Spock? After merging with your thoughts?" "With my thoughts?" Spock almost laughed again. "What knowledge could I possibly have to interest him? Jim, there's no other knowledge Vigor needs. He needs to be able to feel. He needed something most important to him, something I couldn't give him." "You called it infertility," Spock nodded. "Yes. Logic without desire is sterile. Vigor may eventually learn all there is to know about our universe. That part of him we can understand. But for all that knowledge, for all that power, he is less wise than a child. But he can take wisdom from someone or something that created him." Spock shook his head. "If there is an answer, Vigor doesn't know it. I saw the planet he came from, a planet of living machines, of infinite technology. Machines that can repair themselves, modify themselves to adapt to the conditions." Spock felt himself clasp Kirk's hand. He was both shocked and delighted to feel such intense pain. The eternal, meaningless existence he'd witnessed among the machines on that planet. They had been created and left there without the capacity to experience hunger or fear or loneliness or anger, or any of those wondrous things that would lead them to alter their programming to suit their own needs. How important it is for living beings to have desires. "Jim," Spock finally said, "Vigor has knowledge that spans the entire universe. But yet, in all this splendor, Vigor feels no harmony, no satisfaction, no beauty. Spock leaned back wearily. And Jim, there are no answers. But he must seek answers. What questions? Kirk asked. Is this all me? Spock said, quoting the existence of the emptiness he felt. There is nothing more? Bridge to the captain. Kirk walked over to the intercom, letting go of the Vulcan's hand. Kirk here. It was Uhura. Weak signal from Starfleet, sir. The Invader is now on their internal monitors. It's slowing down. The cloud is dissipating. I was right, Kirk said. Then he added, turning to McCoy and Chapel. I need Spock on the bridge. Chapter 26. Decker sat on the bridge, waiting for Kirk. The probe stood motionless and silent nearby. There was nothing left of Alia within it now. He didn't know why the probe continued to hover near him, and he was confused by the looks some of the bridge crew were giving him. Kirk's locator beacon invention worked. They re-established contact with Starfleet half an hour ago. All records and reports were transmitted to Nogura and accepted without comment. The commanding admiral was a practical man. Hearing that there was nothing the Enterprise could do, he didn't bother them with unnecessary orders and instructions. Vigay has reached Earth orbit, First Officer, Uhura reported. Decker nodded, groaning inwardly. On top of everything that had happened, Decker himself felt like he was in hell. If he lived another 24 hours, which he considered unlikely, the physical discomfort might disappear, but the mental pain would still be there. Ilia was alive. Ilia was alive. He'd felt it when McCoy and Chapel had left them alone with the probe in Ilia's quarters. Now she was gone forever. There was no doubt the probe was Ilia. And when he'd loved her, he'd felt Ilia's living consciousness in his mind. He'd felt her horror at being trapped in a mechanical body. He'd felt her begin to free herself from Widger's control. And then Decker had felt his own horror as she fought to remain herself, but Widger had regained control of the mechanical body. And Ilia's consciousness had begun to fade, until it was gone altogether. When Decker first named the probe Ilia, he intended only to exploit the machine's programming. When the probe first began to move like it, he believed it was caused by memory patterns being recorded within the complex mechanism. He told himself that the real Ilia was gone forever, and his allegiance lay with the living. He decided to make love to a mechanical duplicate if necessary. No, that wasn't true. He hoped it would be necessary. It was a perfect copy. Its subconscious pheromones were likely chemically identical to Ilia's, and it seemed likely that her body would feel the same. In fact, if the probe reacted like a Deltan woman, there was a very good way to gain control over it. While Kirk was certain that loyalty to Starfleet would be the surest encouragement to the probe's memory, the captain apparently knew little about the sensuality surrounding Deltan women. Decker began the lovemaking, and was amazed by how naturally the probe responded. It was such a perfect duplicate that Decker began to believe it might even be capable of mind-sharing during sexual intercourse, and that some kind of contact with Widger would be the culmination of it. He wasn't ready to have contact with the living consciousness of the woman he loved. "How is Mr. Spock?" It was Uhura's voice, but who was he addressing? Then Decker realized that Kirk had arrived on the bridge. "He's recovering," Kirk said. "McCoy will release him here soon." Decker slipped out of the captain's chair unnoticed, leaving it for Kirk. The probe followed him, and he felt Kirk watching them. Why was it staying with him now? How did this mechanical probe feel about what he'd done to it? Or maybe Widger enjoyed it? Decker shuddered at the thought. "Captain," Uhura said, "Vidger has reached Earth orbit. I believe I can pick up a signal showing what it looks like from Moon Base 4. Kirk nodded, and Uhura briefly fiddled with the communications console, then touched a button and looked at the main screen. An unimaginable image appeared on the screen. It was the enormous alien ship seen from the direction of the lunar base. The energy cloud dissipated and disappeared as it slowed, leaving Vidger looking even more alien and deadly. The doors opened, admitting Spock and McCoy. Spock stood unsteadily on his feet but nodded in response to their greetings. The image on the screen suddenly disintegrated, warped, jagged black stripes running across it. Spock, despite McCoy's concerned gaze, hurried toward the science station. Uhura listened to what sounded like a series of high-frequency signals. She turned, surprised.
That interference is coming from here, sir. From inside the Vijay.
Spock nodded in confirmation. Charming. It appears to be a normal binary code signal. Vijay is signaling the Creator, said the Ilia probe. What does it say? McCoy asked. I'm here. McCoy, stunned, watched the probe nod. I have arrived. I have studied all that can be studied. Widger's signals faded. The image reappeared, showing Widger's enormous silhouette over the lunar landscape. Then static obscured the screen again as Widger's signals began again. He's repeating the signal, Uhura reported. Same code. Jim, Decker said. He wants an answer. Answer? Kirk repeated. I don't even know the question. Kirk felt a moment of irritation as 9 pairs of eyes looked at him, as if he possessed some magical insight. Then the code signal disappeared again. The main screen once again showed Vijay's image. The Creator is not responding, the probe said, its voice still mechanical and harsh. Uhura's sharp eyes caught movement on the screen. Captain, a massive object has separated from the Invader. Kirk stared at the screen, blurting out, "Full zoom!" Zulu zoomed in on the image until it was too close to be seen, and it was strangely familiar. It was a massive mass of that green plasma energy that had destroyed the Klingon cruisers and Epsilon 9 station, and nearly destroyed the Enterprise. Zulu turned. He fired another one. No, 2. They watched helplessly as a third, then a 4th energy bolt appeared on the screen. Each of these bolts was at least 100 times larger than the one that attacked them. Kirk turned to the probe. What are they for? They will destroy the invasion polluting this planet, the probe replied. Oh my God, McCoy said. Every face on the bridge reflected the same emotion. No one had forgotten that the probe had called the Enterprise crew a carbon-based invasion. On the screen, green clots of plasma energy continued to fly off the ship in all directions. Uhura, receiving the signal, turned to Kirk. Sir, according to the calculations of the 4th lunar base, all trajectories are equidistant from each other relative to the Earth's orbit. Spock, who had been doing quick calculations, also turned to Kirk. Captain, final position will be reached in 29 minutes. Detonation will completely cover the planet. Kirk jumped out of his chair and stepped toward the probe. Why? Decker, also waiting for the probe's response, suddenly realized it had turned and was looking at him. Kirk noticed it too. But it wasn't Ilia. There was no warmth, no softening in the probe's mechanical voice. Tell me the answer, Kirk said. Answer him, Decker said. He was surprised to see the probe obediently turn toward Kirk. The carbon-based invasion must be removed from the Creator's planet. Why? Kirk repeated. Probe looked at Decker. Tell him why. The Creator did not answer. Carbon units aren't responsible for this, Kirk said. You pollute the Enterprise. You serve as an obstacle to the Creator. Captain, Chekhov called from the weapons station, his face turning pale. "Captain, all Earth defenses are down." Chekhov's words echoed across the bridge, and Kirk felt a chill in his stomach. "Confirmed," Uhura said, her voice shaking. "The shields are losing power. The computer systems are shutting down. Until now, at least, there had been hope that the combined firepower and defense systems of Earth and the Moon would give Nogura at least some chance. Or at least a reprieve during which some kind of understanding could be reached." "Captain," Uhura said, "even Starfleet signals are fading." Kirk felt a wave of dread as he imagined what was happening below him. He was frustrated by his inability to offer any kind of response, but most of all, he was angry at this enormous machine. "Viger," he shouted, "carbon units are not an invasion. They are a natural part of these planets below. They are living beings. They're not true life forms." The probe's tone didn't change. "Only the Creator and life forms like him are real." The probe continued to stare directly at Kirk. Or was it Viger looking at him? "Similar living forms?" McCoy suddenly understood. "Jim, Widger just said the Creator is a machine. We should have known that. We all create God in our own image." Kirk turned back to the probe. "Widger, the only life forms here are carbon-based units." The ship began to shake. Zulu scanned the outside. A huge force field surrounded them. Slowly, it died down. "Careful, Jim," Spock said quietly. "What do you suggest, Spock? A polite conversation?" Spock shook his head. "Treat him like a child." "With a child?" "Yes, with a child. A student, a seeker, a person in need." Decker interrupted. "In need of what, Mr. Spock?" "Like many of us," Spock said seriously. "He doesn't know in what way. He only knows that he is imperfect." "Viger's devices will reach Earth orbit in 22 minutes, Chekhov said. "Thank you, Mr. Chekhov." "Mr. Spock, do you think they'll explode at that moment?" "Positively, Captain," Spock said. "Right?" Decker demanded an answer from the probe. He nodded. The Creator still hasn't answered. Kirk realized in that instant that they only had one chance. Now, at least, he had some contact with the massive machine through the probe, and he had to use it before it too disappeared. Even such a small advantage was better than nothing. "Viger," Kirk said, turning to the probe. "We know why the Creator hasn't responded yet." "Jim!" McCoy was shocked by the risk Kirk was taking. But Decker nodded to Kirk and then to the probe. "What he said is true. We are Viger's only chance of finding the Creator." The probe studied Decker carefully. Then he turned to Kirk, his voice demanding, "You will provide information." Now the probe's voice held a menace, and Kirk realized Spock was right. They were talking to a child, one who, in frustration, could easily destroy them. "Give me the information." "No," Kirk said flatly. He turned to the bridge crew. "Close all stations. Clear the bridge." Everyone stared at him, stunned. The ship shook violently from a nearby eruption of energy. Decker supported the captain by pressing the intercom key. "Bridge to all decks. Shut down all stations." A frenzy of energy surges assaulted the ship, causing it to tremble more and more violently. The bridge crew gripped the armrests of their chairs. "Your child has an irritable temperament, Spock," McCoy said nervously. "Clear the bridge, Captain?" Zulu asked. "There were orders, Mr. Zulu," Kirk said. "Clear the bridge immediately." The bridge crew quickly folded up their stations, feeling the ship shake under the surges of alien energy. "It is illogical to refuse to provide the requested information," the probe said. Kirk didn't answer. Were the energy blasts truly getting weaker? Only Decker, McCoy, and Spock were still with Kirk. Uhura's worried face disappeared behind the closing elevator doors. The lights on the bridge dimmed, eliciting an approving nod from Spock. The silence fell so suddenly that even the Vulcans seemed disturbed. The ship shook once or twice more with the final energy disturbances, and the screen showed that the force field had completely disappeared. "Why aren't you giving out information?" the probe asked. "I can only make concessions if Vija recalls his orbital devices," Kirk replied. "Orbital devices cannot be recalled until information is received," the probe responded immediately. Kirk realized he had made a mistake in counting the cards, and his opponent won the point. "The kid learns very quickly," McCoy muttered. "Spock," Kirk said. It was a request for help, for time to think. "I understand, Captain," Spock replied. "It seems to me that to achieve your goal you require closer contact with V'ger, do you not? I suspect there is a central brain complex somewhere. And can orbital devices be controlled from such a place?" "Exactly." Kirk turned to the probe. "Information about the Creator cannot be transmitted through the probe. Only to Widger personally." They felt a slight tilt, and McCoy drew Kirk's attention to the main screen. The ship was moving. A hole had opened up before them, through which the ship was being pulled further and further into the vast living machine. "Mr. Decker," Kirk said, "all decks may resume operations at their stations." "Yes, sir. We have 21 minutes before those craft reach their positions. Should I put you in touch with Mr. Scott?" Kirk saw a glimmer of approval in Spock's eyes. Decker was a damn good captain. He deserved his own ship. He regretted both him and the Deltan woman. Scott came on the line. "Yes? What can I do for you, Captain?" "Mr. Scott, prepare to execute Starfleet Order 2005, Kirk said. The young woman working nearby, Assistant Quarthon, turned to Scott in shock. Scott saw it but had to ignore her and answer the intercom. "When?" "In exactly 19 minutes. Start the timer." "Yes, sir, in 19 minutes, Scott set the timer on his console. The assistant still looked at Scott, desperately hoping she was wrong. "Sir, did the captain just order self-destruct?" "Yes. I think he's hoping to take Widger with him." "And us?" Scott was glad she'd managed to keep her voice steady. He nodded. "What happens when so much matter and antimatter meets?" "Of course, girl. You can be sure of that." Chapter 27. According to preliminary estimates, we have advanced 26 kilometers in depth, reported Navigator DeFalco. V'ger's devices will reach the position in 15 minutes, Chekhov said. The Ilia probe remained near Decker, puzzling both him and everyone else. Kirk continued to watch the screen, hoping for some clue as they made their way through the tunnels within V'ger. But while their progress was accompanied by some terrifying visuals, most of them revealed technology and knowledge so advanced that they couldn't draw any conclusions about what they were seeing. "Widger feels he's incomplete," Decker mused. "But without knowing in what area." "What difference does it make?" McCoy asked. "Whatever he needs can be given to him by the Maker." Kirk pointed at the probe. "This means that V'ger wants to unite with the Creator." "The most logical way to find out what he needs," Spock noted. "If he can find the Maker," Kirk said. "And if he can't?" "He will end his existence," Spock replied. "And so will we." "Captain, traffic is slowing," Zulu reported from the helm console. A huge round hall, a giant sphere, appeared on the main screen. "How beautiful!" Uhura exclaimed. A breathtaking panorama stretched before them, a hemisphere filled with pale golden light. Precisely at its center was a glittering core. At this distance, it looked like a tiny, precious toy. "The force beam holding us is definitely coming from this object," DeFalco reported. Kirk glanced sideways at the screen. Though at first glance the vast hemisphere appeared almost empty, shimmering energy swirled throughout its entirety. "Vigay's brain," Spock said, also watching the ghostly flashes of energy around him. "Its functions may be similar to those of neurons in our brain," McCoy suggested. Kirk turned to the intercom. "Engineering, what's your status?" "We are ready, sir," Scott's grim reply reached them. "Thanks, Scotty. Be ready." "The force beam is fading," Zulu said. A small island within the core of Widger's brain began to glow. An unusual column of blindingly bright light erupted from its center. Unlike the rest of Widger, the core of his brain seemed completely solid, composed of intricate geometric structures of an unusual, white-hot substance. Uhura turned to Kirk, worried. "Sir, the source of Vidger's radio signals is directly ahead." "He called his maker from here," Spock said. The bridge crew peered into the screen, staring at the hemisphere's core, now a dozen ships long. The Enterprise's speed was slowing, and this time even Zulu forgot to cancel the position changes on his console. Decker felt the probe move away from him and head toward the elevator doors. Then Kirk turned to him with a strange expression. "What do you think, Will? If I give Scotty the order now, it might surprise Widger." Decker suddenly understood what Kirk meant. His interest in finding the Creator might be distracting him, at least right now. "Engineering bridge," Kirk said quietly. "Yes, sir. I'm ready, if that's what you're interested in," Scott's voice replied. "Well," Kirk paused. Vidger was ready to lead them into the center of his brain. Was there something to be learned there that would justify the risk of waiting too long? Kirk glanced back and called out to Aaliyah. "Wait. I said we'd release the information in front of Widger. What part of Widger is here?" "Widger's source." Spock rose to his feet, almost feline inquisitive. "Charming, Captain." He said it almost reverently. "Jim, boy, this terrible thing you're doing to me." Kirk turned around guiltily, completely forgetting that he had left Scott in the dark in the middle of the team. "Don't do anything, Mr. Scott," he said quietly. "I think we'll stick with the old time." "I almost pressed that damn button," Scott said, "but I'll wait. Engineering, out." The Aaliyah probe took Kirk and the others into a turbolift and into a dimly lit auxiliary shaft. It became apparent that Vidger knew every detail of the Enterprise when his probe unerringly led them to a small maintenance elevator and forced them inside. The 5 of them barely fit inside the cabin before the access hatch closed over their heads, and the elevator began to move upward. Suddenly, it stopped, and they found themselves standing, spacesuitless, on the surface of the Enterprise's saucer section. Kirk heard Decker's surprised gasp and realized he'd been very close to the same thing. Their ship was bathed in an impossibly beautiful golden glow. "We are surrounded by air and gravity, as promised," Spock remarked. "Charming." McCoy glanced quickly at the probe, suspecting something was wrong. Without this protective shell, their lungs would rupture, leaving their frozen bodies floating in zero gravity. The probe headed toward the leading edge of the section. Only when Kirk turned to follow did he realize Decker's astonishment had little to do with the sight of the Enterprise from here. Even to Kirk's eyes, the starship seemed to shrink in size as he took in the impossible reality surrounding them. An entire fleet of starships could maneuver within the space of Vidger's mind. Yes, agreeing with Spock, this vast hemisphere was far from empty space. It was truly a vast complex of energy waves and particles that sustained V'ger's consciousness, acting like the neurons and nerves in Kirk's brain. Kirk's head spun as he realized that the sheer immensity of it all was also linked to the equally inconceivable repositories of information. The memory crystals described by Spock. They reached the end of the section. Here, the Aelia probe stopped and looked directly at the core they had previously viewed from the bridge screen. "Our destination, indeed," Spock said quietly. "We are beginning to move in that direction." Spock was right, no doubt about it. The glittering core had grown even larger. It looked more like a glittering floating island than the center of V'ger's brain. "The V'ger source," the probe said, pointing at the core. "V'ger's source?" Kirk repeated. "What does that mean?" The probe continued to ignore him. "Aelia, help us." "Finally, explain to us what happened," Decker tried again. But the probe showed no sign of hearing him.
The brain core drew closer, the bright column of light emanating from it becoming more distinct, its brilliance almost blinding them. Its clearly visible structures were so different from anything Kirk had seen that he couldn't even guess at their function. But at least it was solid matter. They'd be able to find footholds if the probe led them there. Kirk's thoughts raced. He had no doubt that he was expected to contact V'ger with his creator. He had to come up with something compelling, something that would protect humanity for centuries. But how could he even imagine what could satisfy V'ger? V'ger's source. Think. Spock saw the machine planet, but it was located on the other side of our galaxy, beyond the reach of our ships. What could make him believe the creator was there? Kirk suddenly emerged from his thoughts, realizing something unexpected had happened. Of course, the starship's movement had stopped, but they were still a ship's length or more from the core. "Jim! Captain!" Decker and McCoy's exclamations merged as shadows rushed toward them at incredible speed. Enormous, translucent rectangles of light that seemed to solidify as they approached, turning into matter. The shadows pirouetted and landed directly between them and the enormous island core. Kirk couldn't believe his eyes. The shadows had transformed into a floating path, leading to whatever was waiting for them. Ignoring the ship's tremors as the track collided with it, the Aelia probe stepped onto the first hovering rectangle. It seemed to be moving on blazing ice. McCoy, his brows furrowed, gave a look that said, "I refuse to do this." But Kirk followed the probe immediately. Spock and Decker stepped onto the hovering shadow behind him, and McCoy had no choice but to follow them. He was surprised and immeasurably relieved, realizing that paying attention was unnecessary. The strange rectangles compensated for every step, precisely tracking their direction and balancing. 10 minutes, Captain, Spock said. The Vulcan pulled out his tricorder, scanning and analyzing every step. Kirk felt they were behind schedule. There was nothing that could help them find a way out in this short time. The giant machine would realize he had no knowledge of the creator. V'ger wouldn't hesitate to destroy the planet's carbon-based units, just as McCoy wouldn't interrupt the destruction of cancer cells, even if he stumbled upon them by accident. The core suddenly flared brightly, blinding them for a moment. Its central portion slowly rose, forming a gigantic, upturned goblet. The slightly convex walls steepened toward the top, from which a bright column of light erupted. There was now no doubt where they were being led. "The core space is older than the rest of V'ger," Spock said, analyzing the tricorder readings. "Though it still remains beyond our understanding, the technology is not as advanced as the rest of V'ger." "What a stupid idea I had," McCoy said. "From an anatomical point of view, I would describe it as the center of a spherical brain around us." Spock suddenly became very interested. "Do you think the primary brain, Doctor?" McCoy nodded, turning to Kirk. "I don't know how this helps us, but I would guess that this place connects the V'ger of today with what he once was."
They climbed the increasingly steep slope, now only a dozen steps from the blazing beam. Enormous columns surrounded them. If a machine could create Stonehenge, this would be the place. Shielding their eyes from the glare, they approached the edge of the opening and stopped, stunned. The probe pointed forward, saying, "Vidger." The frozen people barely heard him. A pillar of light, emanating from the vast concave area below them like a sacred fire, illuminated something very important to Vidger. The unknown object, covered in scratches and stains, was unmistakably a 20th century space probe from planet Earth.
"I doubt Vigay will believe the truth," Spock said quietly. "I'll be damned if it isn't," McCoy replied. Chapter 28. Kirk approached the golden disk of the ancient probe. Most of the markings on its side were still legible. In JER6, NASA. Between the letters V and D there was a hole, apparently caused by a collision with some celestial body. V_ER, Weiger, Kirk said. He touched his finger to the spot where the letters had been erased. VOIGER, Voyager 6. This space capsule was well known to the 4 Starfleet officers. Its history was studied by all Academy cadets. Voyager 6 was the first human creation to penetrate the time continuum, and the reasons for its mysterious disappearance remained unknown until now. "I shot an arrow into the air," McCoy said. Kirk nodded, his eyes fixed on the NASA symbol. Could they have imagined that this arrow would lead them back to Earth? "He returned to normal space at the far end of the galaxy," Kirk told Spock. "And apparently he had to navigate the gravity wells of that planet you saw. Enormous machines repaired him." "More," Spock continued. "They discovered his programming, and, being machines themselves, they obeyed." Kirk nodded. "Study everything that can be studied. Return that information to the Maker." "The Creator's commands," McCoy nodded. "His 20th century programming should have been very simple," Decker said. "Collect all possible information, transmit it to the Creator." "And the machines took this literally," Spock continued. "They equipped Vidger with scanning and measuring devices of their own advanced technology, and gave him the power necessary to return to Earth." It was hard not to feel awe at Vidger's majestic odyssey. "And on the long journey home, he collected so much knowledge that it activated his consciousness," Decker said. "You will now give out information," said the Ilea probe. "We have 7 minutes, Jim," Spock said quietly. Kirk nodded to the Vulcan. Even under these circumstances, it was pleasant to hear Spock call him by his first name. "Well, at least we know the answer," McCoy said. "But if I were Vidger, I certainly wouldn't believe us." "Until we can prove we're right," Decker said. "And I think we can." The binary code signal Vidger sent was part of Voyager's programming. It meant it had information to transmit. NASA was supposed to send it a return signal, instructing it how to transmit the information. "One Kirk, why isn't the Creator responding?" the probe asked, its voice harsh. "Captain to the Enterprise," Kirk said into his communicator. Uhura's voice immediately answered, "Enterprise here." "One Kirk, you're going to give up the information now. Why doesn't the Creator?" Kirk interrupted. "The Creator will explain it himself. Vidger will receive his answer in a few. There will be no more delays. You will tell me about the Creator immediately. Vidger, if your probe continues to interfere, the Creator will never respond." Kirk turned his back to the probe and spoke quickly into the communicator. "Uhura, retrieve the ship's library records for the late 20th century NASA probe, Voyager 6, and as quickly as possible, transmit to us the NASA code signal and frequencies ordering Voyager to release its accumulated information." "Yes, sir," Kirk heard Uhura broadcast his own voice over the ship's speakers through the communicator, carrying out his command in the most efficient manner possible. Spock activated his tricorder,
studying how the Voyager capsule seemed to have penetrated and become part of the core of Widger's brain. Kirk, able to look around for the first time, suddenly stared at his feet, noticing faint flashes of light indicating that the NASA capsule was still functioning and tightly interconnected with the entire vast Widger. Then Kirk's eyes settled on the probe, the Ilea. It seemed to look different somehow. McCoy approached it.
Viger seems to have literally removed the threat, McCoy said. He's taken control of the probe.
Ilea, Decker said. Tell the captain what happened. I was here, inside. It was like I was asleep, and then Will helped me wake up. Probe turned to Decker. I wanted to help you, but Widger knew, and he took control of the body I was in. She's alive, Decker told Kirk. Viger can somehow put living things into this. It's Ilea, Jim, McCoy said. You can see it. Bones was right. There was life in her eyes, a vibrant expression on her face. A sudden thought struck Kirk, who pointed at Voyager 6. Ilea, do you remember this from your history classes at the Academy? Ilea nodded. Yes, of course, it's... Disinformation is prohibited, Unit Kirk. Suddenly she became a probe again, cold, mechanical. No, damn it, Decker screamed. His voice was drowned out by the deafening roar. The enormous column of light above them seemed to shatter into fragments as the island of the brain's core shook beneath their feet. Enterprise, respond. Kirk raised his communicator. Uhura replied before he finished. We just received the response code, sir. Transmit, Kirk interrupted. Then he turned to the probe. Viger, your maker is speaking to you. Spock hurried toward them from the Voyager capsule. Decker, still somewhat coherent, picked up Spock's tricorder and set it to the frequency Uhura had transmitted. The flashes and deafening sounds began to fade. The tricorder in Decker's hand began to emit thin, high-pitched signals. At the same moment, a faint crackling sound came from Voyager 6's direction. Spock's keen hearing caught it. He turned and saw a faint wisp of smoke emanating from the capsule's maintenance hatch. Meanwhile, the code signal continued to sound. The signal has been sent, Captain, Uhura said. Shall I repeat? Jim, she's back, Decker said.
What? Kirk couldn't understand what Decker was talking about until he saw him grab the probe's arm. What the hell? Why is he doing that at a time like this? Kirk intervened, addressing the probe as before. Widger, the Creator has answered. Yes, sir, said Ilea's voice. Captain, come here, Spock called from the Voyager capsule. He opened the lid of a small maintenance hatch. The Vulcan stepped aside, gesturing toward the hatch. You may notice, Captain, that the communications antenna is burned out. Kirk looked inside. Sure enough, the chain was broken. He touched it with his hand and pulled it back, surprised. What the hell? She's still hot. Exactly, Captain. Widger did it the moment the signal started. He couldn't have done that, Spock. Vidger wants to hear from his maker. He wants to unite with his Creator, Captain. The probe told us, but we didn't understand. McCoy nodded. Vidger's goal was to survive, to connect with the maker. But I thought the probe was speaking metaphorically. Vidger speaks and interprets everything literally, Spock said, staring intently at the Voyager capsule. There is no doubt he planned to physically unite with the Creator. Are you saying what I think you're saying, Spock? McCoy asked.
Is Vidger planning to capture God? It's the most logical thing Vidger can do, Spock said. Vidger knows he's imperfect, but he has no way of knowing what he needs, or even whether the Creator will agree to provide it. Spock gestured to the damaged communications antenna. So, for the Creator to gain Vidger's knowledge, he must personally deliver the signal here. It was a stunning revelation. Kirk realized that Spock had to be right. This would be the most accurate answer Vidger could get. By nature, the Creator had and was all the answers for everyone. Where's Decker? Kirk noticed that his assistant and Ilea were missing. McCoy pointed beyond the Voyager 6 capsule, where the two were quietly talking, holding hands. Kirk didn't have the courage to call out to them. Even if they did survive, no one knew what would happen to Ilea's living consciousness. "We have 4 minutes," Spock said. 3, Kirk clarified. "I ordered Scott to execute Order 2005 a minute earlier." "Well?" McCoy asked. "We can't bring back the people who built Voyager." "Spock, we need an answer," Kirk said. "Will he see us?" Spock looked at the 20th century capsule and the core surrounding it. As Dr. McCoy said, "We all create God in our own image. Voyager is expecting a machine. He may be planning something similar to what happens when we activate our transporter, except that the two forms will be converted into energy and fused together into a new form," Decker's voice rang out. He and Ilea stood on the other side of the Voyager capsule. Decker was still clutching Spock's tricorder. "Permission to continue, Captain," Decker said, adjusting the tricorder. "Wait," Kirk said. "We'll discuss who's doing it only when we're sure. Jim, this must be done, with or without your permission." Decker turned toward the Voyager capsule hatch. Kirk lunged forward, grabbing the young officer's hand. But Ilea pushed him away like a child, tossing him at McCoy and Spock's feet. As he tried to stand, a hand held him back. "Allow it to happen, Captain," Spock's voice said. "I believe he knows what he's doing." Decker nodded. "I know." The tricorder in his hand echoed a coded signal, and a pulsating, bright light flooded the base of Voyager 6. "I want it," Decker exclaimed, "just as you wanted the Enterprise." At that very moment, Decker inserted the tricorder into Voyager's open hatch, establishing contact with the space capsule's transmitter. A huge white column erupted from the center of the core next to them. It was eerily lifelike. Sparkling spirals of color shimmered throughout its entirety. Cascades of flames like enormous flowers began to appear around their heads. Even Spock's eyes widened. There was an incredible beauty in what was happening now. The glow grew more and more beautiful, banishing the sense of dread they must have felt. McCoy seemed transfixed. Kirk sensed that they, too, heard the beauty, and felt it, too. At the center of the cascade of flowers, Decker's body began to glow with the same brilliance. He stood with an expression of absolute serenity on his face. The same expression that appeared on Ilea's face as she stood beside him. "Jim, this is transcendence," Spock said, gesturing around. The core material beneath their feet had become transparent, and deep within it they could see a vast spiral of flowers, growing in size like some vast blossoming flower. The doctor's face was filled with almost overwhelming pleasure, and Kirk shook it to get his attention. "We have to get back to the ship." Decker and Ilea's silhouettes continued to grow larger as the colored spiral became part of them. And then their giant shadows became part of Voyager. The 3 officers turned and hurried upward. The core glowed beneath their feet as they reached its summit. They ran toward the Enterprise, noticing the enormous brain sphere flickering with extraordinary colors. Voyager was taking on a new form. The men ran out of air, and Spock, who could hold out longer, actually carried them to the saucer section of the Enterprise, where figures in spacesuits picked them up and carried them into the airlock. On the bridge, they took one last look at the screens, watching the riot of colors. Finally, there was a bright flash, and familiar stars appeared on the screen. When Kirk was able to feel himself here and now on the bridge of the Enterprise, he turned to Spock. "I wonder, did we really just witness the birth of a new life form?" "Yes, Captain. We witnessed a birth. Perhaps even a direction in which some of us might develop." "Just some of us, Spock?" "It seems to me, Captain, that the size of the creation makes our future choice almost limitless." "It's been many years since I helped deliver a child," McCoy said. "I hope humanity has given him a good start." "I think so," Kirk replied. "Part of Decker gave him the ability to desire and enjoy, to hope, to take risks, to challenge, to laugh." Kirk smiled at the next thought. "And the child will very likely have some Deltan traits as well. He'll have an exciting future." McCoy looked at Spock. "And our other emotions? Fear, greed, jealousy, hatred." "That's unnecessary emotion, Doctor," Spock said. Kirk felt very comfortable as he sat back in his captain's chair. He realized that the now tough, sometimes even ruthless, commanding admiral would no longer be able to deny his demands, even if Kirk demanded permanent command of the Enterprise. Well, that suited former Admiral James Tiberius Kirk just fine. He had no intention of letting Geigachiro Nogura off the hook. "Starfleet has issued a request," Uhura said. "They're requesting a damage report and the general status report on the ship." "The ship is fully operational. List: Officer Phillips, Lieutenant Ilea, and Captain Decker. List them as missing." "Yes, sir, and Starfleet also requests that you and the department heads come down immediately for a meeting." "Answer: I reject the demand." "Sir?" Uhura looked at him, startled. "Just reply that the request is denied. Isn't that clear, Commander?" Uhura understood and smiled. "Yes, sir. That should be clear to everyone." Kirk turned to see Chief Engineer Montgomery Scott entering the bridge with Christina Chappell. "Well, Scotty, wasn't it about time we gave the Enterprise a good shake-up?" Scott immediately replied. "I'd say just in time, sir." He turned to Spock. "We can have you on Vulcan in 4 days, Mr. Spock." "That's not necessary, Mr. Scott. My mission on Vulcan is complete." Kirk turned to the helmsman. "Get us out of orbit, Mr. Zulu." "Directions, sir?" DeFalco asked. Kirk pointed forward. "There." "The most logical choice, Captain," Spock said. On the main screen, a lovely blue and white planet was moving away from them. Watching it grow ever smaller, he decided that Earth was a place he'd never want to live without. But at the same time, he wouldn't want to live there permanently. At least not for any length of time. "Screens forward, Warp 1. "Acceleration to Warp 1, sir," Zulu confirmed. And familiar stars flared before them as they entered hyperspace.